Tick-tock, time's up, better make a move. Don't think twice now, you got things to prove. I'm not playing, I'm not hard to get. 'Cause when I saw you, there was nothing else. You got dreams and I got dreams, so let us open up about it. Maybe we will fit right in. You got dreams and I got dreams, so let's start making plans around it. Maybe we can dive right in. Oh, don't let me down, I've been killing love songs, honey. Don't fool around, you know I've been waiting, honey. Let's fall deep down in love. Let's fall deep down in love. Let's fall deep down in love. Tick-tock, time's up, got my trust in you. This might seem typical, but for me it's new. I'm not desperate, I'm in need of you. Come here, show me, and I'll show you. You got dreams and I got dreams, so let us open up about it. Maybe we will fit right in. You got dreams and I got dreams, so let's start making plans around it. Maybe we can dive right in.
Yo, yo, yo. How's everybody doing tonight?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, are we live?
We are live.
Dude, you didn't give us any signal. All right.
Hey, that was the video. The minute the
Oh,
video was
okay.
over. Was that the whole video? Was that the whole video? I think you ended it. That was not the whole video.
It was that countdown that had to be. Let's see, banners. I don't know. I just played hit.
Oh. I could swear it was 2 hours or 2 minutes and 22 seconds. So something,
How long did it play?
I don't know. I don't think it was the full amount because it should have ended with the screen that we have behind us. It should have ended with this. I don't know.
You took it down. You maybe took that down.
Yeah.
No, it ended with that. It's just we're in front of it.
All right. So everybody knows what's going on between Chad2Dad and his wife, the Filipina J.N. And there's a lot of stuff going around. There's updated information, but a lot of people had a lot of opinions right off the bat, and they wanted to kind of jump on the gold digging Filipina route more so than maybe Chad2Dad might be at fault here. So what were you guys' initial impressions of this story as it unfolded? Whose side were you initially taking?
I mean, personally, when I saw it initially, I saw it on TikTok. I think the dude's a fucking embarrassment. The fact that you're gonna air your business like that openly, without talking to your wife, without talking to your family first, he literally embarrassed himself and his wife and his kids for him to even do that. So, yeah, I don't have no pity for that dude.
Okay. I'm on your side right now on that. Okay, what about you, Fearless? And I'm getting feedback from you as far as the echo.
Really? Man, I can put the headphones on. I'm a monitor way across
Did
the
you turn
room.
your mic off on your phone? Because sometimes that's what it is too, remember?
Nope, they ain't got the phone on. So
Okay.
give me a second. I'll work with it.
And by the way, in the chat, I'd like to see, I have a poll in my room. I don't know if you guys know how to do the polls, but I said, who's the blame in this situation? I have Chad2Dad, JN, or both. So right now, 50% are saying Chad, and it's 25-25 on Jan and both. So as the story unfolds, I'm sure that's going to change once we get a whole storyline.
Well, I think if he started talking about it, it was already over. So one thing I don't understand is, I mean, from what he said, is the wife's parents disrespected him. And it looks like everybody was living in his house. I seen one clip where he said like he was in the basement for 2 weeks. So everybody lived in his house. It looks like not only he's supporting her, he's supporting the family. Shit,
see, that's what you would assume by looking at the video without knowing the background. You would assume everybody's living in his house. Nobody was living in his house besides his wife and his kids. They came to visit from the Philippines. Okay, they're in Hawaii now. So I'm going to play this because this guy says that she's a poor person, this, that, and the other. I'm going to show you this guy giving or paying homage to his father-in-law and the great things his father-in-law did for his family and why he respected him so much and why he chose that particular Filipina. So let's go with that first. Now that you saw the beginning intro with how they met and how they dated, 2 LDRs, he had 2 kids before they got married. Understand this. Each time she got pregnant, he left the Philippines to go back home. She started to raise those kids alone while he's LDRing it, which means long distance relationship, back in the States, wherever he was. But here we go. We're going to go with this video first.
I am older than my father-in-law. This is part of my shout out to the Philippines series and featuring Renato Cunanan, my wife's father. He is the coolest guy that I know. This man has done everything for his family. He put his 3 children through private colleges, and he was a bad boy in his day, but he turned it around to make sure that everybody had what they needed. It's a big reason why I knew that Jayan was the right woman for me, because she had a great father, and her respect for him was tremendous. And that was important to me. In one of my trips there, I wanted to honor him the way that he honors his entire family. I bought him a brand new Yamaha Aerox. When I announced at dinner that I was giving it to him, he cried. The man had never received anything that luxurious in his life. He had always given so much, and when finally getting something, it just overwhelmed him. We took a long scooter ride across the city, and it was one of the funnest times that I've ever had. And here's what's really cool, folks. He secured a tourist visa to America, and he is going to be here for Christmas this year. So get ready for a lot of exciting videos and posts with me and my father-in-law. Here's something I want everyone to know. My son, his grandson, when he was sick after birth with meningitis in the intensive care unit, my father-in-law came to me and said, "Do you have enough money?" And he told me how much he had and said, "I give you it all." No, I didn't take Papa's money, but that's the kind of man he is.
All right. So this is this man that's swearing up and down that his wife came from a poor family, or people are assuming his wife came from a poor family, uneducated, when the man outright said his father-in-law put all 3 of his children through private college. So is the narrative true? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, the father was a hardworking parent. He did what he could for his family. and he provided all the essential things that his daughters and his kids needed. But the white guy was, definitely way better positioned than this guy was. So of course he's gonna do a lot more. And
Right.
but I think that's expected though, man. I mean, that's something people don't realize. Like in most countries, when you dating someone in those countries, you're gonna do more for the family because that's expected. You know, some countries have diaries. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Dowries.
You got to pay. You got to do all these extra stuff. So it's what it is.
Right. I agree with you. Fearless? Any pushback on the setup of how the father raised the children?
Dude said he ain't never had no motorcycle, so he ain't had that much money. That's number one. Number two, would they have expected the same thing or as much if it was a Filipino dude?
What do you mean?
I mean, all the stuff that he's doing. I mean, he's doing a lot. Would they have expected that? You know, you say dowry and pay him. You know, would they have expected that if it was a Filipino guy?
So in the Philippines, you do know there's a law, which you might not know. There's a law that all siblings or children of the Filipino parents have to pay into their retirement. So as you grow, and as a Filipino has more than one child, that splits the responsibility of the retirement between all the children in that house. So it's not so much of a drag on one person. So at the end of the day, are male Filipinos that might be married to a female Filipino responsible for the parents of the women that they marry? Absolutely. As it should go in a lot of other cultures.
He got married in the United States. He didn't get married in the Philippines.
It didn't matter. You still marry tradition. You don't get to ignore it just because you're marrying a Filipina. You should understand that if you're going to marry a Filipino, things come with it. Just like if you're an American.
Why he got to understand it and she don't have to understand his traditions?
What tradition was that? He didn't respect. Hold on. What tradition did she not respect? Let's go there.
I'm just saying. You're saying he has to understand.
Here's the thing. She's not been disrespectful. She's not been disrespectful. For you to throw that word out there in assumption that she's done something disrespectful.
I just
then
said,
why did the word come
he
up?
has to conform to her traditions. And I said, why can't she conform to his traditions?
Then why go to a culture? Why go to a culture, pull a person out of that culture and not
leave
respect
your
it?
family behind to go to his family? So that means she should be following his tradition.
No, that's not the way that works.
Why no? If you leave your family behind because she takes his last name, that means she becomes a part of his family. She leaves her family behind and become a part of his family. No, you quote that all the time. How's it no now?
Because when you're talking about how he said that he respects this guy, and then to go counterintuitive to what he said he did as far as respecting this man to do what he's doing right now is totally disrespecting. And basically what you're seeing, what it seems like to me was he was doing all this for clicks and views. He really didn't respect the man. And I would have to go ahead and confer with what Drew even said. It looks like the man, because he's older, is looking down on the father and thinking he's in a lower position because he's wealthier. And that the father, like you said, couldn't even afford to have a brand new bike given to him. So in that respect, you are looking down at the man because of what he wasn't able to provide, even though in that society, not having as much, they can still have a happy family. They can still have a happy life. This society dictates what success is by how much money you make, how many things you own. Other societies don't dictate to that and don't confirm to that. They can still be happy without having all the money in the world that we drive ourselves to do.
From what I heard from what he said was he got disrespected first.
What you heard and what is actually being said are two different things. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to dispel it. Did you do any research?
He wasn't disrespected first?
We will get to that as we go along with this because he's already issued apologies. Are you aware of that?
Well, he probably apologized because he don't want to lose his wife. Sometimes no. Come on. You keep saying that. Sometimes a guy
because you have here's the thing. Let me go ahead and play this.
How many times have you
listen, because it seems like you have not informed yourself before we had this discussion. So what I'm going to do is play what she just said about I don't want to lose my husband. I don't want a divorce and all the other things that everybody's thinking that she's a gold digger and she really wants to go back to the fucking Philippines. But you're saying it like
then
she's
why would she
trying
go back to the Philippines to have a baby?
Listen, and let me play the video because you obviously
You know
didn't
what?
watch
Before we play the video, I want to say something. It's interesting, like you want them to conform to your culture here in the United States, but yet you're running away from the United States to someone else's country to live up to their culture, but you want them to conform to your culture. That's
It's
ass
a double
backwards.
standard. It's a double standard. Absolutely.
You know, I said what happens is the wife leaves her family for the man. That's in the Bible. You leave your family. That's why you take on his last name. You conform to his rules. He didn't have. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Well, it didn't take long. It only took 2 years, literally to the day, December 27th, for my Filipino wife to become fully Americanized.
I think the word Americanized has nothing to do with someone who is disrespectful, especially to your people. Let's say that your closest people. It's because he disrespected my parents, screaming, snatching some things, verbally and physically. So what I am thinking that time, you are freely disrespecting me and abusing me. I think that's enough. You can do it. You can do it 24/7 to me. You can do it anytime. But to the point that you're gonna be disrespecting my people, especially my parents, I think that's what, draw the line. I think that's when the time that I said I want to separate. It's not because I wanted to separate just because I wanted it. I've dealt a lot with him for the last 2 years that I am here.
We got back from Orlando to St. Simons, Georgia. I was greeted with the announcement.
Stop answering my name. That's not me saying that.
Separation.
For the last 2 years, I am standing up for myself. I know it's really difficult because I have children. And I honestly doesn't want to separate with him. It's just came out to my mouth that I'm so fed up. I'm so done. It's because I'm so hurt and he's not gonna change. There's no way that he will change. All I know is if I didn't stop or I didn't make a move, it's gonna be a normal. He's gonna disrespect me. He's gonna disrespect my people. He's gonna disrespect anyone. So this is just me that, putting some boundaries.
Hate everything about me and what I provide and decide to leave.
He claims that I hated what he provides. As far as I remember, I'm always grateful for him. I'm always vocal, thanking him for my life right now. You can see my social media. I never criticizes him. It's always praising even though there's something going on inside our house. I will never speak or talk about our fights on my social media. It's because I am protecting him and I'm protecting my children. We have kids, the next 10-20 years there's gonna be social media and they might see this. I think it's really selfish for him to post for views, for attention, for sympathy. If you can go up here and talk to me and you will say to people that out of transparency I will talk about it, but you are transparent to the public but you are not transparent to me. Just for clarification too, half of the trip paid by his ex-wife, all of the park tickets, Universal and also Disney World, it was paid by his ex, and also the Airbnb and the grocery. I just wanted to let you know too that we have a really good relationship with the ex-wife, and to be honest with you, she's really nice to my kids and she's really nice to me. She's like my closest mother here in Hawaii. I can talk to her anytime and she's really a good person. And I remember when we were in the mainland, she told us, my parents and me, and she said that this is my gift to you. You are wondering why my parents came over, because we supposedly go back to the Philippines for 3 months, just me and the kids. It's because I am really homesick. I've been here for 2 years. He promised me that we're gonna go back to the Philippines at least once or twice a year, but that never happened. And so I kept on telling him that I need to go back. It's because we have activities, like my ate is gonna get married, my big sister, and I am the maid of honor. And also I wanted to do some christening for the kids, and also I wanted to spend Christmas with my whole family. It's been 2 years since they haven't seen Race, and they haven't met Rocky, because I gave birth to Rocky here in Hawaii. And you know, it's just really a family thing. You need to go back, and it's just sad. It's because fast forward to the booking day, he already booked going back to the Philippines, and then that same day he canceled it too. It's because he said that I'm ungrateful. It's because I didn't said thank you right away. It's because at that time I got excited. It's because the ex-wife said that she's gonna come. Same day, the same exact day when he booked it, he canceled it right away. And you know, I don't have any choice. It's because I don't have money. I don't have any control about
And I discovered through text that she had been discussing this with her family and making plans to also take the children.
my ate, my big sister, is back in the Philippines. I contacted her about what's going on here. And then I told her that my mom is gonna go back same date with my papa. And she needs to book for my ate. But that didn't happen. It's because they had to rebook the ticket for them to go back to the Philippines. It's earlier because my papa supposedly go back to the Philippines on January 5th. But that didn't happen. They went back home yesterday, December 30, and they arrive at December 31. You know what's really sad is that my parents are very excited, especially my papa. He thought that it's gonna be a great trip, but it's disaster. They came here just to be disrespected. They stress na sobrang.
All right, we're gonna end that. So what do you have to say now?
I don't know how. She'd never explained how he disrespected. He took something out of his hand. What did he do?
He yelled at her parents and snatched keys out of her father's hands.
I just don't know what precipitated that. You know, it's like it just seems like, you know, he said that. Hold up. So, what precipitated? Because I just wouldn't snatch something out of your hand.
He said he was frustrated from other videos. He said he was frustrated over something that was going on. And then he copped an attitude. He admitted to all this. This is what I'm saying. You guys, I mean, if you look at the overall picture, there are two sides to the truth plus the actual truth. That person's side that you're listening to, her side, and then the actual truth.
So my other question is, why is she talking to his ex-wife?
No, he actually brought the ex-wife into the picture, not her.
Yeah, why would he do that? I don't understand that. Did they have? Well, let me ask that. Maybe I don't know the context. Maybe does he have children?
He has a son that's out of wedlock with another married woman. I don't know if this is a particular ex-wife he was talking about, but because the ex-wife or the woman he had the baby by, because he brings this up in another story, the woman he had a baby by was married. And by default of the law, the person she was married to got to sign off on the birth certificate and claim the child, even though he wanted the father. He wanted to be the father. So he had a big issue with that.
I mean, that's okay. The law, and that
so maybe that's the person that he had the child by, even though she calls her ex, his ex, but maybe that's also his son's mother. I don't know. That's not necessarily clear. But as the story unfolds, one, like Kanal said, he's a grown-ass man in his 50s. Why he would get online and start this whole narrative that he's being done wrong and somehow seemingly locked in a 4-story building in Hawaii where he's separate from his family. All he has to do is go upstairs. I can tell you right now, there's no Filipino family out there that's so just disoriented that they will not include him in any festivities that were going on up the steps. He chose to go down and make that video. He chose to put his business out online. for the world
weren't
to
they
judge.
living there? Weren't they living kind of online?
Only if you
business
heard what
prior
she
to that?
said, if you heard what she said, he decided to do all this to get clicks and views. She doesn't really care.
But wasn't they doing clicks and views before he met? I mean, it looked like
No,
he was
Chad
doing
is the
clicks
one
and
that's had
views
the internet more than Chad has
what
had
I'm
a
saying
page.
is, it looks like if he has these wedding pictures and she got all this stuff, and I filed for the K-1 visa, that he was doing this before they got married. So she knew he was doing this way before that. So his YouTube or whatever social media he was doing was prior to them ever getting together.
And whose channel is it on? His.
No, it might be on his. I mean, if he's living a social media life, yeah.
Okay, so who's going for clicks and views, her or him more so?
Either, yeah, he could be doing the clicks and views, but that doesn't mean his story is not true.
His story is not true as far as what? Her attitude as far as being a gold digger?
Yeah, I never heard him say
or being Americanized in some way?
Oh, she probably is Americanized.
How so? You said probably, but how so? You're putting all these conjectures out there.
Well, you said probably that he started the disrespect. I mean, you did the same thing I just did.
What do you mean?
You're reading into something that you don't know what happened. You don't.
I'm looking at both stories. I'm looking at both sides of the story. I got just as many videos of his idea of what a relationship is as much as her side of the story. I looked at both sides.
So what's his idea of a relationship?
Yeah, I'm going to show you what he thinks is fun for his father-in-law that's coming out for a holiday to spend with his family, what he thinks is fun. But I'm sure there's a little sarcasm in this video. Let me just show you this.
This is my father-in-law, the great Renato Cunanan, and he's coming to America. He secured a tourist visa to visit us here in Hawaii for this Christmas. And I've got a ton of fun activities planned for him. Oh, he's going to love it. Let me show you. We're going to rebuild this engine and then stick it back in the Volkswagen van again. And then we're going to pull up all this old carpet and relay flooring. We also have to replace these sliding doors to the living room. Good fun. And lots of repainting over all our children's beautiful artwork, especially on the home theater screen. How could I forget? We're going to have to haul out these old appliances and put in some new ones. Yeah, these kitchen countertops were just temporary wood. We're going to have to get some granite and then finish them up. Termites attacked the bamboo flooring, so we got to replace all that also. Kids destroyed all the wallpaper, so off it comes. Sand and repaint. Ah, fun. The aquarium makes a great toy box, but I think we have to take it out and replace the whole closet system with some nice shelving for the toys. The elevator works great, but the doors are a little sticky, so we've got to take them off and do a little planing for a better fit. Ah, and we finally come to the second kitchen. The whole thing has to be done. Yeah, I think a couple weeks on vacation is enough time to do all this.
Come on, man. I know you ain't really being serious. That's what you think he had him doing. When I look at that video, I look at a dude trying to flex of all the things he got. He flexing. That's a flex. That ain't like, oh, I want him to do all of that. That's, hey, I want to show you my elevator. I want to show you my kitchen. I want to show you all these things. You think he really got him over there to fix an engine? That's just a flex he doing, man. Just show all his materialistic stuff. And so the question is, I want to
wait.
Show me a video.
Before listen. Slow down. You just made a statement. Let me rebut to the statement.
All right.
Okay. So he's doing all this flexing in front of the camera. So who's on social media for clicks and views?
He has
her
a social
or him?
Media,
her or him? Answer the question. Don't answer with another question.
And
Thank you.
I don't know what that. You didn't prove nothing. I don't know what that proved.
That was from the prior statement that you had made. How do you know she wasn't out about the clicks and views too?
I never said that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. We're in the denial game today.
I never said. Did I say she was about clicks and views? I never said that.
I'm gonna say this.
I said this. Wait, let me say this. I said that she knew. You said, "Oh, he's about clicks and views," and I said,
yes,
she knew that when she got married to him. That's what I said. I said when I looked at the video, he was clicks and views before before they ever got married. So she knew he was about to kick some views. That's what I said. Don't misquote me.
He says, so Drew says, I see a man that didn't want to come to the house yet because it was not yet ready. He did it sarcastically.
That's what I said.
Okay. So let's go back to the original rebut of his initial statement that everybody in the world jumped on. He promised her every listen.
To say.
Oh, go ahead, Kano.
No, I was saying that's totally disrespectful.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm looking at not as an American, as a foreigner. And it's just like, I would never do that. Ever. And I don't see this being a joke, being a flex. That's utterly disrespectful. And trust me, I think the father will probably see that as disrespectful. So I'm basically coming to your country to spend time with my grandkids and my daughter, and you putting me to work?
You think he really put him to work? I don't think he put him to work.
After 2 years. And I agree with Drew. There might be some sarcasm in there, but I think there's a hint of truth too. If he can actually get him to help him do some things while he's there, then why not? He's just sitting around the house anyway.
What would be the issue with that if he did say, hey, man, I need you to help me with this?
Because he's on vacation. He hasn't seen his granddaughter or his daughter in 2 years. Did you not catch that from what she said? He promised her. Wait. Let me finish my statement. He promised her twice a year, every year they would go back to the Philippines. It's been 2 years. They have not gone back. This man is wealthy. He can afford to fly them back. So why hasn't he followed through on his promise?
I don't know that.
Okay, so you can't excuse that after 2 years of her
but
putting
you don't
up
know
with
why
lying.
He didn't. But you
but
don't
the
know
whole
why
thing is you can't excuse the fact that he made promises he did not follow through on.
But you don't know why he did not follow through on it.
Are you going to make an excuse up for everything that I say without any kind of
I'm looking at it.
evidence?
What you keep saying is,
do you have a video of him showing? Hold up.
You don't know why.
Did you look for any video evidence showing that he said that I excluded us going home or for her home twice a year because of these reasons? Why should I have to go look that up?
All I'm saying is you're saying something, and I'm saying you don't know the reason behind it.
That's very true, Drew. But a lot of Filipinos are very stoic. They're not like, big huggers and stuff like that. So you're not going to catch a lot of Filipino men being highly emotional in public. They're going to be pretty stoic in public. Now, in private, you will see that with their inner family, but you're not going to see that overall in public. So, yeah, I understand how he had his arms folded. But the son was not, he wasn't even standing close to his father. It was kind of like there was some space between them instead of them being right up close to each other. So.
And didn't he take him to Disney World or something crazy like that?
We're going to get to that. Again, you're making these suggestions, man, but you didn't know one video.
I said, didn't he take him? You're saying it like he didn't do nothing. Hold up. What I see is a dude that flew the whole family over there. He took him to Disney World. It's like, you keep saying.
You're talking about a wealthy man.
But you keep
and now
saying
you're saying it's a flex for him to do these things.
No, I said he was probably flexing when he was showing that.
He can flex the house, but he can't flex he can't flex by being respectful to his father, who he honored with buying a whole scooter and made a big deal about it. He can't even be flexible enough to make sure on a regular time to respect that man, to allow him to see his grandchildren that are growing up.
He just brought he brought the whole family over there.
You just had your daughter and your family was there within a month of the baby being born.
So they went to go see him. See, hold up. You're saying two different things. She said, I want to go to the Philippines. And what they did was he said, I'm bringing the Philippines to you. And you saying that's not good enough. See, she said, I need to go over there and I need to christen and I need to do that. But you didn't. Yeah. And you said he was wrong for not doing that. But you didn't say he was right for bringing the whole family there.
You don't think he owed her? You don't think he owed that to her?
You're
bringing a foreign woman into a country. She has no family, no friends. You're isolating her.
He just brought her whole family.
Hold up. Let me finish. And she admitted that she doesn't have access to any money. So you basically keeping her house poor just to watch and keep over your kids.
There
This
you
is the
go.
way
You're
you're going to
making
treat your
another
wife?
assumption. You're
No,
making
she
another
just said
assumption.
it. I just played a video where she said it. I don't have access to money. If she scheduled something, he canceled it because he was upset. She said
how
all
you know
this.
how
Did
much
you not
money he
hear
got?
it?
How you know how much money he got?
Bruh.
You still making assumptions.
This guy is a braggart. All you have to do is go through his social media. He claims to be wealthy. Most people
I know
see
a lot
that
of
he's
people who
wealthy.
claim that they got
Right.
they got stuff that
Most
they don't
people
have.
know him, and he's been on social media so long. He was flexing all kind of sports cars back in the day. Come on, man.
So he's flexing. So his thing is he had to take her back, and if he didn't, he's in the wrong.
Don't
So
make a
him
promise
bringing
that you can't keep. And so as a man, it's honorable for you to give a promise to somebody you're saying you're marrying.
He made a promise. I don't know what he said. So there's keep saying there's three sides to a story. And everything you say, this is the problem. Everything she says, you say, that's right. I believe her. Everything he says, you say he's wrong.
But he admits to it later.
Oh,
do I have to pull up all sides of the video?
I gotta hear him admit to it. Yes.
Then you need to go pull it up yourself.
I don't. You hold up. It's
you
like
need to go pull it up
like
yourself. Don't have me doing double time where I got to pull up my side of the evidence and your side. I already told you which way I was going to argue. If you're unprepared for the argument, then say I'm unprepared for this argument.
I'm like the judge. You saying that this dude
you're not the judge. How are you the judge? You're having a preconceived notion. So you can't be a judge and have a preconceived notion.
I'm not. I'm looking.
You're not arguing both sides. You're only seeing one side of it. And right now, it seems like you're defending this guy.
No, because you're only trying to show one side of it.
I am showing you both sides, and it's coming out of this man's mouth.
Well, let me see what he says that why he didn't take him to Disney or didn't take him to the Philippines.
Hold on. Let's find this one. Hold on. Let me see. Chad's reservation. Father-in-law, Chad eating dinner. I'm not sure which one this is. Hold on.
I'll take you guys to dinner.
A day in the life of a Filipina housewife.
That's in Philippines, so she can't. You're gonna have to interpret that one.
She's talking in English, it looked like.
He refuses to quit the marriage. Did I not download that one? I'm gonna give you a little history with this guy. Hold on. I'm gonna play this one.
Chad2Dad here. I didn't start a TikTok channel with the intention of creating any content. I actually installed TikTok because I had heard it was a place where a lot of American women go online to give divorce advice. And sure enough, I started to find and follow a lot of accounts of women who were selling divorce packets, divorce coaching, promoting divorce. And the angle is to make sure that you get your bag during the divorce. You know, don't settle, get as much as you can out of the divorce. And it was frightening to me, just frightening to me that this was out there, you know, that prevalent in American culture is the big divorce. In fact, a lot of those divorce influencers call it the great divorce. And the concept is, in this late stages of feminism, women across the board are just going to check out. They're just actively married women are going to divorce their husbands. They're not going to get married. And that's sort of the counter argument to the MGTOW and red pill movement, where men are checking out of the dating and marriage game as well. Yeah, it's utter chaos. And I just wanted to get a glimpse of all that. And then I started creating content about my marriage and my family. And yes, I recognize all of the problems with modern dating and modern relationships. I see the economic challenges placed on everyone. But I just thought I would show a different side of it, you know, the positive side. It's positive so far. I've had a long journey in dating and marriage to get to the point where I'm at now, which you can see in our videos. My beautiful young wife from the Philippines. Yes, so I'm a passport bro. I took steps to do what I needed to do. And got two beautiful children late in life. You know, the haters come on and call me their grandpa, and that's cool. But a man's prime function is to create the next generation. And I wanted to do that. And I was horrified by what I saw on TikTok promoting the opposite, the literal destruction of American culture and civilization at large as that concept
spreads and change. I think that the pendulum is swinging back to a more traditional, more respectable, more honorable, and more sustainable method of relating and dating. And that's the only reason I started creating content, is so you can get an example of that through the different videos of myself and my wife and our beautiful children. Anyway, that's my personal statement. Thank you so much for reaching 12,000 subscribers. I mean, that's amazing, amazing. I hope you guys enjoy what I'm saying and some of the fun stuff that we do. Take care. Aloha.
I don't know what you were proving there. I don't know what he basically was saying. I was looking for a wife.
No, he said he found a great wife, and they're the example.
Did you? Okay, how many people found a great wife, and then a year later they're like, that wasn't a great wife that I thought she was? You're saying it like if he at the time he's saying that means something. Everybody who gets married says they found a great partner.
Okay.
And then when they get divorced, it's the worst partner there was. I don't know what you just proved. You proved that he was just in love with the woman he married, which he should be.
So what's changed?
I don't know what's changed. Something changed.
But you have no supporting evidence. You have nothing. Okay, so let's go to the ex-wife.
I don't know what support.
Somehow my ex-wife got dragged into this story as the sponsor of everything, that I'm broke, and my ex-wife paid for the Disney World trip, the airfare, and everything. And that's interesting because we just worked out the bill to reimburse her, because she did book the Disney World trip as a matter of convenience. But I owe her back $803.80 minus the airfare that I paid for her to go over. But in that conversation with my ex, gave her an update on what's happening with Jan and I. And at the end of the conversation, she said, "You guys are liars." I said, "What do you mean?" She says, "You're making this up. You know, you're just making up this drama for views. You know, you both like social media, and it's just bullshit." And I said, no, we were liars before this. We were kidding ourselves before the Disney World disaster. You know, we were putting out there that we were this perfect couple who had beaten the odds, that we could overcome the age gap, culture gap, power gap, and everything else. And that I, late in life, achieved my dream of having children, and she achieved her dream of getting out of poverty. No, that was the lie. We were liars before this, and now we're facing the truth. And the truth is, yeah, we have the fundamental problems of any marriage, but we have completely different expectations. We had different expectations of how life would go with this, massive challenge before us. And I've always believed, and I do believe Jan believed, that it was driven by love. It doesn't override the transactional nature of our relationship, the way every relationship has transactional natures. But it's gotten really real because Jan and I have been talking, and she's going to go back to the Philippines. Here's the letter. "Hi, baby loves. I'm writing you a letter to tell you formally that I will go back to the Philippines on my second trimester, second week of April 2025. I know that it's going to be hard on you, me taking the kids back to my home country, but I think it's going to be the best decision to work our falling relationship. I would also like to have a written letter that you are allowing me to take the kids, allowing me to take the kids with me. I don't want to be in a position where I am being accused of something I have no intention of doing. The kids will be taken care very well with my family's help, as well as me during this pregnancy. I hope this time frame being away would also help you to focus on your work and business, Jan. So the plan is she will go back because she will get better support from her family there. Because here in Hawaii, it's just us. It's just two parents, raising two toddlers, and now, a third on the way. Well, it's scary. It's scary for both of us because, for me, it's if it's a willing departure, then I trust that she comes back. She wants to come back in the final trimester and have our third child here in Hawaii because it's better to have a child in America. That's a good part of being Americanized, I guess, because our first child was born in Manila and he contracted meningitis in the hospital and was in NICU for 14 days. And then she's trusting me to take care of them, provide them with everything they need while they're there. And the hardest part will be, for me personally, being away from my children. And I know it will be hard for Jayan because, I'm very bonded to them. They're very bonded to me, and she enjoys seeing that. That's what a family is. But it's also the reason why the Disney World trip happened and not her going back to the Philippines because she was homesick. I know she mentioned in an earlier post that I reneged on an agreement that she could go back for a couple of months. And the real reason I reneged on that is because after I'd agreed to it and actually booked the tickets, I was going to be without my children for 3 months. And it wasn't a bad renege or, cancellation because all I said to
there
her
go
was,
right there. He didn't want his kids left. What you mean?
Being without
I would do the same thing.
Months.
Brother, he lied. Stop it.
Man, look, he said he was going to go back, and then he thought, I don't want to be away from my kids. What kind of
He just said, I reneged on an agreement I said. He lied.
Why did he renege? Why did he renege?
Because it doesn't matter. That brother can get on a plane just like anybody else. He can still get on a plane and fly there himself.
Because he didn't want to be away from his kids.
But he can work from anywhere. He doesn't work for anybody. He works for his goddamn self. Get on a goddamn plane. Stop making excuses.
He don't look. What kind of selfish mom would leave in her second trimester?
Why would she be selfish after 2 years of giving up being anywhere around her family?
In her second trimester. That means she's 6 months, at least 3 to 6 months.
Do you know how many great hospitals are overseas? America does not have all the best hospitals.
Her family is here in the States.
Whose family?
Her family.
No, her family is in Manila, dummy.
No, dummy. Who is her family? Hold up. Who is her family, Ronan? Who is her family? Who is her?
Oh, you just saying? Wait. He just said.
Who is her family? Her family
he just
is
said. No, and he just said it would be a better situation for her to be in Manila. She would have more support because it is just him and her. And he outright admitted that. So now you're in denial of his own admission. Now you want to rewrite the history books when he just said that would be a better situation for her to be around her family. She would get better moral and physical support. Now you want to change it.
Trimester. He already said, look at what he said. He said, my first kid was born over there and had problems. Had trauma because of all the disease. Now, second, she want to fly all the way over there in her second trimester. He said, third, that the reality of what they had did not meet expectation. So he said he thought it was selfish for her to take the kids away. She's homesick. She is home. He did. I wrote down the notes while he's talking.
So am I.
He said he thought it was selfish why she would take the kids away. That's what he said.
Did you ignore the part where he said, I agreed and reneged?
Yes, he agreed and reneged. I would have done the same thing. You can't. He probably said,
you're selfish. You're just as selfish as him.
She probably bugged him so much. Let me go home. He said, all right, I'll let you go home. Then he thought about it.
So now you're making up things. Wait. Why do you get to make up things and I don't? Where do you see that she bugged him?
That's what she said. She said he had been
He did not say that.
You can play it again. He said she'd been asking me to go back home because she was homesick.
For 2 years.
Okay, but she's been pregnant them times. What are you talking about? It ain't like she was just not.
She said I needed to go home. One, because a auntie was getting married. She was supposed to be a bridesmaid or whatever for the wedding. She wanted to get the 2 children because she's Catholic. christened.
So
Did
there's
you
no
not hear the
Catholic,
reasoning?
there's no
She
Catholic,
gave logical.
there's no Catholic
listen,
churches in
she
Hawaii.
gave
There are no
logical
Catholic churches in
reasonings.
Hawaii. There's no
She
Catholic
wanted
churches
to
in
do it
Hawaii.
around her family, who are
There's no
also
Catholic
practicing
churches.
Catholics.
He is her family. What are you talking about? He's
okay.
her
So
family
you
now.
isolate your wife like that too, right?
He's her.
Stop
If my wife said she was going to leave in her second trimester, she would have not gone anywhere. What are you talking about?
Okay, that's you.
Yes,
that's not everybody on the planet.
Why would you let your wife?
That's you. That's not everybody on the planet.
Who already had an issue with the first pregnancy over there, go over and leave in the second trimester? That's selfish on her part. What was so urgent that she had to go back home in her second trimester?
It wasn't urgent. She had already.
If it wasn't urgent, then why did she need to go?
Because it's called a wedding and a schedule.
Hey, you know what?
So wait. Everybody's supposed to rearrange their lives because of her and him. And
you
him.
think everybody's gonna get married and gonna stop their marriage because she's pregnant? Yeah.
What?
Hold up. There's people we've had death in the family, and we're like, we can't go. Sorry, can't go. We had trips that were going to be planned. Can't go. Sorry. Now let me tell you this. The reason that her family came here in December is because every year we go there. And we said, nope, we can't do it. Can't even.
Well, no, she was pregnant. She's about to give birth.
That's what his wife was doing too. We said, we can't go there. Sorry. There comes a point when we can't go. And let me look this up, because I know there was something about they didn't even want you to fly after a certain time, because we was going to go on a cruise and they were like, sorry, can't do it.
I mean, I want to chime in. I mean, I think
good Lord, Jesus Christ.
No, you guys are going against each other. I'm just sitting back listening. I mean, to be honest.
I thought you had an opinion. You the one that brought the smoke in the group.
But you guys are bitching towards each other. I'm just sitting back hearing y'all bitch. Well, listen, this is a whole new year. I'm not going to interrupt anybody, man. Y'all, if y'all going at it, fuck it, do y'all thing, man. I'm going to just sit back and just wait until my turn to speak.
Go ahead.
All right. Right now, she's pregnant. We don't know what type of stress she's going through right now with all this shit that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it's better for her to go back home so she could be in the right mental, physical, stress-free environment, so be it, man. Because he's not doing a good job keeping her calm and stress-free while like pregnant. So if she needs to go home to create that stress-less environment, so be it, man. Because obviously he's not doing a good job at it right now, keeping up with all the happening on social media. So hey, it's what it is, man. He did not create a comfortable environment for her to relax and not be so stressed out. Because I'm looking at the videos of her. She looked like she aged, for one.
Yeah, she looks,
and two, she looks stressed out while pregnant.
But didn't he fly her family to the United States? She said, because she couldn't go there. So what he said in the film was, don't go there. I'll fly your family here. So didn't he fly her family here?
But you know, there's a lot of paperwork that goes involved. I mean, if it's better for her to go back home and be around her family, to be in her surrounding, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
But you don't think because he said he got a tourist visa. You know who paid for that tourist visa? So
they didn't say. They didn't say, and you can't assume.
You know who paid for that?
No. You just said you can't assume.
Wait. Hold up. Let me answer. Now it's my turn to speak. Y'all were waiting for me to speak. I'm gonna speak on it. So, in regards to the whole tourist visa, I think that was before she was pregnant. So now that she's pregnant, that tourist visa is no longer valid. Hence why she has to go back home. And plus, it was only her dad was coming, and I think the tourist visa was only for 2 weeks.
No, they had a whole thing where I just seen her mom and her sister. Yeah, all of them were here. He brought the whole family.
No, 3 of them came, not the whole family. Stop it.
But that's how many other people?
But I think it's happened all before the pregnancy, man. I think all this happened before the pregnancy.
No, it was just in December. They were at a.
It takes a while to get a tourist visa in the Philippines. You're not going to get it right away.
No, but weren't they just up here for December? And wasn't she still pregnant in December?
I don't know about that. But I mean, personally,
all this happened between October and December. All this is
you guys
transpired in the last 3 months. I'm just giving you a time frame. Go ahead.
Look, he's making the situation worse each time he decides to jump on TikTok. He's just making the shit worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, shut the fuck up, turn that shit off, and try to handle the situation between you and your wife. Like the world doesn't need to know everything that goes on. And I talked about this yesterday. We need to stop that, man. It's like, dude, handle that issue. This is your child and your wife, and you so caught up posting something on TikTok, like you have to say something. And obviously, she lost face, and that's one thing about the Asian culture. They don't like to lose face. So the
I don't
fact
know
that she
too many
lost
Latins
face,
like it.
I mean, but the Asian culture, that's huge. I mean, it's like she's trying to keep a smile on the face, but based on some of the videos that I've seen of her, she looks stressed out and she aged for her to be that age.
Can I say something? You just said she's not on the TikTok or she's not social media.
She does have social media.
She got more followers than him. What you talking about? She got 93,000 followers.
Do you understand Filipinos actually follow each other very? If I get over to
for
Philippines,
TikTok, come on, man. Now you
bro,
just said that he's on it for views.
listen
Man,
to me.
she got more
Bro,
followers.
you are
than him,
loud
and
as
she
fuck.
posts every
God
day.
damn, calm down. Jesus Christ. Just calm down a little bit. In the Filipino culture, when you're on the internet, you're semi-famous. So yes, a lot of Filipinos will follow you. If you look at any Filipino YouTuber, they have anywhere from 500 to goddamn 1 million followers. Why? Because they like that shit over there. They're all on TikTok. They're all on fucking YouTube.
You said when I came up before, you said, oh,
he started it. Yes, she was not doing it.
Hold up. You said he's doing it for clicks and views. So I was under the assumption that she wasn't even on social media.
No.
Then when I look her up, because you said for me to do my research, when I look her up, I'm like, hold up. She got twice as many followers as him.
Because they're Filipino.
And she got twice as many posts as him. So when she was posting on her TikTok. So she was looking for the clout too, because obviously if she posting, I see the clout.
Do you know her TikTok blew up since this thing? Do you know she actually grew? No, she grew in the last 30 to 60 days because of him. Not because of her.
For years, bro.
But the whole thing is her channel was not that big until he did what he did. But just so we can play this, because Kanal made sure I downloaded it.
Hi, Americanized Filipino wife here. I just wanted to give you an update since Chad2Dad went out with the kids to go to the park. This is my best time to engage with you. I just wanted to apologize for not engaging and posting too much. It's because if you know, the first trimester is really difficult. And I have 2 toddlers that constantly want my attention, and just a mother that keeping up with all of the mess that they did. By the way, and also I am so overwhelmed with all of the videos and all of the tags and all of the comments saying their 2 cents, and I cannot really cope up. I didn't really realize that I will get too much of this attention, and I'm just really overwhelmed right now. I just wanted to clarify for the second time, I am not going to set up any donations or GoFundMe. It's because I think that there's right people that needed it more than me. It's because with your follows, with your support, you already changed my life. It's because I just wanted to give you an update that I'm already monetized. So thank you so much for supporting my channel. With all of the attention that I am getting, I cannot stop thinking of what is gonna be my voice, what's next to me, how am I gonna use this platform to educate women to have their own money. I just felt that I was given a responsibility to educate women that you need to have your own money, or you need to have your own skill. So if there's uncomfortable situation, you can easily get out. And to all of the Filipino that is defending me, I just wanted to say maraming salamat. As in, sobrang full yung heart ko kasi nararamdaman ko kayo at sobrang, oh my gosh, naiyak ako. Sobrang
She's basically saying thank you.
Well, brother, I'm looking at her TikTok and it looks like they have the best life there is. And this is not his TikTok, this is her TikTok. She posting everything.
She said, I don't down my husband on the internet. She's already said that.
Living in Hawaii. I mean, she living a good life.
She's living a good life with no money in her pocket.
Bro,
You leave your wife like that? Do you give your wife access to any kind of money? Stop it.
What I'm looking at, she don't even need the money.
Your wife has a car. Listen, your wife has a car. She has the ability to go and come as she pleases as long as she checks in with you, I'm sure. Get out of here, bro. She's in Hawaii and she ain't got no way of getting around without his ass dragging her around.
Where did you get that at?
She just said, I don't have any access to money.
No, she didn't. She just said, I don't have my own money. God. She just said, I don't have my own. She said it.
All right, guys. There's a comment by Paul Miner. I mean, normally I don't disagree with him. I don't really fuck with him like that. But I totally agree with this statement. Can you post it up?
Which one? This one?
Yeah. Like I said, normally I don't fuck with this dude, but I agree with this statement.
Mm-hmm.
This is true. And I've seen this happen many times. A lot of guys, so they go to these countries, marry these women.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys are extremely insecure. When they come back and they bring these women back to the States, they give them no income to sustain themselves. Like, if they need to purchase anything, it has to go through the husband. They have no social circle, no job. They literally just stay in the house. In some cases, locked in the house. So, yes, this is a common thing that happens. This is a common thing that when American guys go overseas, find these women, bring them back to the States, this is the life that most of these women actually live. It's not this so-called glamorous life. And I agree with Roland. I don't think he's giving her money.
Well, brother,
to keep her own money. Like, listen, if I give you this is for you. I bet he has to co-sign everything she does.
Well, she seemed to be out a lot without him. Nails done, hair done, eyebrows getting arched at the park.
To go where? Kids. Back to the house?
I don't know where she going. I'm going through it and showing, man, she got a nice life. I mean, she got a nice life.
We know a lot of women that have a so-called nice life, yet they're miserable as hell.
They're kept
drinking, taking drugs in this big ass mansion, offering themselves.
Sugar babies.
Well, now y'all making a whole bunch of assumptions because I'm only
looking. No, I'm not making assumptions. This is the truth. This is the truth, man. This what goes on, and again, based on what I've seen, when a lot of American guys go to these countries and they marry these women and bring them back to the States, these dudes are extremely insecure that they may lose their women, so they keep them in the house. They have no social circle. They don't have anything.
But we don't know about that with her.
I mean, I'm speaking in general terms.
Yeah, in general terms. But we talking about them specifically. And I'm looking like she having a fun time, man.
Hey guys, I just wanted to give you an update. I am safe and the kids are safe, and I just wanted to thank all of you for your positive comments, supporting me through this process. And I just wanted to let you guys know that I am not setting up any GoFundMe or any donations. It's because I don't want to disappoint people, and
that's all meat,
part
protein,
of my
eat your
culture
food
as much as possible, especially you have children. If you can work things out,
you can eat pizza, burgers, and fries. No, it's time to eat food. Let's go. Come on.
You live on the mic there, black man.
Oh, my bad.
To some resolutions and conditions that now that I am 6 weeks pregnant, I am going back to the Philippines on my second trimester. I know it's not a good idea for me to go back to the Philippines because something might happen, but for me it's really.
She said it's not even a good idea
because this is also one of our problems, one of the root of our problems, that me longing to my home country and him thinking that I don't like to be in here. So we're just resolving little by little. I just wanted to clarify too that I am not getting any allowance and I don't have credit card. So everything that I am purchasing, I have to ask permission, and this needs to be discussed. So if you want something, we're gonna discuss it. This is how our marriage works. Honestly, I'm not the typical Filipina that's sending money to support my family.
Hold up, can you pause that for a second?
And
because if I'm not mistaken, on the therapist show, you said the exact same thing that she just said.
In Manila, we have businesses there. Our parents send us to a nice school growing up, so basically we have the money growing up. And I honestly have to say this, that I have eaten really great restaurants back home than here because it's really expensive here. Anyway, just wanted to say thank you everybody.
Yeah, you can't you can't pause a video while you're watching
Come on,
it.
get that.
You put it in there. If you put it in the present and do it, you can pause through it. But you said the exact same thing on the therapist show.
Which was what?
Which was any decision made, we can discuss it and I make the final decision. She said that. She said he
But
controls.
she says I have no credit cards of my own.
Okay. And that just means he controls the money.
Stop. Do you give your wife a credit card? Do you give your wife a credit card?
But that is just so you can use for other things. That ain't like she purchasing no plane ticket. She ain't purchasing no car. She ain't got
you were making every exception in the world to give this guy an out.
What did she? Okay, it looks like that she's still making purchases. I'm looking at her TikTok. She just said she got monetized.
And didn't she just say everything that I buy has to be approved by him?
Okay, he's running the. Did she work? He's probably running the finances. And I don't believe that's everything. I believe that's major things. Yeah, she did say there has to be a discussion. I don't think there has to be.
I don't have a credit card on my own.
Yeah, I don't think it's like, hey, you went to the grocery store. You can't do it. I don't think that.
Okay. First of all,
it's more major.
Let's go back to the basics. She said, my family has businesses in the Philippines. I don't necessarily need your money. She's told everybody, I don't have a GoFundMe. I don't want nobody setting up a GoFundMe. I don't need your fucking money. She said everything to the negative. Anybody that's sitting there really trying to grind out for money and sympathy. Okay. So she goes against the norm. She goes against the norm of somebody that's supposed to be out for a buck. She went against every norm.
Let's take big bites. Let's go. Let's go.
Here, let me. Kanal got food on the.
He motivated his son to eat.
Man, look, this is kind of like a wrong time because I got kids here. I'm trying to make their ass eat, and my oldest one is acting up, man.
We heard you said that protein. I heard you say something like a big
no, that's good meat. That's some good meat.
I heard you say,
bro. Listen, man. Look. My girl, she made this. She made sancocho, but this time what she did, she add oxtail, lamb.
So you're taking all the oxtail. Look at that.
Not the
selfish ass, man.
Yeah.
What?
Selfish ass. You taking all the oxtail.
You ate all the big.
Nah, bro.
Probably gave him a little one.
Hey, Fearless. Gabe has a big ass oxtail piece in his bowl. He's just eating around. I'm like, dude, you wasting good meat. You better eat it.
Eat that meat, boy. It's good. Good meat off that bone. So anyway, you want to jump in here, Kanal, or what?
Yeah, I already did, man. I mean, look, personally, I think it's just the fact that they both putting their business out there on social media for TikTok for the world and people like us to critique is foolishness. I think I'm concerned about her health. She looks stressed out. I mean, if she needs to go back home to take care of this pregnancy, so be it. But yes, it'd be better for her and that baby to be born within the United States, due to all the benefits of it. Right. But you know what? He's an American citizen, so that baby will still get its American citizenship papers and all that good stuff. But I think if they really trying to salvage the relationship, they need to stop all this TikTok shit, man. Like just shut it down and focus on the problem and go from there, because you got she's pregnant. And it's just all this back and forth. Yes, all this wild assumptions that we're making. We don't know what goes on. Right. But based on what I've seen in the past with other men who brought women from these countries back to the United States, it's never been a positive thing. It's been very controlling, even abusive at times. So that's my take on it.
Okay. So I just want to add this comment that Drew says, and Drew G, he has a son that's in Hawaii. Or daughter. I'm sorry, I don't want to get it wrong, Drew. So he goes to Hawaii a lot. So he says they do have a lot of a lot of free activities in Hawaii. It's too expensive to be doing a lot. However, you can tell he's rich. The house is in the hills. So this is somebody that knows. I've lived in Hawaii for 2 years. I know the extenuating costs. When even he shows a picture of him coming back from grocery shopping with 2 things of milk. Milk costs like $10 there, a gallon. And it ain't fucking cheap. They import a lot of stuff over there. So that's why I said there's 2 actual systems over there, Kama'aina rate and a tourist rate. And if you don't know that, you're going to pay the tourist rate. Nobody that lives there wants to pay that.
And think about this. So let's flip it. He may have some money, man, but still things cost what it costs. And you can hear her saying, oh, in my country, you know, I can get this for real cheap. Well, she's not in her country, man. And maybe he has to say, yeah. I mean, I tell you, when my wife first came here, I had to be like, hey, wait, hold up now. I know you eat fruit like that in your country and it costs $1. That same platter of fruit here at Kroger's costs $25. So we got to kind of do something a little different. That's just how it is. The things that you buy there that are just easy are not the same here. It's going to cost you. So I don't see anything. It's his money. He paying for everything. And that's what he said. He said, you know, he now, if you go back to his video, what did he say? It was transactional. This is a transactional relationship. I know it. That means
he said two different things. He said difference in expectation and transactional nature. Obviously, if you look at hypergamy, everything is transactional.
No, okay. But does that mean he has to give her all of his money?
Damn. I did I say all? That's an extreme.
Okay.
But you should give her an allowance. God damn.
Why he got to give her an allowance?
Bruh, come on, man. You gonna keep your woman in the house cash fucking poor.
How is she poor, man? I'm looking at the videos. She may not have cash, but she has everything else. So you telling me if you have a son, a daughter, or whomever, and you just don't give her money, but here, I'll put you on a chain.
I'll keep you chained to the house, and I'll bring everything in the house that you need. Are you gonna be satisfied with that? That's basically what you're doing. If you're saying you can't do anything, can't go nowhere, here, I'll get everything provided to you. That's still being trapped to a house.
You just made an assumption.
That's exactly what it is.
No. They said they make decisions on things, and maybe that's big things. Right. You don't know. You think he's saying, oh, you can't get your nails done, you can't get your hair done, you need to talk to me about that. Oh, if you're going to buy ice cream for the kids, you got to talk to me about that. So she probably has access to money. She probably just doesn't have access to a lot of funds. Like, oh, I need to go to back to Philippines funds.
Here, let's show you how he likes to have fun. Okay. I'm gonna show you how he showed her green card for the first time.
What is this?
It's a treasure hunt.
Kitchen drawer.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, this is a prize. There's glue?
Look, that's how treasure hunts work, American style. You go a kitchen drawer.
Oh.
So then you go to the kitchen drawer.
Kitchen drawer. Oh my God. Is this included?
Rocky just did that.
Is this included? No, it's not included. God, it's this. It's not there.
What happened? What happened?
Mom's on a treasure hunt.
In the bridge. Oh my God. Under a pillow on the couch.
Oh, that was an easy one. What's that say?
Behind the TV. What's TV? We
have more than one TV. What? What's the clue? What's the clue?
Last one in the mail.
In the mail?
Oh, I think that the green card is there, yeah? I think so.
Wait.
You said in the mail. We're gonna go down.
Did you look in the mail?
Yeah, look up here.
You have to look in the mail.
Oh. There. I looked uglier.
Oh. Wait, cover the data. Let's see. Let's just see the picture. Come on.
Just look for the permanent resident.
That's what it is. Dun, da.
Yeah, I can leave you finally.
I need to find richer than you.
Good luck.
So
I'm one of a kind. I just went to the mailbox, got the mail, and I was like, oh, this is it. Oh, now what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do to like get back on the fun surprise thing? So that's why you got your little treasure hunt.
I thought it's a new bag.
Man, that's the bag right there. You got the biggest bag of all.
Oh, she wanted what? It's a new bag. Oh, so if she thought it was a new bag, which means she's had a bag before, right? Huh? That means she had a bag before. And I ain't probably a
nobody
Birkin
said
bag.
he did. Listen.
Oh, she don't get nothing.
Hold on, man. Didn't nobody say that he didn't lead with his wallet? Everybody in this fucking room knows he led with his wallet.
So she getting stuff. She thought it was the bag.
Listen, he said that he's led with his wallet.
So she's fine with accepting with that wallet, it seems. She cool with that Birkin bag. Thought it was a bag in there. She was happy with that. Even see what you just tried to show.
You being so condescending. You
What
are
did he
really
do that
being
was so
condescending.
bad?
Just as
What
bad
did
as
he
this
do?
guy with
What
the
did he
whole
do that was so
fucking
bad?
shopping around with the green card thing. That's so condescending to me.
What did he do that was so bad?
That's kind of childish, man. I wouldn't do that.
It's childish, but it wasn't like it was detrimental.
Well, you were making every excuse in the world.
I guess look. I guess everything's for content nowadays, right? Everything's for content.
That's what his thing is. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
And guess what? His relationship is fake, is phony, and is gonna fucking fail.
She got videos at all where it says, "Oh, I'm waiting for my U.S. citizenship." She making the videos right here. I'm looking at her thing.
My
U.S.
This is a fake ass relationship. Say who? You know what? They probably faking this whole thing out just to get views and subscribers.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if all this have been planned out by the both of them to create this so-called chaos for us to talk about this dumb shit.
And the thing was, it looked like. So she must have had some kind of tourist visa also, because when she had the baby, it was in Hawaii, and this looked like it was. She was pregnant when they was getting married, or before they got married. So am I correct with that?
Come on. Yeah, go ahead.
Say that again.
It looks as though that either she was pregnant and she got some kind of tourist visa or something prior to.
Well, if you look at the beginning video, the intro, it looks like each time he got to the Philippines, he would get her pregnant and then he would leave again. So it looked like they had both of their children either in the Philippines, and then he brought them back to Hawaii. Once she got her K-1 visa. Once she got her K-1 visa, she came back to Hawaii.
You sure she didn't have some kind of visa prior to?
No, it seemed like she had it.
Look at the intro again. Do I need to play the intro video again?
She got engaged December 27th, 2021, but she was already seeing him before that.
Bro, look at the video. Good Lord.
I'm looking at her YouTube. Her YouTube is she's in Hawaii.
TikTok time's out, but I make a move.
So it said 2020, didn't it? It said 2020, the first of the video.
No, I'm saying she was already able to go to the States, because in 6/27/2021, she was in Hawaii, or she had already seen him. And so they got engaged.
He came there to the Philippines. Watch it again.
TikTok time's out, but I make a move.
First meeting in the Maldives.
I'm saying
first meeting in the Maldives. That means she had a passport and she could go to Maldives. She had not been to the United States. That was a Maldives picture in 2021.
Then I don't know where they got engaged at. I'm looking at something to say engaged, but I couldn't tell you.
That's why I said you gotta pay attention to the beginning video. It starts off the whole pace.
Well, he met her family. So she flew to the Maldives to get him. She had something.
No, that was his first date with her. He chose to fly her there.
Okay.
Again, what do we tell men all the time? Stop pacing yourself with your wallet.
I think now that I agree with. I don't think you should ever lead with the wallet, and that's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
And that probably.
Don't you listen to these funky ass niggas tell you shit.
Good.
Yeah, no, that was dumb. But I'm trying to see where they had their kid, and it's kind of hard to.
I don't know, man. It's like this whole thing now. I'm starting to look at it. It could be staged.
I said that. Yeah, I just said that.
It could be staged for them to get their views, get their subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I just said that to Alex Bam.
Now it's just like, yeah.
Her name is J.Ann.
Yeah. She's not going anywhere. She's in her second trimester for as far as having a third child. She is not going anywhere, bro. Filipinos don't run away from marriages like that. I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so let's go down to it because I need to know what the issue is. What is the issue? Does she just need to see her family?
Yeah, she done said that about 5 different times in 5 different videos.
But didn't her family come to see her? So if her family,
it doesn't matter. There's other family is like the number one goddamn thing in a Filipino's life. Damn near. She's been gone from her family for 2 years. There was a wedding coming up. She's supposed to be a bridesmaid. She said traditionally she's a Catholic. She wanted to get both of her kids christened in a Catholic church there in the Philippines, not in fucking Hawaii, not anywhere else. You're saying, well, she should just pick some place. Some places are solemn to other people that you don't appreciate. There's a certain people might like to get all their family through the tradition of their family. They might all get their kids christened in one place. And yes, Filipinos love fucking drama, and they're experts at fucking gossip.
It seems to me she didn't have her priorities straight.
What?
No priorities.
Her man told her 2 years prior, I'll assure that we will come back to the Philippines twice a year. Never held up to it.
Was she knocked up during those times? Because I'm looking at the kids and they look like they stair stepping.
Yeah, of course they're stair stepping.
So she was
my kids
pregnant
every 2.5 years apart from each other. So what?
So she
that
was
means
pregnant during those times.
You had at least a year in between time to fly.
If she was pregnant during those times, he's might have been the same way. Like, hey,
you right. They do, man. There is no issue. LOL. Filipinos need drama like they need oxygen. Priorities for Filipinas: drama, family, and rice. Rice is
now
like
he is close to 60. I think he's like 23 and he's like 56.
30 years apart. I think he's 30. They're 30 years apart. And in their age gap.
He's close to 60. I seen something on there.
Yeah, I mean they met like 2020 is 2024, so I think it was 55. So he's about 59 right now, I believe.
See, he's older. I'm trying to see if I see anything with age on here, but it doesn't show it.
But we are an hour and 23 minutes into this. Y'all want to open up the panel? Because I'd like to hear from Drew G. Maybe he come up. I don't know if Alex Bam Bam has time. I know he's in Thailand, but he also had lived in the Philippines for quite a few years before he moved to Thailand. I don't know if you want to come up or not, but I would love to have more input on who y'all think. Right now, my poll has switched around a lot. It was as high as 67%. All the blame was on Chad. Then J.Ann, right now, nobody's blaming J.Ann. They're just saying 8% wholly is J.Ann's fault. 38% of the people are saying both. Both people were at fault. Not one or the other, but both. So right now it's Chad2Dad leading, and then obviously y'all both picked each other, so you got to live with the consequences of your choices. You know what I mean?
My thing is this: you keep giving her leadway. She got to go see her family. She got to go to this specific church to do a christening. All of that. You never said what he wanted.
Okay, let me say this as a man. I can move around the planet however I want. I'm not so attached to my family like that. But a feminine person or like a female, if she grew up in a tight-knit family, after a while, she's never traveled in her life. She's never been gone away from her family for more than a week or so. on her first shot, she's got to sit through 48 months and not have any attempt of seeing her family at all on her first travel across the world.
We went through that time. Same time.
What?
She didn't go immediately back. It was about 2 years.
Maybe well, I mean, Roland, it all depends. If she's getting her paper, she can't travel.
Right.
So
I know the limitation on when she can leave the country.
No, I mean, if she's getting a green card, she can't travel at all until she gets a green card. So if it took them 2 years to travel, then it took them 2 years to travel because she was getting a green card. Now that she has a green card, she could travel now freely. But if she's in the process of getting a green card, she cannot travel.
And she just got there when she got there. And to me, it seems like he said, okay, well, if you're let me flip the script because you keep doing it to her. Let me put myself in his shoes. Baby, you in your second trimester. You know, we already had one child that was born over there. First trimester. I thought she said she's into her second. No,
she is now.
Yeah, she's in her second trimester.
Nobody's going to let you travel on your first trimester. If you're sane, you wouldn't do it.
You shouldn't be doing it on third, second, and third. But he said, look, the first time you got pregnant, the kid was in the hospital for, was it 14 days, 21 days? How long was the kid in the hospital? Long time because of complications.
Yeah. And that was in Manila, of all places.
All right. So she want to go back to Manila. Anything can happen. So he's saying, and you're just saying how great it was. Well, it was so great that the first kid had complications. They had him in the hospital for 21 days. So he says, yeah, I want you to go back. She probably bugged him. I want to go back. All right, you can go back. Then he thought, well, man, why would he go back?
Is drawing conclusions now.
So I am putting myself in his shoes thinking like him. So he says, no, I don't want you to go back. How about this? How about if I bring your family here?
You really trying to connect the dots.
Can I bring your that? But looks like that's what happened. So she didn't go there, but he was nice enough to say, you know what? Let me bring your family here. So he brought her family to the United States, not only to the United States. So let's think about this. He's in Hawaii. Where is Disney World or Disneyland or wherever they went?
It's in Florida.
Oh, so he flew all the way from Hawaii, all the way to Florida and took her family from Philippines all the way to Florida. And you're saying he wasn't doing anything nice. He brought them to Disney World when they first got here. Let's spend some time at Disney World during the Christmas holiday. I don't see that as a man who has been selfish and not taking care of anything. Please tell me where he was doing something that was so bad. He says, I don't really want my kids to be away from me. You know, you're going to take both the kids over there. You're going to leave me here and you're pregnant. I really don't want that. So how about if I bring the family over here? Not only am I going to bring them over here, shit, we're going to spend even extra money to go to Disney World. They never even been to the United States. Let's take them all to Disney World. Please tell me where this dude was so bad at.
I'm not pausing because you stumped me. There's just no reason to answer a question because all you did was draw conclusions on everything that you just said.
All right, what was not fact? Did he bring the family?
There's no proof to anything. There's no proof to any of that. You don't know who paid for it because obviously there was a rumor the ex-wife actually paid for a lot of the parts they had to go to the trip to go to Hawaii and set up the fucking Airbnb because he outright admitted that he owes her $800 and some based on preempting all these trip costs.
Let me ask you this. Let's say he does over $800. Do you think that cost to Disney World was $800?
No, it's absolutely a hell of a lot more. And so what? He's rich.
So that's probably just like.
Here's the thing. You're acting like I spend $20,000, but I'm a multimillionaire. There's a lot of money in his fucking bucket. Why are you doing that?
So I'm not doing that. I'm saying he solved the issue. The issue was.
He didn't solve a fucking issue. Just because her parents are there doesn't mean she is not homesick for her homeland. It ain't just about the parents. It's about being in the Philippines, smelling your country.
Oh man, smelling your country. Come on, bro. Smelling your country.
Listen.
You leave. Then you shouldn't have got married.
How long have you left your country for long periods of time without coming back?
Well,
what's your longest time?
If I would have gotten married somewhere, like say Andre. I tell you what, say Andre from Andre Crossing. How long he leave the United States?
Not a good example because he doesn't really want to come back to the United States at all.
But he got.
That's not a good example at all. That it goes to the person. It really goes. It really comes. Like I said, listen. Listen again. I'm not a good person. You keep naming these people that don't like America and don't want to fucking be here. There's other people like me. I'm a loyalist. I don't give a fuck where I live. I'm still going to always claim America, never going to talk down about America, and never not going to want to fucking come back. Now, you got these people that will sit here and say they hate America to a point where they don't never want to cross its borders if they don't have to. That's never going to be me. So you can't say because you picking out these choice people that don't want to come back to the United States for whatever reason, they're fucking scarred. You know, and they don't want to come back because it's such a fucked up place. You still want to take advantage of all the fucking economic advantages that America fucking gives you, but you don't want to fucking come back here. Fuck all y'all.
I mean, everything that what Roland just said is true, man. It's like for me, I feel the same way. It's like regardless, you know, although I'm trying to become an expat overseas, I'm gonna still come back home. United States is home. It's
my fucking home, bro. I am never gonna deny.
I'm never gonna downplay it. I'm not gonna. I mean, yes, there's a lot of fuck shit that happens here within the United States, but I'm not gonna go out openly and degrade it because this country gave my mother and her kids an opportunity to do better for us.
So many people fighting to get here, but yet and still, you got a mouth to say you don't want to come back here. Come on, man.
I understand. Again, guys, I understand her wanting to go back to her country. It makes sense for her, and again, we don't. Yeah, I'm going based on my assumption. She's probably stressed out. She probably miss home, probably miss her cousins, her family, and wants to be around the families. You know, living in Hawaii doesn't mean that she's living happily there, man.
That's still United States, though.
No. And I'm just saying, just because she's in Hawaii doesn't mean that she's living this grand life. She probably cooped in the house all day.
But let me ask you something.
That's not according to him. She's living the highlight.
As a man, you know, yours kind of worked in reverse. And you know, you had to go down to the DR when your son was born. But if your girl was here, she was in the States, 6.5 months pregnant. She said, "Well, yeah, I'm here, but I want to go home and have a kid, and you ain't gonna be there. Or I just want to, you know, I want to disappear." You cool with that happening?
Well,
that wasn't the exact situation that this man is in.
That's what I'm just saying.
You making a real cross.
Wait. Let me answer that. Look, okay. For one, I'm going to be there, but the fact that with my current son situation, it happened during a wrong time where I couldn't make it, but I was there 2 days later. So for me,
I know you going there, but I'm saying reverse. Say she was here already,
and she wants to go back to DR. And but the question: does she have her papers or she doesn't?
Let's say she has her papers, and you here.
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
During the second or third trimester, you fine with it?
If the doctor says it's okay for her to travel, it's okay with me. It's 2 hours. Now, flying out to the Philippines, that's fucking 20 hours.
17, 20 hours and a layover, definitely.
So 2 hours would not affect me. If anything,
with 17 hours affect you.
If anything, I probably want her to go back home so she can be around her family, and because I know they should have a strong support system. I want to be. I won't be against it. I wouldn't be against it.
Chad said too. Chad said she would have a stronger support system,
and especially now, like what I know now, what it takes to get my kids citizenship. It's not that hard. All right, cool. You get pregnant again, you want to be around the family, go for it. Shit, you want to go now? I see you 9 months. I see you 9 months. It's like okay.
Oh no, that's a little different. You know, I was there when the kid was born, so it's like I
bet everyone in my kid. Well, I can't say that because I was deployed. It's the only reason I've never.
I mean, here's the thing. I was in DR. You cannot go in.
Yeah, you can't be in the room.
So even if I was there, I had to be forced to be outside.
Correct.
And I'm like, okay. So and all I can see is a screen of pictures taken. That's it. Well, I didn't miss anything. It's like, okay, cool. But if she feels that, you know, she's better off being back home with her family, I wouldn't be against it. It's like, you know what, hey, because at the end of the day, I want her to be healthy, not stressed, not sad, or anything, because I don't want that to affect the child. And it's just like, you know, if you want to be around your family that's gonna give you a better treatment, go for it. And plus it's cheaper, way fucking cheaper. All right, cool. Go ahead and do that.
I never heard anybody argue about saving money. I just don't understand the logic behind it.
About what?
Saving money.
Saving money for what?
It's cheaper to live or have that baby in another country.
It is.
I never heard anybody argue so hard about.
I'm not arguing about it.
I'm just saying on his behalf, because this is what, the narrative Fearless spun.
I know. I don't think he said anything about money. He didn't say nothing about money when it came to him.
Because it doesn't matter. The guy is wealthy. But he can get on a plane just as easily as he can. What's to stop him from working overseas on his timetable? Because it looked like, I think he's a day trader or something like that. He can trade anywhere in the fucking world. He does not have to be in Hawaii.
Hey, bro. Grab your deodorant. Put your deodorant on.
No, he's a day trader. I can tell you. He sits in front of the computer all day.
You took a shower?
So what's to stop him from doing that overseas? He could just as easily go to the Philippines, put them up in BGC and a nice fucking apartment up in a nice rich ass area. There's very good high end fucking hospitals there. You don't know what hospital that first baby was born in, and whether because he wasn't there and they were LDR, meaning long distance relationship, she had to go to a cheaper hospital that they could afford, more so than if he was there with his type of money, them going to a higher end private hospital there in Manila and having a safer birth. You don't know all the factors that go.
No, I mean, I don't even know if they was married on the first kid.
They weren't.
Yeah,
they weren't married until after the second. Yeah.
So I don't know
what's going on, Drew.
Salute,
my Hawaiian brother. Mahalo.
Yeah, I'm a mainland brother, man. I got roots in Hawaii a little bit.
Yeah, I know you do. So explain to us, what's Hawaiian scene look like when it comes to lifestyles?
I mean, where they're at, man, you can tell he's got money, bro. Because I looked at some of his YouTube page, and he's around a lot of supercars, and you gotta have a supercar. Yeah, you gotta have a supercar to be around supercars. So he's got that, and he just seems like the typical white guy in Hawaii who's really rich. Seems
really
like he doesn't have
arrogant.
a care for nothing. But one thing I picked up, and I think you guys probably picked up on it too, is that he is a consumer of the Passport Bro content. You can tell
calls
that.
himself a Passport Bro.
Yeah, he is a big consumer of Passport Bro content. So, all of the flags of not, I guess maybe not giving your wife or your partner as much freedom as because I seen a couple videos like on his page where he's favored or something like that, don't bring your girl back.
Yeah,
those type of videos. Or
yes, he's a big advocate for that. Yes.
Yep. So I can see his controlling nature of he's trying to control the situation. I really do believe you have to give your wife or your girl some type of stipend. It means something. She got to go buy pads. She got to go do stuff like that. You mean to tell me he's buying all that for her?
See, that's what I'm saying, Drew. That's what I don't think is true. I think it was major purchases. When she said, "Oh, I don't have any money," I don't think that's the case. I think because that means she can't go to the grocery store, and I don't think he following around like, "Oh, you can't do the groceries and you can't buy the kids clothes and stuff like that." I don't think that's it. I think it was major purchases.
Yeah, you're probably right. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't see them. I don't see them splitting up. I just think that I think I mentioned this earlier in the chat that I think it may be an age thing with the parents, because he's like, hey, I'm older than you, but I gotta respect you as my in-laws, and all the niceties I've already brought you. I already flew you guys from the Philippines to Hawaii. Now I'm flying you from Hawaii to Orlando. I'm putting you up in hotels. I'm buying Disney World tickets. My mom just passed away. I don't know if you guys picked up on that.
No, I didn't see any videos of that.
All right, go back. Go back to the very original video of him telling us this story about his wife being Americanized. And he says his mother passed away. So he was dealing with this issue. I guess he got in a confrontation in Orlando, and then they went to, I think, North Carolina or somewhere like that.
Georgia, I think it was something about Georgia.
Yeah.
I don't know what whole thing
he says that his mother passed away.
So yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I don't
I'm
know
sure he
that.
was stressed out, like I said. So I can
Yeah.
see you coming out of character a little bit.
Yeah. Because you got to
Especially
think.
when you're stressed out about a loss
Yeah.
like that.
Think about this. He's the one probably doing all the scheduling. I got to get these folks from Hawaii, from Philippines to Hawaii. Then I got to schedule plane tickets and hotel accommodations and
But
tickets.
stop right there
To,
for a second, Drew.
yeah, go ahead.
He might be the one that's doing all that, but she's quite capable. She's a college degree graduate. Remember, her father put them through private college. So he's not taking advantage of her abilities to do things or trusting her to do it, and he's trying to do it all on his own. That's not her fault.
Yeah, I'm
No,
just
it looked like
saying.
he was trying to. He looks like the ex-wife was doing the majority of it.
Yeah, there's some control there.
There's a lot of control when you're talking about everybody has to be a college graduate. Matter of fact, there was another video where he corrected somebody just recently about how Filipinos are not educated. And he went through the whole process of why Filipinos are very educated in order to get jobs in the Philippines. It's highly fucking competitive.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of very educated Filipinos, man. I run into a lot of them here in Vegas. And
well,
to
we
be
already
honest
know
with
by
you,
income statures who's the number 2 person that makes money. Filipinos.
Yeah,
And
they're very educated. The only thing just about them is just the fact that if they decide to come here, they may have to downgrade. I met Filipino dental assistant who said she was a dentist in the Philippines, but
Yes.
she's an assistant over
She got to
here.
get recertified here in American
Yeah.
standards before she can actually practice as a dentist.
Yeah.
So she's got to go through her certifications again.
So I was like, wow, what a downgrade. You downgraded to the lowest part of the office almost. You're not the hygienist. The hygienist is next to the doctor. You went all the way to the assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a doctor like that. They had to do that. And they just, because you have to go through certain certifications here. It's almost like starting all over.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with your internet, but you speaking like, God damn.
I said I was like,
you in turbo mode.
Am I still like that? Am I still?
Yeah, you're doing. Yeah.
Oh, I think, guys, I got all these monitors open. Give me a second.
Yeah, close all your little windows over there, man. Your little PC is struggling.
But I don't see. I don't know. I kind of saw. I think. I know you were saying that Filipinos, their stoicism in the photo. I think that there was some beef in the photo because they weren't even close together. It was like my man had his arm closed.
And he had his arms folded. Yeah, I saw
and
that.
His face. And his face.
And he had this kind of scowl on his face. So I'm like, what the fuck happened here? I saw it. I peeped that too.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking either he was stoic or it was something going on there where he kind of made this guy feel less than.
Yeah.
Because he brought him the trike or the scooter thing.
Yep.
So I don't know, during the ride, if he kind of, how white people can say off-colored shit.
Yeah.
And Filipino man looking at him like, yeah, man, don't.
And I bet you that's what's going on.
That shit.
He's saying a lot of off-color jokes, and I probably do this for you, and I gotta support you, and how are you guys gonna eat while you're here? It's gotta be on me, a lot of slick shit. He probably saying.
And also too, man, it's like if you buy someone a gift, why take pictures and record it?
Again, click something.
Is it something the Bible said? You do something, you do it in the dark. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It's just
yeah, I could see a lot of slick shit that dude says though. He probably says a lot of slick shit around him.
Or around matter of fact, I'm gonna show you this just because it must have got to a point where she got fed up. This guy is not a military guy, but watch what happens when he's playing around with the kids. And if I could freeze it within the first 2 seconds, watch her roll her eyes the way he talks to the kids.
Attention! After you've consumed your nutrients and fortified your bodies, it's off to drills, where we will train to take on the day and vanquish all of our foes. Be thy ready, stalwart troopers. Yes! I wasn't going to hit you. I put my arm up and he totally flinched. But that's what you must do. You must strike fear.
Why did you flinch?
Nah, I didn't see that.
You didn't see the eye roll?
Well, I don't think it was towards that.
Mm.
I didn't think it was. I mean, you have to be. Yeah, I don't think that was towards that. I mean, shit. I put my nephews and nieces through army drills too when they were kids. So I was like, hey, it is what it is.
And you know, another thing too, I think Kamal, and he mentioned this too. You know, man, it's got to be stressful as hell to have 3 little ones like that.
It is,
and a third one on the way.
Well, 2 little ones and a third one. Yeah, I have my kids stair stepped every 2 years. So believe me, I understand how that feels.
Yeah,
and the fact that she's doing it by
you
herself.
can tell by the condition of the house a lot that she's not
messy.
cleaning up.
Nope.
Probably as regular as it's messy. Exactly. Good. Yeah, it's messy.
Yeah.
They got a bed on the floor. I'm like,
that's
right,
the thing I couldn't understand. Is like, why don't you have bed frames, bro?
Yeah.
For all the money you have, why don't you have mattresses on the floor?
Oh, that money goes into his cars, bro. He ain't got no time for no frame.
Quite possibly, and that's why I'm saying, where are your priorities, man?
Yep.
You know, and then even him joking around saying, I need this done, this done, this done in the house when my father-in-law comes. How come you didn't pay workers to come and do that shit?
Yep. That was another thing I looked at too, is like, man, either he puts a lot of money in cars or something, but he doesn't put anything to that house.
I think he's a day trader, but I don't know how much he has in his liquidity, you know, versus what he has out there on the market.
Yeah.
And whether he's leveraging that for his buys and whatever he buys. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see them. More is going to come out, I'm sure.
Well, like I said, his mindset, if you go to his most recent videos, he's apologized for a lot of the things he said.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's like, are you really serious? Did you just put that out there just because you're a fucking male drama queen?
Yeah, he's getting clowned. He's getting clowned for it.
Let me ask you a question, Ronan. So your girl is younger. Are you older than her parents?
Yeah.
So if they try to tell you something, you're like, bro, I done had a whole family before.
Look,
I mean, I know you say you're gonna respect them, but let's just be honest. If
listen,
they try to
let me answer. Let me answer. First of all, I would still do the traditional thing and allow his hand to go to my forehead. I would do that out of respect for their culture. As far as communicating, I don't mind having people with input. Doesn't necessarily mean I have to do it. I can be polite and accept the words that are coming from somebody, especially in their culture, in their country. If I'm doing something in their country, I'm going to heed to their words. Now, if they come here and I'm telling them there's certain things that are going on here, I would expect the same treatment.
But Ronan, you just kind of shot yourself in the foot.
No, I did not. Didn't nobody say I was yelling at somebody. I said I would expect the same treatment. I didn't say I'm going to snatch some keys out of somebody's hand. I didn't say I was going to do all kind of disrespectful, loud talking to her parents. I didn't say any of that.
But you don't know what.
So no, you can't put me in the same.
Hey, put deodorant on. That's your deodorant. Put that deodorant in your bag. Put it on right now.
Don't put me in that shit because I'm not that guy.
But I'm saying they're in his country. So if you bring them all over here, if you bring her whole family over here, don't you think they should be going by kind of what your rules are, how you kind of set things up?
Who said that they didn't? Did you hear the premise on why he snatched the coat? Okay. There are a lot of listen. Okay, so the premise was the father went out and loaded up the van to help out the husband. He went out and loaded up the van, and I think he was going to go and just start the car so it could warm up. And something happened in the house to where the son-in-law or him, Chad, went out and grabbed the keys out of the father's hand and went out and sat in the van and started it himself. But the father actually was loading up the vehicle with the luggage and everything else.
Oh, so
what was the issue? I still don't know what I'm lost on what happened. I don't know.
I'm lost on why he got mad to snatch the keys out of his hand.
Yeah. Something happened in Disneyland. Something happened at Disney World, and like you said, that is involving some keys. Like I said, if you can see that original video, The very
It
first
wasn't in
video he
there.
put out, that's what he said. Something happened at Disneyland.
Yeah, but he never goes into detail what. So you have to draw lines.
Mm-hmm.
But he's
You get what I'm
saying he was
saying?
disrespected. He's saying
But
he
he
was
never said
disrespected.
how. He's never come out and said, my father-in-law did this to me, and this
That-
is why I said what I
I
said.
mean, it didn't happen. He said he was disrespected first, and whatever the keys followed was his
Detail what happened. Here's the thing. You can say all the fucking things you want to say, but he has not come out and said anything about what caused his idea of what disrespect was. He hasn't said a word.
You're right. He hasn't. He hasn't. But you know what though? I think Fearless bring up a good point to you, Ronan. Like,
Which
so
was?
if you were to bring over her parents,
Mhm.
are into your home, are they and they're younger than you?
Mhm.
How are you treating them again?
With the same respect they're giving me.
Okay.
But it's still going to be certain rules in your home because it's your home.
Then here's the thing. You're keying off on this whole thing where there was a rule broken. Where did that come from? How do you know there was a rule broken in his house that caused the disrespect? We don't even know what the disrespect was yet, but you're saying it's some type of rule that was in his home that got him angry.
But his disrespect was he snatched the keys.
You don't think that's disrespectful? If I came over and snatched some keys out your fucking hand, you wouldn't take that as disrespect?
But something transpired before that.
Exactly, but that's not been discussed.
What did she say? What did she
truth?
say?
Hmm?
What did she say? Did she say that because she was explaining what happened, right?
She says something she didn't actually go into it. I have that video where she's like dispelling everything he said.
Yeah, I think she said
She didn't
something
really go
like
into it.
he
Want
talked
me to
to
play
her
it again?
parents.
Again.
Yeah, play it one more time. What she said that he did disrespectful kind of.
I want to say, is it this one or that one? I'm going to play.
Well, it didn't take long. It only took 2 years, literally to the day, December 27th.
That's the original.
For my Filipino wife to become fully Americanized.
I think the word Americanized has nothing to do with someone who is disrespectful, especially to your people. Let's say that your closest people. It's because he disrespected my parents, screaming, snatching some things verbally and physically. So what I am thinking that time, you are freely disrespecting me and abusing me. I think that's enough. You can do it. You can do it 24/7 to me. You can do it anytime. But to the point that you're gonna be disrespecting my people, especially my parents, I think that's what, draw the line. I think that's when the time that I said I want to separate. It's not because I wanted to separate just because I wanted it.
By the way, Filipinos say things knee-jerk reaction, but they don't really mean it.
With him for the last 2 years that I am here.
We got back from Orlando to St. Simons, Georgia. I was greeted with the announcement from Jayanne that she wanted a separation.
That's when his found out his mother died.
I am standing up for myself. I know it's really difficult because I have children, and I honestly doesn't want to separate with him. It's just came out to my mouth that I'm so fed up, I'm so done. It's because I'm so hurt and he's not gonna change. There's no way that he will change. All I know is if I didn't stop or I didn't make a move, it's gonna be a normal. He's gonna disrespect me, he's gonna disrespect my people, he's gonna disrespect anyone. So this is just me that, putting some boundaries.
Hate everything about me and what I provide and decide to leave.
He claims that I hated what he provides. As far as I remember, I'm always grateful for him. I'm always vocal, thanking him for my life right now. You can see my social media. I never criticizes him. It's always praising even though there's something going on inside our house. I will never speak or talk about our fights on my social media. It's because I am protecting him and I'm protecting my children. We have kids, the next 10, 20 years, there's gonna be social media and they might see this.
Pause it.
It's really selfish for him to post for
Ah.
views, for attention, for sympathy. If you can go up here and talk to me and
Yeah,
you
you
will
can't
say
pause.
to people that out of transparency, I will talk about it, but you're transparent to the public, but you are not transparent to me. Just for clarification too, half of the trip paid by his ex-wife, all of the park tickets, Universal and also Disney World, it was paid by his ex, and also the Airbnb and the grocery. I just wanted to let you know too that we have a really good relationship with the ex-wife, and to be honest with you, she's really nice to my kids and she's really nice to me. She's like my closest mother here in Hawaii. I can talk to her anytime, and you know, she's really a good person. And I remember when we were in the mainland, she told us, my parents and me, and she said that this is my gift to you. You are wondering why my parents came over, because we supposedly go back to the Philippines for 3 months, just me and the kids. It's because I am really homesick. I've been here for 2 years. He promised me that we're gonna go back to the Philippines at least once or twice a year, but that never happened. And so I kept on telling him that I need to go back. It's because we have activities, like my ate is gonna get married, my big sister, and I am the maid of honor. And also I wanted to do some christening for the kids, and also I wanted to spend Christmas with my whole family. It's been 2 years since they haven't seen Race and they haven't met Rocky, because I gave birth to Rocky here in Hawaii, and you know, it's just really a family thing. You need to go back, and
So she been having kids
it's just
back to
sad. It's
back.
because fast forward to the booking day, he already
Yeah,
booked
and
going back to
Christmas
the
is a
Philippines,
big
and then
deal in
that
the
same
Philippines
day
too.
he canceled it too. It's because he said that I'm ungrateful. It's because I
Yeah, the
didn't say
holidays is a
thank
big
you
deal in
right
the
away.
Philippines from
It's because
October
at
on.
that time I got excited. It's because the ex-wife said that she's gonna come. Same day, the same exact day when he booked it, he canceled it right away. And you know, I don't have any choice. It's because I don't have money. I don't have any control about
And I discovered through text that she had been discussing this with her family and making plans to also take the children.
Why wouldn't you take the children back if you're planning on having them christened?
my ate, my big sister, is back in the Philippines. I contacted her about what's going on here. And then I told her that my mom is gonna go back same date with my papa. And she needs to book for my ate. But that didn't happen. It's because they had to rebook the ticket for them to go back to the Philippines. It's earlier because my papa supposedly go back to the Philippines on January 5th. But that didn't happen. They went back home yesterday, December 30, and they arrive at December 31. You know what's really sad is that my parents are very excited, especially my papa. He thought that it's gonna be a great trip, but it's disaster. They came here just to be disrespected. They stress na sobrang stress ng mga mukha nila, alam mo yun. They're supposed to have.
She still didn't tell me how they got disrespected. Where the video with him saying what happened?
Well, she did say that there was verbal abuse and physical abuse. She did say that.
Yeah, but I want to hear the video where he was.
He has not come out with a video and saying exactly what he
You played
did.
the video.
No,
Yeah, there
that
was an
video.
original video at like when in her video is embedded his video, but you got to get to that original video of his. He's wearing a
I
black
didn't
shirt.
download that one.
Yeah, the original video of his where he's telling his side of the story. That's the one that's missing.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, you got to get that
Go
part.
grab that.
He's wearing a black Audi shirt. And he's explaining what
Y'all
happened.
go ahead and talk while I go look this up real quick. I'll pull it down.
And that the mother had passed away. His mother had passed away, and they had to go back to Georgia. So you know one thing I'm looking at too, like man, his ex-wife, they gotta be. I mean, she's loaded too. She's like, hey, I'm gonna pay for some of you guys' trip.
Was it the Audi shirt or the Lamborghini shirt?
He's wearing an Audi shirt, but you'll see him switch to a Lamborghini shirt throughout the video. In the video, but the video starts off with him in a black Audi shirt. That's the original video. That's the original video that's been going all around the net. But yeah, the ex-wife, man, she's probably like, man, yeah, I'm glad you got this fool off my hands.
Not happy in the relationship, all she can say to the world on social media, especially to.
It's one is the date. Recently, about the word abuse and all that.
Along those lines, the American system steps in. It steps in to protect her against any side of the stories. It's all assumed. I'm an evil, controlling, patriarchal, oppressive white dude. And the narrative quickly, instantly becomes me bad, she victim.
Yep. That's what Rona said. He bad. He victim.
That's always gonna hang over my head. I'm a passport, bro.
You are speeding up every time you talk, bro. No, don't play it like that. I'm gonna bring it up because it's all garbled.
Americanized means weaponization of the male-female relationship to benefit.
Bro, we can't understand it. It's breaking up.
No, just listen to myself. Go ahead.
Yeah, but we can hear
it.
Hold on. I gotta log in real quick.
I don't think that's the one. What do you say what happened?
But I'm gonna bring up the other video since I'm logging in on my other account real quick. Hold on. Video.
Yeah.
He never gets to it, even though he says it.
Or even greedy. But she senses and she knows the support that she would get if.
Don't bring up. Yeah, that's just me on my phone trying to upload it.
I still he didn't really say what happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't really say it. He never says it. But hold on, I got the video, so give me a second. 3 minutes and 51 seconds. And then I'll pull up his most recent one where he's apologizing.
I don't know. I'm listening to that video. I don't say anything. He just said,
"Yeah, you breaking up and echoing."
I don't know what's up there. Let me see what.
Hold on, man. It's almost loaded. You need to watch the most recent ones. If you're going to watch them, watch the ones that are most recent, where he's apologizing for damn near everything he said. All right, the video's loaded. I'm going to play it.
Well, it didn't take long. It only took 2 years, literally to the day, December 27th, for my Filipino wife to become fully Americanized, hate everything about me and what I provide, and decide to leave. Yeah. Welcome to the shittiest post that I'm ever going to make. There's a lot to it, and I'm not going to go into it, okay? But suffice to say, after providing and going on the Disney World trip, which included the funeral for my mom, I got up to day 6, I think, on that, because it all broke down at Magic Kingdom. Fucking ironic. And I didn't post anything after that, because when we got back from Orlando
to St. Simons, Georgia, I was greeted with the announcement from Jayanne that she wanted a separation. And then I discovered through text that she had been discussing this with her family and making plans to also take the children. So
is it fine for her to say she want to separate after his mom died?
That's a nuke.
I mean, that's some grieving, ain't it?
My bunker. So I
know she said it while they went to the mother's house
and just stayed by myself.
Yeah. You ain't say nothing about that, Ronan. How is that disrespectful?
And I missed Christmas with my children. My in-laws, my mother and my father-in-law, and Jayanne, they proceeded to open the presents without me. Presents all of which I bought.
In the words of Floyd, the disrespect.
The separation is a separation. I'm lucky enough to have a big house, and the logistics of it can be met right away, but I spent Christmas utterly by myself. And it's coming up.
The presents that he paid for.
And I'm still alone.
Exactly.
Because there's no communication from her. Why? Because she's communicating with her parents. She has the total backing and validation of her parents. Plus TikTok. All external sources of validation. And it's my position, my feelings are not relevant. She's got it figured out. She's got a plan. I'm waiting to hear what the plan is, and we'll see what happens from that point. But I'm pretty. I'm at peace with what has occurred, what could occur. I am done being Mr. Fix-It. Fix-It Felix. I'm not going to be the simp, nice guy, Fix-It Felix anymore. A relationship takes two people. And she made the decision for the separation. She's made the announcement and made plans with family to take our children back to the Philippines. And she's an adult. She has accountability. It's on her to come to me and explain to me what her plan is, such that it is, and what can be done about it. So, surprise, no more countdown with the great fun in Disney World. It was a fucking disaster. And, that's the truth. Social media is not about the truth, but I'm about the truth, so that's what I give you. Thanks.
So you can't see nothing from his side, Ronan? He got take the whole family there, find out his mama died.
I'm listening about 5 other things. Hold on. I'm listening to other things. Y'all want other videos, so hold on.
Now we can stop right there.
Yeah, we can do. I heard what I need to hear. His mama died. She said she want to separate, take the kids.
But his mom died after the Disneyland trip.
No, it was while they were at
Disney,
were
on there. Yeah, he said they were on it.
And all the drama has started at Disneyland, so the fight continues. You ever hear of Tampo?
Well, she's already pissed. If my mom died and all you worried about is I'm trying to take my kids somewhere, well, man, it's all about you. Where's my sympathy at? I'm still haven't been able to grieve. It's all about you. Like you said, it's all about you, your mom, and your dad, and your sister. And I want to be separated. And I want to take the kids here. F your mama. I mean, that's all I hear. I mean, Drew, am I right? Because it seemed like it was all about her.
Yeah, you are.
None of his feelings were in it.
And they went and opened the presents. She ain't got no money, and he obviously bought those presents.
Thanks, Paul. Man, I don't know what I think Ronan put something in my speaker so nobody could understand because I was talking
under the roof that he provided and the Christmas tree that he bought. Open the presents, man.
Without
drink all the eggnog.
The disrespect. I mean, you know what they say, don't kick a man when he's down. She said, shit, that's the best time to kick him.
I know, right? Then went out the next day and bought McDonald's for the kids and everything.
Goodness gracious.
She ain't even cooked the next day.
Man. Left that brother in the basement in his own home.
That brother could come out of the basement anytime he wanted. He put himself in there like a dumbass. Why would you put yourself in the basement and not come upstairs? Like you're in fear of your life or some shit? And your own goddamn house? Get out of here with
already
this shit.
animosity. With
So what? It's my fucking house. I will walk up in that bitch all day long, goddamn butt ass naked if I wanted to. Who would give a fuck?
They doing all that Filipino talking. You know, he don't know what they saying, but they talking right behind his back.
Learn the fucking language. What do we tell everybody else? Learn a language.
Also, too, Ronnie, you said the what is the silent treatment called?
It's called Tampo.
Yeah, so they giving him Tampo right in his own house.
And we already did a series
even invite his ass
on
upstairs.
Didn't invite him. We did a series on trauma, men suffer in silence.
Yeah, they gave him the silence treatment right in his own house. They probably didn't say, "Well, we're gonna open up these gifts. Go ahead and call Chad upstairs. You know, the kids, the babies are here. They want to see their presents open with their dad. They ain't say none of that.
None of that. I bet the mom and dad.
Hold on, I got a video where he talks about his in-laws. I'm not done listening to it, but I'm gonna just go ahead and download it because y'all ain't gonna be quiet so I can hear what the fuck is being said, even though I have to download both sides. No, I had to download both sides of the fucking argument. Nobody did any work but me. You know, I gotta download your argument and my argument too, right?
What me and Fearless are trying to tell you, Ronan, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit.
But the whole thing is, it's not necessarily not that it doesn't fit. It's just that this dude's a straight up right asshole.
I know.
But what make him an asshole? To me, he's spending all this money. He's doing all this thing.
Man, money don't mean nothing to a rich person. You acting like that's like some big ass fucking feat. Stop playing, man.
Why y'all keep saying money don't mean nothing to somebody who got it? Look, a $200 dinner is a $200 dinner. It don't matter how much money you're making. It's still a $200.
Okay,
dinner.
Crab Apple.
Sure.
Oh, that's a good point right there, Fearless, because she did say she's eating better in the Philippines.
Thank you. God damn, you act like this woman came from poverty. She didn't. But her family owns business.
But Ronan, what I'm saying,
he's not agreeing with you,
brother. But Ronan, what I'm saying is this: is that she said she ate better in the Philippines. That means he's taking her out to dinner in Hawaii, and she can't find nothing that she likes at the top restaurants.
Yep.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense, brother.
People have taste for different things.
Oh, see how man he's simping for this girl. I think you biased, man, because your girl's from the Philippines. Let's just put it out. You biased because your girl's from the Philippines and you simping for her.
What?
I hope you're simping for your girl over there. Because that's what it sounds like. You're gonna be Chad. You're gonna be Chad2Dad too.
Man, I'm not.
Man, you're gonna go over there and be like,
that ain't going down.
I can't.
But I'm uploading this other video. And this is him talking about disrespect. So maybe this will be the one where he explains what happened between the family.
All right. Yeah,
but give me a second. It's uploading.
He's simping for the
and all I'm doing is hearing echo, 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 because I got like 2 logins. I'm hearing you and myself. Oh no, it's almost done. Y'all got me doing all the backroom research. Y'all just running off at the damn mouth.
And I think Ronan gonna go
there it
over
is.
the Philippines.
All right, let's play this one.
Let's go.
But it's disaster. They came here just.
The 5 things that I did to disrespect my Filipino in-laws. Now I qualify Filipino because different cultures get disrespected in different ways. So don't come at me for being a racist. This is the context. Hi, Chad2Dad here. Had a horrible Disney World experience with my in-laws. And I'm just going to tell my side of it. Not my side of the story, but I'm going to say what I did to disrespect my Filipino mother and father. And as well as my sister. Number 1, I did not eat the food that they cooked. It wasn't because I didn't like it, and it wasn't because I wasn't hungry. It's because I protested.
I didn't eat the food that they cooked. And then number 2, when they left the food out on the table, that stayed out all day, when we came back from one of the Disney World days, I called them slobs for leaving the food out. Number 3, I clapped sarcastically when Mama finally stepped in and helped Jan by bathing the kids after a long day. I clapped loud and long and sarcastically. Number 4, I snatched the keys out of Papa's hands. He spent his morning loading the car up, getting ready to go back to Georgia, and he went to hand the keys to me, and I just snatched them out of his hand and went down to start the car. And number 5, I told Ate, fuck you too, when she said that I was being a bad host. All right, that's the facts. That's the truth. Those are the top 5 things that I did to disrespect my Filipino mother and father-in-law and my sister-in-law. I'm going to make things right. But it's too soon for that. And we will get to it. Thanks for watching. Bye.
So maybe, hold up, maybe his method wasn't right.
See, now you're making an excuse. Now you're making another fucking excuse.
You
just said I'm fucking wrong and I will make it up for it. But you sit here, get ready to make an excuse.
I did not. See how you did you hear what I said? You sounded like Chris and him on that channel.
You were making an excuse.
You sounded like did you let me finish anything I said?
Okay. You said but instead of saying yeah, he was wrong. You were saying but.
You tell me when I can go.
Go ahead.
All right. I understand exactly how he feels. Because this is what I was going to say. My wife's family came here. And if they came here and didn't have, if their purpose was to come here, and it's like I'm here with the family, and they didn't help anything out with the kid, and we've been doing it all, and when they finally helped, I'd have been the same way. Like, thank you. Finally. Y'all finally stepped up to help out. Y'all see us with these 2 kids, she's pregnant, and now you finally decided to help out. I appreciate it. Yes, I would have done the same thing. So I feel his in his shoes. So it's like, yes, man, somebody finally did something. Number 2, I've joked with her mom, right? Where I'll be like Guatemalan, and the joke is anything you do with your hands, you eat with your hands, because we've seen the Guatemalans do it. Now he might have been joking, and I'm the same way in my house, because in their house they'll put something in the refrigerator like an avocado that's just open. Not in the container. I'm like, nah, we don't do that here. Everything goes in the container. We don't leave it out. I ain't trying to get food poisoning. So, I say the same thing. Like, bro, I don't have, well, the difference is I don't have to say it to them because they clean up after everything. The purpose is if you coming over to the house and it's just hospitality, man. If I've taken care of your entire trip, I've paid for everything, I shouldn't have to do everything else. I probably paid for the food you cooked. I probably paid for everything else, all the food that you wanted. At least you could take care of the other stuff. It's like, damn, you want me to pay? You want me to clean up? You want me to buy? You want me to buy the groceries, pay for the groceries, cook it, and clean up? Come on, man.
And drive you to the store because you're the only one with a license.
Yeah. I mean, do something. He's probably like, now, my mom died. You're not an asset to me anymore. Now you more of a liability. Now I got 2 kids, a pregnant wife. I got to take care of mama, papa, and a sister. Y'all putting a burden on me, and my mama just died. Come on. Give me them damn keys. I'd have snatched some keys out of his hand too.
Man, hey, you know what? I don't know. I think he's falling back. He's falling back just to say this is what I did. I was wrong.
Drew, I felt the same thing where he really probably didn't know. You know how a man is.
Yeah, that ain't no real apology.
You're not really sorry.
Yeah,
but you have to say you sorry.
Yeah, you have to say you sorry. Yep, that's what I feel. I had to say I'm sorry. I did these 4 things. I told my sister-in-law, "Fuck you." you know, and I'm not gonna
No,
eat y'all
he didn't
food
say fuck
because
you. He said fuck you too. That
oh
means she
fuck you
said something.
too.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
means she said something, and
Yep.
then he said, "Well, fuck you too."
Yep.
It was an
Y'all
action. It was
really
a reaction
dissecting this.
Hey,
because it was
another
a
thing too.
reaction.
This dude, he's been back and forth in the Philippines, so he's accustomed to Philippine cuisine. It's something that he saw the way they cooked. He was like, "I'm not eating that. Y'all
Correct.
didn't wash your hands." It's something that they did. He
They
was like,
wash
"Man,
their hands, believe me.
I
They're
believe they
very
do,
clean
but it's
people.
something that they did, Ronan. He's been in the Philippines too many times, brother.
Hey,
He's eating the food.
one thing I
What did
noticed,
they
Roland.
do to the
You
food that he didn't like?
one thing is Roland, and
It's something
again,
that he
I'm just
saw because, like,
from
I'm gonna tell you, I'm a person that if I see somebody with long fingernails at the pot, I don't eat their
Oh
food.
fuck no, I don't. Yeah, you gotta watch.
Exactly.
I gotta
Yeah.
check underneath your nails. You know how
Yeah.
much freaking
I don't mess with your
bacteria
food.
is trapped between people's
Yeah.
fingernails and shit.
You
Go
tell
ahead,
me
V.
you made that, I'm not eating it.
Hey,
hey,
let
Go ahead,
Kanal
ENT.
get in
Go
here. Let
ahead.
Kanal get in here real quick. Go ahead, Kanal.
no one thing, just an observation. Roland, you defend the Philippines a lot.
Man, I see. I said it. I said it. I knew it. I
You know
said,
what,
he's
man? Look,
sipping for
I
him.
understand you got an interest out there, but dude,
I
you
understand
defend.
traditional values, and my
No,
thing
no, no, no,
is,
no, no, no. This has
hold
nothing to do with
on,
traditional value, man.
y'all don't defend the DR because
Nah,
your
I
women are
don't.
from the
I
DR.
call out fuck shit in
I
the
call
DR.
That's
him out.
bullshit.
I call it out.
That's
Nah,
bullshit.
but I mean, just today, I'm just
That's
sitting
bullshit.
back, just listening, and I'm not even
I
drinking.
told you I was gonna. I told you I was
No,
gonna.
but you do that a lot,
I
like
was.
Yeah.
like excessively a
I,
lot, to the point where it's like you
You
defend
sipping for him.
everything, man.
I
Yeah,
So
told you I
he's
was gonna
sipping
be the
for him.
out. I already told
no,
you I
you're
was
not.
gonna
I'm
be
not
the
talking
out.
about her. The Philippines culture, the
Yep.
people. You're constantly defending them a lot. I'm just that's just my observation, man.
Hey,
And I've been
Hey,
quiet all day. I've been
that's
quiet.
fine. Like I said, I don't have a problem with that. I like the Philippines, and I
Yeah.
understand the people. I'm sorry,
I'm gonna
y'all
tell
don't.
you one thing. I'm gonna tell you one thing. Like, so
I agree with you, Alex. I am overdoing it, and I'm doing it for a reason.
Well,
I'm gonna
okay,
tell
Roland.
I'm gonna tell
When
you
was the
one
last
thing.
time you were
Like,
there in the
even in
Philippines? When was
Filipino
the last
culture,
time you were
It
there?
I
doesn't
don't
matter
know.
about that. I'm
No,
telling you, I
it
like
does
the
matter.
people.
I'm asking you a
Why?
question. Like, when the last time you were
It's
there?
been over 10 years. Yeah,
So a lot has changed in 10 years.
absolutely. The people have changed. Society has changed. Technology has changed. A hell of a
So
lot
your
changed in the
perspective is
Philippines.
based on 10 years ago.
It can be. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll find out.
You know, one thing in the Philippines, like, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what they put in front of him, but I'm not eating balut.
Oh, I
You
won't.
know,
Yeah, I can eat balut, but there's certain things I won't eat either.
yeah. And I won't
Yeah.
eat. I don't eat. I think it's dinuguan, which is like that the blood meat
The
or
blood, yeah,
whatever.
the blood, yeah, the blood,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like pork blood or something like that. I don't eat that. I've been in a
It's,
lot of Filipino spots with friends of mine, and those are the two things that you can miss me with that.
let me ask Kanal this, since you said we don't talk about the Philippines and we talk about disrespect, because that gentleman said, "Hey, I wasn't eating it." Kanal, the first time I went to DR, I was at this chick's place, and she was like, "You want this rice?" I was like, "Huh?" She was like, "Oh no, this rice," and it was the burnt rice at the bottom of the pot.
Oh,
I was
gratin.
like,
Gratin.
no,
rice.
con. No, but
Yeah,
I said,
gratin.
oh hell no, you ain't tricking me like that. I ain't eat no damn burnt rice. I mean, you know, because that's how she came at me. Like, you eat the burnt rice. I was like, oh no, you ain't. She's like, nah, this is the good stuff. Nah, you ain't tricking me. About
Yeah,
5 minutes later, her sister came in. It was like, oh, you still got some con? And she started scraping it. And that's when I realized they eat that.
yeah.
But I was like that. But even when the mom was here, I was like, man, that's
Look
slave
at Alex.
food. Yeah, I was like, that's slave food. I ain't eating that. So it's still the same thing, Ronan. I said it before, and I'm glad Kanal you observed that. You simple. Everything that this dude does is wrong. Everything she does is right.
I don't like his attitude.
You didn't like Trump's attitude. And what's that got to do with anything? But so is it the way so what you're saying is, and we've had this argument before.
Oh my goodness, bro. Can we stay
saying,
on topic?
No,
Stay on topic
so
with
it's the way he says it, not what he says. Come on,
Yeah.
now.
No, it's what he's saying too. What he's saying is straight up like bullshit.
What is
I'm
he saying?
sorry. If you have money and you decide to marry into a family, and you can't give them the perception that this family is fucking poor. Because he said everything to the contrary. Stop. He said everything to the contrary, how he honors his father-in-law because of how hard he worked to do the things he did for his family. The wife already says, I'm not out for money. I don't want no fucking donations. I don't want anything. Our family has multiple businesses in Manila. But the perception of everybody in the world right now is saying this chick was simping or fucking a gold digger. And that's not true.
How much of a stipend are you going to give your girls?
Bruh,
your girls' family?
Stop it. What I'm saying is the perception of what I'm saying is the perception everybody is spinning that has not done any research is that she was a gold digger. She married a rich white dude and she's there for the fucking money.
I don't think that she's a gold digger. I don't think she's a gold digger, but I do see that he has given a lot. Yes. I mean, he is really giving a lot to the.
Oh, absolutely. And you got to understand that's a lot of people will have to do that.
Yeah.
If you're going in and marrying people in a certain culture.
Yeah. The motorcycle, the tickets to Hawaii, the flight over to Orlando and Disney World, the trip.
What's the thing we tell a lot of brothers? Don't start it if you can't keep it up.
True.
Agreed. If you're going to lead with your fucking wallet, don't start that shit if you can't keep the fuck up, or you better own up to what you can actually really fucking do.
Yeah, true. I agree.
But Drew, all right, let's go to this. I heard when she was saying, when he played that video, she said, I know it's selfish.
Yeah, that's true, Alex.
I'm homesick and I want to go home.
Mm-hmm.
And she's in her second trimester of pregnancy.
Yeah.
When he said it, he's like, I don't, I booked a ticket, then I thought about it. Why would I want to leave in my second trimester of pregnancy?
Right.
That wasn't a reason.
How do you feel about that?
That wasn't a reason. He said he would miss his children. He did not say because it was just her second trimester.
What do you think?
He said he was going to miss his children. Now, if that was the reason, stop. If that was the reason, he's wealthy enough that he could have booked an additional ticket and flew with him. Now make an excuse why he can't fly.
He did that, Drew.
Make an excuse why he can't fly back.
He got to leave. He got to leave his home, leave his work, be inconvenienced.
Leave his work. He can work online. What the fuck are you talking about? He's a day trader.
Yeah, I don't see this. Like I said, it's man. I'm just looking at this situation and the chaos in the movie pieces. It's a lot of chaos in this situation. Like, I mean. I think for I like I said, I'm humbly I'm glad he did go and give her a trip all the way to Orlando when he could have went to California and give her the land.
Indian girl, if you can cam up real quick, I don't know who you are. I don't want you doing anything crazy. If just real quick. All right, that's James, man. What the fuck you doing, bro?
Oh, that's James.
I hope y'all know my name yet on there.
Huh?
It's the best of us. I had it for a while.
Yeah, I ain't never seen I want an Indian girl. What the
I've been telling people I'm on my Indian.
You don't have to stay camped up. I just wanted to make sure you weren't one of those.
Yeah, because I'm working at the same time. I'm gonna be like it's gonna be like this. So
that's fine.
But no, I've been on that, man. I love, man, Indian girls be fly, man.
So I got a question for you, James.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so this is my perception because I dated Indian girls. And the last one that I dated, the first oldest sister, she could date an Indian guy, but I guess he was from the north and she was from the south, or vice versa. And I was like, that wasn't good. The second one,
Alex, you can always come up, bro.
He went up and she got
the
second daughter, got a white dude, and I was like, God, dog, man, he better have some money. The one I was dating, like black guys, and she was like, my first sister got the wrong Indian and my second sister got a white. I can never bring home a brother. Have you encountered that? Where it was like,
of course, man. Because I lived in, I don't know if y'all know, I lived in Seattle for a while, one of my favorite cities, and there's a lot of Indian women out there, and there's a lot of Indian women in San Francisco, and they really do go for brothers, man. A lot of times. Yeah, a lot of times. Yeah. So they'll tell you about that. They racist Indian families, but when they fly like the ones I had with their bodies, they got killer bodies, especially when they're tall. You up in that, you enjoying her and she enjoying you. You're not gonna care about that. You can be like, then I guess I won't go around your family. But if you fall in love with her and you want to marry, she's going to be like, there's going to be a select few in the family that's going to be for it, rest or not. But this is our life. You know, she's going to be a part of your family. Now, if you one of them brothers that got a tight knit family, she's going to be like, I'm going to be a part of this, what you have here. And the few members of my family, they're going to be a part, they're going to be friends of this family. And the rest of my family, I go visit them over there on certain holidays or whatever, say hi, and then that's it. Sometimes I bring you around and look at my mother and father and brother, whoever got a problem with it, and be like, if you disrespect them, I'm going to leave. That's what you get.
You got a strong one, brother. You got a strong one.
There's a couple on YouTube that the brother, I think he's from Louisiana, and his wife is
I know him.
Indian descent. And she said that her parents had disowned her.
Yeah, but she got 10 kids. She wasn't going nowhere.
Yeah, she got 10 kids. Yeah.
But two things about that. One, she's fly as hell.
Yeah, she is.
Okay? Fly as hell. She looked like she smelled good through the camera. Y'all don't mind me, man. Y'all know I'm different.
He said I'm different.
I'm just different. And two, they happy as hell.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
but she said, but here's how racist it was. She said that the mom got one of the kids, and I guess looked at the ear, and that's how you can tell how dark they was.
You can tell if they're going to darken up. By the ear, yes.
And so she was like, "This one is cool, but the other one I can't." So she was making divisions between the kids, just on how the color of the skin of the kids. So that's when the wife was like, "You can't, you can't divide my kids like that. You can't like one kid and not like the other." But the girl you found that even would go for it, man, you're a beast. Because I knew a buddy, man, and he dated this girl for 5 years, and he got time to when her parents were questioning why she's still single, and she basically told him, "Yeah, you've been fun, it's been great, but I got to come back. I got to go home. Like, go
True.
back to my."
Don't go to India and get her.
No, she was here.
I'm just saying, don't go to India to get an Indian girl. Don't do that.
Yeah, I go to Trinidad. Trinidad's got some bad ones too.
Yeah, people don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's in Rihanna's blood too. India from India in her blood. Okay, and a lot of them got that, which is good. Mix it up. I don't care, man. I don't care about that race BS. Mix up everybody. One big old pot soup. A soup pot.
The way to get rid of racism is integrate.
Oh my God, you just spoke some Bible right there. That's me in a nutshell. Rainbow humping.
So, so to bring that back around to what we talked about, you said you like the Indian girl, and she said, "Hey,
yes.
I'm with you, and
that's right.
I kind of choose you over my family. Yeah, I guess if she's gonna be with you, she got to choose you over her family.
That's true.
So in this situation,
go ahead.
I was saying in this situation, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, if this girl came here, the first choice got to be the husband. She trying to go out of town when she's 6 months pregnant and this, and I'm like, nah, he got the first choice, and we see BMT gonna fall back. I think he the chicken.
There's something too that a lot of people, of course, when they're in the dating pool, when they're real pretty ones, I hate to admit it, the white boys do be winning them over brothers sometimes. Okay. But in the cities that I'm talking about, it's hard competition when you come across one of them solid brothers making 150 grand a year, IT professional, fit, clean cut, smooth, well-spoken. And then you just come along with some regular white guy and thinking, I can get, no, not in these areas. Maybe in Connecticut too, by the way, y'all. Connecticut is up there too. It's just that Connecticut's so expensive. But Connecticut's so close to New York. That's a good place to plant yourself too as a single brother. But I'm only talking I'm talking about brothers with their stuff together. Like you can't just be some regular dude with a regular job making regular money, which is under 80 grand a year, and think you can move in these spaces like that. You gotta be extra. You gotta step it up, get fit and everything. Y'all talk about it all the time. But these a lot of times when these hot Indian girls get the white boys and they'll choose the white boy over you, right? Once they get them, it's easier to get her than what it was if you was competing on her just to getting her from the start.
Cause she's seen how lame they are.
I'm not gonna say that. All I'm saying is from my experience. From my experience. And once they get them, it's almost like you can play the long game. Be like, go ahead, go ahead. And then come in, she go to that same breakfast spot on the lunch break or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And just show up. So how you been? Hey, wow, it's been so long. Yep, I'm in. That's been my life, man. I just been noticing because I'm in all kinds of spaces, and I notice how the other side moves. And I used to think that when they went over, that they're doing better or they got better game. And when I started to get in, I'm like, oh man. What's your number?
At now?
I'm right now. I'm in Thailand, and I'm actually, that's why I keep talking about IT, because I was in the government, working in government contracting. Now I'm moving in IT because my job is about to become like almost not really obsolete, but it's going to change dramatically. And there's going to be a lot of people being moved around all over the place. And I thought IT would be a better look. So I'm going through voc rehab. I'm accepting the voc rehab, and they're going to send me to IT school for free. And so I'm trying. That's why I was talking about it. That's why I was talking. Remember, I was talking to Ronan the other day. Y'all was talking the other day about being able to stay here and go to school. So it turns out I can do it. Right. So, but I gotta be next to a military base, and I'm gonna choose Ramstein. So I'm gonna be here for 1 more month, then I'm gonna go to Ramstein, just move out there, and then
Ramstein is what country is it? Ramstein.
That's Germany.
That's Germany.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was choosing military bases. Yeah, I was choosing military bases.
You wouldn't want to go to Guam or anything like that? There's a base right there in Guam.
I am thinking about that. That's what I'm looking at. Japan. I'm looking at Germany.
Guam's like Hawaii, bro. I don't want to keep.
Yeah. I heard you. I'm
just saying I don't want to keep promoting it for people to want to go there.
No, I know. I feel you. But I'm looking at it, and I was also looking at the one in Turkey. That got isolated quick. I was like, nah, I can't do Turkey. I've already been there and I had experience.
Oh, but South Korea too. South Korea.
Yeah, I was just looking at that one today. So those are the ones I was looking at. And one of the things about Ramstein is it has so much on that base. And I got to learn about the other ones. But that base is full of access to everything is on that base, man. It's little America.
I would do it in Ramstein.
I was going to ask you, how was your experience if you were trying to get an Indian woman in the United States compared to an Indian woman in one of those other places, Thailand?
Hard out here. It was actually really good in Germany because the Turkish and the Indian women who have very similar features, very beautiful similar features. I dated a Turkish woman in Germany. I like to brag about it because her beauty was a little bit out of my league compared to the women I dated. She's one of the most beautiful women I've ever dated. You know what I'm saying? And they do tend to go for brothers, but they don't like you just some regular. They don't like that. They don't like when you don't look like you want it. You don't look like you Ivy League graduate and stuff like that. That's what they want. They want you to be.
It was harder in the United States.
It's harder in the United States because the white boys are up in their face too much, and the ones who got a decent lives, they live in 100% white neighborhoods, so they're in their face more. All of their friends, everyone that's around them is white. And so it is gonna be harder for you because they're so they just get run through the whole white world and like growing up, and their fathers tell them date white boy, white boy, white boy. They don't tell them to date Indian. They say white boy, white boy. So I'm bombarded to their head. They don't really live like that. They don't really got that when they're in these other places like Germany.
Hey,
and
do you know who Nikki Haley is?
Yes,
the politician.
Yes, go ahead and tell them.
So she's of Indian descent, right? And she's from
That's
South
right.
Carolina. Now, little do you guys know that her daughter is married to a black guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Or do they know? Do them
Yeah, she
South
knows.
Carolinians know?
Yeah, if you look
Yeah, they
at,
know.
but you rarely see them out. But if you Google it, Nikki Haley's daughter and her husband, you'll see she's married to a black dude.
Really?
Yep.
Man, that's new. Man.
Yeah, she loves him to death too, and so is Bill Gates' daughter. I just want to put that out there. She ain't Indian, but I'm just saying I like that shit.
Wasn't she dating a black guy?
She still is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill Gates. You're talking about Bill Gates' daughter, right?
Yeah,
she's still.
Because everybody's like, "Who's this dark skinned brother that's sitting there with Bill Gates' daughter?"
Wait, you
Yeah, they love each other. Man.
You in
Bill Gates.
Thailand right now?
We got trouble. Who let her in the room?
It don't matter. Are you in Thailand right now?
Yeah. I'm just out here.
I got a question then. This is, hey, just we're talking about races since your friend is in the room. Why do you think they rounded up all the African prostitutes? Because I seen some.
Oh, you know what that's about? Because the Thai women felt they were competition. They talked to the right people, and because you know how Thailand is wrapped around prostitution. A Thai woman can call the police on you if you refuse to pay her, and a cop will tell you to come pay the prostitute. That's Thailand. They really will do that.
I didn't know if it was legal, but so were they rounding them up because of prostitution or because they were illegal, or what was the reason?
No, it's because they were competition. Now technically on the books, how they got it, that if they want to, they could come up to you and say your actions are considered to be illegal. Therefore, we're going to lock you up. In Thailand for prostitution. They can still lock you up for prostitution. In Thailand.
And also too, let's also not just say it was African women, because there were women from like Asia, like another Kazakhstan or somewhere like that, that were like the majority. But on the clips that we saw, they showed the African women, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, in Phuket, if you really think about it, most of the Russians are on that side of it.
Yeah,
and they have Russian prostitutes there. Come on, stop.
No, I
mean, they shoot a lot of porn over there too. I mean, corn. Sorry.
So I saw one of the Russian prostitutes. Now I know she was a working girl. I'm just gonna say that I just looked at her, but she was about 6 feet tall, and she was basically shaped exactly like Izzy Azalea.
Man.
Basically. I mean, 100. She had a bad attitude, though. You could just see it in her face. And I don't really care to approach women that kind of live that lifestyle, because they don't know how to relate to you if you're a decent person. I mean, I guess in other words, it needs to be transactional.
That's all they're accustomed to.
They like, well, I got to get something out of it, even if they enjoy the sex.
Yeah.
And
not even if it's let's take sex out of it.
Yeah.
If sex isn't anything to do with it. And American Talk Live, I need you to come up, brother. I got to have some words with you. I'm going to jump off subject real quick. And since I got a panel, I know when I left the panel that I was on previously, he said that I said that I don't listen to women. And I said that. I do not listen to women whenever it came to dating advice. And I'll say why. Here go the reason why. A woman would describe to you exactly what she wants. That is not the man she's going to date. She'll say, I want him to be this, this, and this. And that's not even the man she'll date. She will raise her son to be the same man, to be a man that she wouldn't even date. So why would I listen to a woman to give me advice on dating women when they don't even date what they want?
Wow.
I don't understand it. I know women that raise little boys to be the men that they don't date. They give them all those characteristics. Oh, be this, be this, be this, be this. But you wouldn't even date that man. I mean, you ever hear a girl say, oh, I want a guy to be kind. I want him to be nice. I want him to be this. And all of those dudes are the dudes that's in her friend zone. None of them are the dudes she dating. None of them.
Wow.
Have you ever had a girl? Yeah, go ahead and pull up. On my way.
Pull up on who?
I get pull up on me.
Oh, American? Yeah. You got the link's at the top of my chat, brother. I didn't know you were in my room. Salute, salute.
When we say pull up and when we be doing these live chats, when we say pull up, it sounds like we ready to fight.
No. I mean, we verbally spar, but you know, come on. Yeah. Ain't nobody got time for that other shit. Because it ain't gonna be nice.
And am I wrong, guys? Have y'all ever heard women describe like, I want this kind of guy, this kind of guy, this kind of guy, and that's never the guy that they with?
Yeah, of course.
This what you're talking about right now is basically something that needs to be looked at more in these kind of spaces. And the reason why is because when you talk about something like this, the confusion in which this language is coming from, it hurts our young boys. And that's why you see them wilding out the way they do. And
explain.
It's like they don't know. They're going to adapt to the environment that makes the most sense to them. And as a result of that, you get what you got. Women are saying this. And the way it hurt us from our generation is a lot of us grew up nice young men, like a nice young boy. I'm not talking about a punk, but a nice person. You know what I'm saying? Go to school, go to college. And then next thing you know, when we got out there and we're ready, now we got the career, we got the school and everything, we got military, now we in the service, whatever. And we're like, now I want to find somebody, start marriage and everything. And now these women are like, you ain't no thug. And we're like, yo, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. And more and more, we've been really starting to talk to each other about this because a lot of us didn't want to really talk to each other about this. I talked to my homeboy, but there's some dudes that were my boys that I couldn't really talk to about it because they're like, oh, that means you a bitch. That's why she don't like you. It ain't none of that stuff right there. We couldn't have this conversation, but now that we got social media, it's all out there now. It's all out there. This is what y'all been doing the whole time. These are the dudes y'all been chasing the whole time. And the ones that you've been coming after, the ones you've been getting for free meals, the ones you've been barking about, those ain't the dudes. Those ain't the dudes you've been dating. When you say all men ain't shit, the only dudes who actually get affected by it, the only dudes who actually care to even allow themselves to get hurt by it, are the dudes you never even wanted to date it in the first place. Because ignorant dudes don't give a damn about no girl saying you ain't shit. They be like, yeah, you're right, I ain't shit. Now go upstairs and take the clothes off and get ready for me to tap that ass up. You know what I'm saying? Go upstairs.
Let me tell you how I had to grow up because he has said something about that. I grew up, I went to college, I fraternity, played D1 ball, all of that. But I wouldn't say hide because that would be the wrong word. When you just didn't let people know you was academically inclined. You never let that part shine because that was the frowned upon part. The other part is everything they looked at. So you kind of highlighted that aspect. You understand? So if you was kind of smart in school, you had to hide you was smart in school instead of highlighting you was smart. It was like, nah, I'm just like every other thug. And that's a shame that's what's accepted, that intelligence is not what's accepted.
It's sad.
And he had the nerve to defend this chick. I got called, look, I got called more N-words by this chick than any white person who's called me that in my lifetime.
Oh, that sounds about right. I ain't surprised to hear that.
And I said, how can you respect that? And they say, oh, she's right. She's burning it up. American Lion, how you doing today, my brother? You up late? Oh, no, this ain't late. You up. Oh, it's noontime. You up right on time.
Yeah, he's in the Philippines too, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. He's right on time.
Yeah, it's 14 hours difference.
A lot of dudes said I should do the Philippines instead.
No, I'm sorry. He's in Thailand. He's in
Thailand.
Thailand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say Philippines.
I don't know.
Brother, I know you waited till I got off of there, and so I'm defending myself. I said I do not, and I'll say it again. I do not listen to women when it comes to dating, because in my experience, women have given the indication of what they want, but that is never the man that they date. If it was the man that they dated, if they said, "Oh, I'm looking for the kind guy, the nice guy," then all those gentlemen that's in her friend zone and all the guys that she passes up every day would be the actual guy that they date. And that's never the guy that they date. Even the parents, you have single mothers that raise these boys, and they raise them in a way to be men that they wouldn't even date. So why would I listen to a woman on how to choose a woman when they don't even choose what they want?
First of all, I want to thank you all of you gentlemen, for having me up. Especially this panel.
Your mic does sound good, brother. I got to give you that.
Okay, so yeah, just wanted to give my salutations. Then I was gonna.
Go ahead, bro.
Mighty fine sound of mic. Hey,
how are my levels?
Fantastic.
Levels are good, brother.
And just to let you know, we all friends here. We might just disagree, but we leave here. We don't. It's all friendship. We just have good discussions.
I came up for a friendly fight.
Oh yeah,
you get that.
Hey, listen, I'm originally from Philadelphia, and I grew up in an era where the city had shut down all of the local rec centers. So all we did was body box and slap box.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So I came up for a friendly fight. I just came up to bring some. Anyway, I want to thank y'all for having me up. I watch all of y'all, and I'm a big fan of all of y'all. I really am. And I will throw a grenade into the conversation just to see how people react. And I got a grenade tonight. I brought a grenade with me, but it's just a flashbang. So no one has to worry about dying. We all go home.
All right.
But I want to respond to you, Fearless, because I have a lot of experience. Of course, I'm the elder on the panel. I won't state my age, but I'm older than all of y'all combined.
Combined, sir, I'm 57. No, you're not. You're not 100. And 14.
I got jokes, Ronan. All right. So first of all, I'm not that funny, but I'm gonna shoot my shot for a good joke.
Go ahead. All right, you missed.
Ronan love telling people he's 57.
I'm proud of myself, man. Shit, a lot of motherfuckers don't make it to 57. Tell the truth.
Those are facts. Right. Ronan, you stand up when you say it?
I sure do, and beat my chest. Like.
Go ahead, man. I just messed. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
He's right about that, James. The funny thing I found about aging and maturing, and I'm going to come back to you, Phyllis. Put your hands up. Get your hands up. I'm proud of my age. Like I got a dime on Ronan. Celebrated my second birthday in Thailand over the past 2 years, going on 2 years. Phenomenal experience that I could share with you. And James, I know you're somewhere nearby. I think I can hear you from your balcony. I'm not sure.
Oh man, you're right.
I'm joking. But he's right. I mean, age is, especially for us coming from our generation, it is one of those things that you can take pride in, because we survived. I mean, I would put all you guys on the at the tip of the spear to teach some of these young brothers and even the young sisters how to survive. Now, speaking of the sisters, Ronan, I'm sorry, Fearless. I met so many women, when I was still on the field. I met so many. I don't mean the football field, the game of love. I met so many women through women, and the game that the women gave me led me on to more exploits. So, and I wanted to say so bad, and maybe I did on that previous panel, that, well, you grow up under your mother. you start listening to women until the point where you get to about, between 6 and 10, depending on your maturity and development. Then your mother hands you over to your father, and then he teaches you the rest of the curriculum.
No, I agree with that all the way. There's nothing that you said that I don't agree with.
That's all I was saying on that show. That conversation over there gets so elastic and so many topics get talked about, and I kind of just get in where I fit in. And
where's the flashbang?
All right. Okay. All right. So, because this is one I really wanted to pose to you gentlemen, because I know you're all retired military. But I want to make sure.
Well, 3 of us are.
Yeah. But I try to answer.
Fearless is a retired football guy. He's just a football guy. He's been through a little bit of the fire. He don't really know what the fire
Fearless.
is.
I follow Fearless. Sorry. I follow him. I know about his. I know a little something about his background. What he chooses to share. I even commented,
and I'm going to address that too.
Right.
Matter of fact, let me just address that.
Okay, please.
Sometimes I see. My wife said I'm not allowed to go back over there anymore.
I heard
you shouldn't be.
Because the only reason I started talking about you when you left because your wife said, get off that. That's too negative. Yeah. Get out of it.
She said I can't go over there. And sometimes it's just the fact that she says, why am I trying to prove certain things to certain people? And I think a lot of times I'll give you an example where it seemed like it's really biased. You said something to the fact that I had, hey, you starting a family at like 50. It's like, yeah, okay. But nobody ever said when Halle Berry had her kid at 47. Y'all celebrated her. But, to a man, you say, we wrong. He gonna be old by the time they have a kid. But nobody would say that to like Halle Berry. They say, man, that's an accomplishment. And so why is it always an accomplishment when they do it? And when we do it, it's the worst thing in the world. That's one thing I don't understand. Another thing is
I don't listen to them chicks when they say that.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Fearless. Even when you said everything you said the other day, which I got on the panel, I saw the panel late. And yeah, they had the after effect of talking about what you were and who you were. But the whole point of that was you looked the chick up and she is in nowhere qualified to even be in your presence of the women that you have dated in your past up to your wife. But she got all kind of comments of what she would or would not do and call you all outside your name, even though she wouldn't even be in your sphere of the type of woman you date. So who gives a fuck what she says?
I agree. Except American Live was like, she's spitting the truth. Now, all I heard her say, she called me. So like I said,
damn, he over there trolling out the goddamn chat.
That is a worldwide.
I think he just threw a grenade right there.
You over there trolling, America? You over there trolling?
He over there trolling.
That is a worldwide lie.
I shut my mouth. I can go to the chat right now. What you said she's spitting only facts.
Your Honor, a moment of clarification. Moment of clarification. All right. What I said to her, what I said about her, and I followed Femi and watched her float about, YouTube sphere. And I joked about the fact that I got cursed out by her and they kicked me off the panel the first time I went up there because all I said to her was, sister, you have an important message and experience. You're a married woman. I've watched her channel. I've watched her pack her husband's lunch bag to go to work. But I said, sister, you have a lot of good points on the general topic. But if you stop cursing so much, people could hear you and stop screaming. To your credit, Fearless, good Lord, man.
I was called every N-word there was, brother.
Your wisdom belies your age, my brother.
Not only
but
that, and what ticks
speaks
me
to your
off
experience in life with people. It really does.
It was though. What I hate about that is Chris allows the women to say anything they want about you, as long if it's in opposing. So she could say my wife was this, my kid was
my
this.
God. I heard it.
She don't speak English. She only using me for this, and I couldn't say anything. And I'm like, and I didn't even address her. I addressed Chris and said, Chris, this is the type of things that you allow. And I'm like, this is crazy. And it becomes where they don't allow you to talk. They just over talk you. And and it becomes where I can't even defend. And I'm going to show one thing. This is panel. This is not bragging. This is not saying anything because I'm nowhere near there. I'm only showing this. I'm only showing this to just say, I hate when OB comes on and says he knows me. I'm only showing this because we can delete, because I showed this before.
Oh,
and I can delete this. No, he says like I don't make money.
Oh, don't do that, bro.
This was my offer.
Don't show your income. Don't do it.
All right, I'm gonna take it down. But as you can see, from 2
you
years ago,
none of these motherfuckers, man.
I was already close to 200,000.
I ain't showing nobody my income. Fuck you.
I'm gonna let that go because my wife will get mad if she replay this. But he always come on and say, I make $50,000 and I live in an apartment somewhere. And I'm like, bruh, I had 3 cars and a motorcycle. I used to park my LC convertible over at my buddy's house that was closer to where I drove
Hey,
to.
Chad2Dad with the elevator in your house.
Yeah,
go ahead and just take off everything you own. Go ahead.
No, I'm not even
going to do that shit, bro. Don't even fucking satisfy that shit, bro.
You're right. But it gets so crazy that these people think
life.
Yeah, that they do that. And so it gets so crazy trying to talk to them because it's not talking to people. It's just talking like Adam. And I'm like, man, this is crazy. I know my life. I know what I do. And it's not saying I'm bragging. I just know what I've done. I've never talked about my salary. He talked about my salary. I never talked about my car. He seen me in my car because I was in my car when I was interviewing Austin
Hollerman. I saw the video.
He also said that, I don't know, some gay something or whatever. My thing is this, brother. My thing is
popping your text when he was in the car with you.
I can learn anything. The difference between me and him is I can learn anything from anybody. And I tell you, even when it came to Austin, what I learned from Austin is how you can brand yourself. Austin branded himself.
Awesome. Look at him.
His name, email, I got the travel, I got all of this. And you know why that branding from someone younger is much better than how I am? Me and you come from a generation where we just work. They come from a generation where they know how to market themselves.
Turn on
there was just a fight that happened. It was between Mike Tyson and Logan Paul. Paul Logan, whichever it is.
Okay.
Mike Tyson is the legend. Logan is the internet celebrity. Who got paid more money for that fight?
Logan.
The internet celebrity?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
he organized it. He's
half the age. He's not even a professional, but he understood the marketing and the internet of it. So when OB says you can't learn nothing from somebody, yes, the hell I can. Because my generation didn't do that. We just worked and left. And then you start to learn this new generation. Oh, nah, brother, you got to market yourself. You got to put yourself in a different light. Your whole name has to be there. So I look back and say, if I can't learn from a young dude, I'm stupid because Mr. Beast is 27 years old. And he raking it all in.
His shit all day. We about to put a whole channel for that.
Kai Sanada's in his 20s. And he got the game. So I can always sit back and say, man, this is how they doing it. This is what they doing. See, it takes a stupid person to say somebody is younger. And so that means they're less intelligent. I don't do that. The reason I even got into IT is because in the cloud and security, when I was working at a place, I was doing IT and the guy said, man, you know what you need to do? You need to get into this AWS cloud. I was like, huh? This is before there was any teaching online, nothing like that. He said, after work, if you train me in the gym, I was at General Electric. He said, if you train me at the gym, I'll show you AWS Cloud. I said, oh, now this was a dude. I was older. He just got out of college. That's how I got into the cloud. And if I was about myself and said, I know too much and I'm too wise to try to learn something from somebody young, I wouldn't be at where I'm at today. I never understand that mentality to say this person is young and they can't teach you, or they do this and they can't teach you. I can learn from everyone because everybody's experience is going to be different. If I go to Africa, I can always call Austin and say, well, can you tell me in your experience, where would you go? Now, that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be a place that I like, but at least I'm getting a heads up. I'm getting somebody else's experience prior to me getting there. So I don't have to run around like a chicken with my head cut off. So
salute to you, brother. Yeah, salute. That's what's up. You adapted.
Yes.
Exactly. I've always learned, and I need to share my other channel here because Ronan here, I spit more knowledge on that one. Where I grew up where I always can learn from other people. Doesn't matter.
See, that's what the military teaches you anyway. We adapt and overcome from situations that we get put in, and we learn how to work through the issues one step at a time.
So, Ronan, can you repeat that first part?
Adapt and overcome.
Say less.
If I showed you right on the wall right now, I'm gonna try to turn my camera to my
brother is
unit
retired
logo.
military. My brother's
I'm gonna roll my
retired.
camera to my unit logo, and I'm gonna turn my camera on. You see this right here? Whatever it takes. My unit comes from that. That's our unit logo. It's whatever it takes to get the fucking job done. We don't give in. We figure out ways around it, through it, under it, whatever it is. That's what we do. Military teaches you those type of things. General population doesn't know how to work through issues. They give up. They throw their hands up. If they don't have any fight in them, that's the whole reason when you go through boot camp, you have a fight or flight response. And we try to eliminate the people that have the flight. And then there's another layer to that. When bullets start flying, there's another layer of fight or flight. And we try to get rid of the ones that are afraid of hearing the gunshots out before we get into a real fight.
I want to ask a question to the brother. I know when he jumped on the panel, he said he had a flashbang for us. So I'm still waiting for this flashbang.
Yeah, he don't know.
If y'all play Call of Duty, flashbangs works better than grenades.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Disorientation, definitely.
Ronan, would you get mad at me if because one of the subjects we had was having children late? Would you be upset if I played my new channel, 5 minutes of it?
Why would I get upset?
No, I mean, I just want to ask permission.
No, man, I like your channel. What the fuck? I want you to promote it as much as you can. Everybody needs to watch that shit. That shit is hilarious.
I don't understand that women are saying men having children late is a big issue because men have always been producing children
late. Yes.
Yeah. That's just what it is.
And so mine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can.
The guy that we were just covering, Chad2Dad. Chad is like over 50. He got 3.
He's gonna be my age, and I'm gonna be doing the same fucking thing he's doing.
He got 3 kids.
So close to home.
I have a question that I'd like to pose to you, gentlemen. Yeah, I think the reason women have a challenge with that is because once she's taught him the basic civility of life, she has to pass them on to the man, the father. And so if that father is 50, simple math would mean that that father would be 70 when that child is just 20. Does anybody see that as an issue?
When that adult is 20?
So if you have a child at 50, 21 is adulthood, and from the places
so
that
you'll
I
be
live,
70 something. Yeah,
you'll be 70, 71 years old.
Yeah.
So if I haven't taught him everything in them 20-something years, I'm a bad.
I got a fucking problem, right? If I haven't left a legacy, if I hadn't taught him how to run a fucking company before I died off, that would be my fucking fault. And what a shame.
Wait a minute.
And what a shame.
We also have to think about this too, gentlemen. Don't none of us know when we're gonna go.
Exactly.
So
and you know
just
why I
live
say
your
that?
life, have your
I have much
children.
to say to that, but go ahead.
No, I just had a niece pass away. My niece was 47. So she never knew. But I'm gonna play this video because the reason I usually go to their channel is just to get some ideas. and this was it. I won't play long. I'll play the first part, then I'll skip to the last part because it kind of answers your question of what I've always said, but they manipulate it. So guys, please bear with me. I'll put my channel in here if you guys can support me. Thank you.
Go subscribe.
Poetry in motion. Hit that subscribe button and buckle up because every video I drop packs a punch and you don't want to miss it. And when I was 13 years old, I was playing hide and go get it with the babysitter. Ended up knocking her ass up. Fast forward about 30 years, I'm on a business trip to the Caribbean. I met this little booty Latina. She just kept calling me Papacito, Capacito. She says you know how to cook, suck, and shut the fuck up. That's the only requirements I need to get her a green card. So I brought her back to the States, kept her away from all them westernized women. We traveled the world for about 5 years till she kept saying, I'm tired of calling you Papacito. I want somebody to call you daddy. Daddy? I can't be nobody's daddy. Don't you know I'm at the age where there's Viagra and Social Security and I'm right in the middle? The one thing about Latinas, that squeeze game is tighter than some vice grips. And I gotta admit, I'm pulling out game ain't what it used to be. So consequently, she got pregnant. I'm claiming the child until I get the DNA test. So that's 2 kids, 1 generation spread out over 30 years. In this video, I'm going to give you the good, the bad, the pros, the cons, the everything versus having the children when you old or when you're young. Now, if you like the knowledge that I'm spitting, make sure you subscribe. Hit the button here, or wherever the hell it's at. Put a hand in the comment section so I can give your ass a high five. And if you like this knowledge, hit that notification bell so you can hear all the gems of my latest content. The rule number 1 before we ever get started. If you're going to have a kid, make sure you marry before you carry. That means finding a good woman to procreate with. Because if you knock up one of them hood rats like I did, your kid will turn out a hood rat. And you'll spend much of your time fighting with the mom because you'll never get to see your kid. And so all you do is out there creating single moms. And then 10 years later, when you think you done leveled up so you can't date a single mom, what the fuck are you doing? But since I always like to end on a positive note, we're going to start with the negative stuff. And why you wait until you're getting grays in your hair to become a dad? So what are the bad things about having a child when you're older? First, diaper duties. Yeah, you got to change diapers. And while you changing your kid's diaper, your wife going to be changing your diapers because you got a loose bladder. You can't even hold pee stains in your underwear. I hope you like to play games because my kid loves to play games. One of the games is hide daddy's dentures. You don't know where they at. Maybe flush them down the toilet. So you better hope your wife can cook some soft meat because you ain't going to have no teeth to eat that meat. And all you dudes who thought you could live forever, drinking that OE, St. Ides, Mad Dog 2020 in your 20s, thinking it wouldn't catch up to you, but that shit gonna catch up to you. All them old burgers you ate, that jungle juice you used to drink, it was good when you're in your 20s, but wait till you get to your 50s. It's a whole different ball game. Yep, you better stay healthy. You better try to stay healthy. You don't want your children visiting you in a nursing home every other weekend while your wife entertained another dude in your house. Oh yeah, when you was young, your sperm used to shoot 5 feet across the room. Now you lucky if you can get it up out the head. Oh, when you have that doctor, you're gonna be a proud father on her wedding day. Man, you get to walk her down the aisle. No, because you can't walk no more. You crippled, your knees hurt. Somebody got to roll you in a wheelchair down the aisle. Think about that. You've been spending your years behind that cozy desk job. You ain't did no hard lifting and no hard sprinting in 20 years. Your stamina is only 5 minutes in the bedroom. You can't last and you think you fall asleep right after you finish. So what makes you think you can keep up with a toddler? As an older dude, you better be in shape because it's going to require a lot of energy to keep up with that little kid. Your children are going to grow up faster than you realize. And one day you're going to wake up and realize you have less years on this earth. Just the same time, I'm going to try to get to the... That's just my 2 cents. I want to tell you that having a family is better and creating general wealth and having a long-lasting relationship. If I can get to the... Deserves an ass whooping. But these days of hit first and ask questions later should be far behind you. Now, as a man, we can have kids almost up until the day we die. And if that doesn't mean your old ass should be having kids up until the day you die, you should have taken care of that younger. You should have had kids when you were vibrant and alive. But I understand certain circumstances happen and we can't always predict the future. Now, to all the women out there who want to become moms, but they're in geriatric pregnancy, so they got to freeze their eggs because they can't get pregnant the right way. They spent all of the half part of their life with Pookie and Ray Ray and taking morning after pills because they didn't want to have a kid with a guy who's a deadbeat. or they wanted to do their career. They wanted to be a boss bitch, Miss Independent. So they spent all their early career fighting and going up the corporate ladder, only to find out there was nothing up there. And what they really wanted was a family. That's just my 2 cents. I want to tell you that having a family is better, and creating general wealth and having a long-lasting relationship is better than anything that you could possibly dream of. So you ask me, when is the best time to have a child? The best time to physically have a child is when you're 18. Even though your body is prepared, that doesn't mean your mind may be ready. Men, as usually, we like to wait to have children because we don't feel that we're financially ready to support a family. And because of that, and things have changed, when you can't get right out of high school and get a job working at a factory making something over minimum wage, we get scared because we can't start a family and financially support it. So if having a kid at 18 is not the best time, when is the best time? Well, the second best time to have a kid is when you're between the ages of 22 and 26. That's because you've gone to college or you're in college. And for a woman, the most of the men that you will meet with the most potential are right there in front of you. You don't have to wait until you graduate to go to the bar to start looking for a husband. And guys, ain't nothing out there. Remember, the more hoes, the more headaches. Don't be that guy that slept with the wrong one and it costs you half your paycheck. Guys, the longer you make women wait, the longer they're going to be riding that cock carousel. And she's learning to act less like a mother and more like a stripper. And the more cock she rides, the more emotional damage she's going to bring to the relationship. Smart women, you know those ones from the suburbs, the one that have the complexion for perfection, they go to college for 2 reasons. Number one, they want to get ran through by the football team. They like those linebackers, especially them tall ones on the basketball team. Number two, they want to get their MRS degree. What that means, when they graduate, they're going to look there for a man. They know that a woman who builds with a man is more likely to get a faithful man than a woman that meets him at the finish line. You ever wonder why the white counterparts got more? Hold on, let me look at the stats. Yeah, that's right. In 2021, the median wealth of a black household was $25,000 compared to that of a white household was $250,000. For every $15 in wealth that a black person had, a white person had 100. Did you know that 35% of the people that are millionaires got there through inheritance? You know, Sam Walton, the owner of Walmart, he made all his kids billionaires when he died. See, let me tell you, there's a difference between being rich and being wealthy. Being rich means you have a good income. Being wealthy means you have a lot of time. So how do they get rich and you stay poor? Easy. They playing checkers and you playing chess. Let's break down that MRS degree and see how they keep generational wealth. Let's say that person gets married at 22. By the time they're 52, they already put the kids through college, paid off a house, has a 401k that has 30 years of compounded interest, and traveled the entire world. Now that you built all that money with your wife, you got 2 options. You can do 2 things. You can either divorce and find that woman you really fell in love with, or you can retire with her and run off to the sunset like a power couple. Also, remember this. Children raised by both parents tend to be more successful, so you won't have to worry about getting little Pookie out the jail, and you won't have to worry about Shanae on the stripper pole. There's no magical Alexa, and there's no fountain of youth. But here is something you can think. Studies show that married couples tend to live longer than unmarried individuals, so there's no use in working all those years just to retire and die a year later. So when you grow old, you got that glaucoma and cataracts, and you got them bifocal glasses, you can't see anyway. Her looks won't really matter. What really matters is, can she cook, suck, and shut the fuck up?
She said she cooks, she cleans. What else?
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
But on a serious note,
I'm saying,
down to the truth, what really cares about is what's your legacy? When you're on that deathbed, because I talked to Catholic priests who given last rites to people who was on their deathbeds. Those people never said, man, I wish I could have fucked me another hoe, or I wish I could have rolled that dick a little bit harder. What they really care about is the people who are with them, what legacies they created, and what memories they have. None of that other shit really matters. When you're on your deathbed and you're about to take your last breath, who are you going to be surrounded with? The doctors? You're going to be surrounded with family, people who love you, people who hold your hand to your next journey. So when you go to those pearly gates or you go to that hell below, how you going to go? You want to be surrounded with people who love you, who can hold your hand and make your passage much safer, or you want to be surrounded by the janitor, the maid, somebody who don't give a fuck about you?
Booyah. Go hit that link and subscribe, man. You put that work in.
So I just played that for you to let you know I know both sides, brother. I do.
That's pretty dope. That's dope.
I appreciate it, fella. So, you know, I go there to just have fun, to listen to.
Can we get a vote on the panel?
What?
A vote, like 1 out of 10.
What's the vote for?
That video.
Oh, I already put the link in there, bro.
I thought it was fantastic. I give it a 9.
I gave it 9.5. He was on point.
Yeah, he's on point.
I hope
entertaining, fast changes, keep your attention. Even though there's a lot of information he's throwing at you, like even Paul Miller said, brain overload.
Yeah,
but dope video. Yeah,
I would like to give it a 10, especially for effort, because it's easy to do a live. It's easy to do a short,
right?
But to do that long a video with all of those transitions, I know what it's like. So I'm gonna give him a 10 straight up on the effort, and I'm going to put him on par with the creativity and production value of a Richie Mack.
Oh shit! Oh shit! That's some compliment right there, bro.
I don't know about that one.
Oh,
y'all don't know about me.
Richie Mack just got up. Y'all made Richie Mack get up, boy.
Oh shit!
I don't know about that one.
He don't do a lot of getting up, but he got up when he heard that.
No.
That's a lot.
But I played that one for you specifically. I got a whole, launch of videos.
I already
that one.
Subbed, homie. I'm already subbing.
I appreciate it, but I did that to
I
let
get
you know
on all.
I know both sides of the argument. So I know, you have a kid that's later. I know the repercussions of that. I would think, like I said in the video, I would like to see a person have a kid at 18, and you used to have a kid at 18 and start a family. Now we know that you're just not financially there. So I tell you guys,
I used to have them at 16.
Yeah,
in the deep south.
Yeah,
but
now I say you may not be there, so you should be having a kid, through college, because a lot of people wait. And I tell women, where do you think
that's a bold claim there, brother?
Where do you think you're gonna meet the most men with the most potential? Men
in college
that are trying to get their bar degree, or men at the bar?
Brilliant. Say that again. Say that again.
Where are you going to find the most men? Yeah, in the college, brother. Men trying to get their bar exam, or men at the bar. And a lot of women wait until they graduate and go to the club and the bar and try to find that man. And that just doesn't roll. So I threw my bombs at you, brother. Now I'm ducking for cover. What you got?
Here we go. I want to come back to that video. I think everything about that video, and the reason I give it a 10 is because you reiterate many of the thoughts that I've had as an older man. And realizing that, okay, champ, you need to hang the gloves up. And so you hit a lot
more in me, coach. I got a few more in me. I got to get out.
Yeah, that's what you say. Let me be your corner man.
Think about it with me, because I want to start a family. I want kids.
Well, James, but you prime though. You like what, 35, 32?
And my dreams.
James is 40, 42, 44, something like that.
I'm 48 years old. I'll be 49 in April, y'all.
There you go. Congratulations.
I was just trying to get him to subscribe to my channel with a compliment. Maybe he'll look me up and he'll subscribe.
Hey, I get them from the girls. No Thai woman thinks I'm anywhere near my age, not even remotely.
You're looking 32 to 35, in my opinion. And trust me, I've been able to preserve my looks. I just don't feel like putting my teeth in tonight.
Well, I did gym the other day. I was pressing 82-pound dumbbells over the head 4 times. So.
I'm telling you, bro, that's where you need to be right now at your age, because once you turn that corner of 50, 52, you'll still be able to do those things. And I carried my well-being, let's call it that, well-being into my 60s, my early 60s. But you're right where you need to be. You're primed for having a baby, because you're 48 now, you'll be 68. And if you stay in shape, you can still throw a baseball or a football at them or show them a crossover. That's all I'm saying about having a kid beyond 50 for men. And a woman's going to have to look at you. First of all, you're going to have an arable field. I think they call that arable soil, a woman who can bear children without complications. So she's going to have to be younger. Right. And then you're going to, have to go through all of that. And then I think one of the funniest things that Fearless said in that video is diaper duty. And the kids like to play games, and they will piss in your face. Some babies will piss directly in your face.
Yes.
So, brother, America Talk Live. Just
call me Richard.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this something that you're considering while you're in Thailand? You considering having another child, or I mean,
not out here, man. I don't.
Hell no.
No, not out here.
Okay.
Hell no.
I don't see that. I'm good.
Shane, yeah, for you as well.
I'd rather knock up a Kenyan woman. And I know if there was some Kenyan dudes on a panel, they were like, they'll start laughing real hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. What?
They'll start laughing hard. I just like those women, y'all. I mean, what you want from me? I like them.
You should do that, James. You should do that.
Get them from the motherland with stronger genetics, if anything.
That's exactly what a Kenyan woman told me. A beautiful one who was married to a dude that owns, I think he owns laundromats. He owns like 6 laundromats in Kenya. And she was telling me that. She said, I know that, these women can be very beautiful, and we were actually, because I was out, we was actually just kind of, I was, just out and about. And I was just, talking, some beautiful women out here. She said they could be very beautiful. They would look like the best women in the world, but they will be ugly inside, just like an American girl.
Yep.
That's exactly what she said.
Yeah,
Word verbatim. And I was like, well, it's that because you're American, they may be able to trick you. Their slyness may be a little oblivious to you. You may not understand that they're being conniving because they're here. You notice everything when it's an American girl. It's like, yeah. It's like right in your face. You can see it. And, but you just got to watch it. But I was like, yeah, but I'm thinking I'm getting a better deal out here. She's like, okay, well, at your own risk. But at the same time, I had been crossing women in Kenya with a level of beauty that I know if I cross it in the States, I'm going to get the worst. And I keep getting sweetness and everything. And so I don't know. I mean, what can I say?
I got some pushback on that, James, but I want to defer.
I'm not
Well, let me compliment you first, Richard. Paul Miner said, James ain't look 30. James don't look 50. Oh, I thought he was talking about Paul. He still look young to me. I don't know. I mean,
I think that's a hater. I have a lot of them.
Oh, Paul Miner is he's a professional troll, but he's a good dude. Some people.
Oh, that guy. Oh, yeah, he's a heavy hater.
Paul Miner was the one that you was supposed to pull up on you, Fearless.
Yeah, I'm 2025. I'm a different I can't
exactly. It ain't that serious.
There you go, big fella. Don't do it. They don't know you like that.
Telling people, you pull up on me in a foreign country, you're gonna get beat up and sent to jail.
And it's me, Richard. And you guys are probably like, it's me. Because I grew up where there was no internet. I was the guy we meet after school at 3:00, and then we can fight it out. And whether win, lose, or draw, we respect each other after. So it's very difficult for me when I get somebody like OB that talks all that stuff. And it's like, well, let's go meet, man. We can meet right here. We can discuss it like me. And
all right. None of that. No one wants to see 2 old men fight. We've already seen that.
Not even if we fighting. But I guess what happens is the way I need to talk to you, Richard, and respect you is the same way I need to respect you if we face to face. Because I just
it would be that.
Like a man.
Sure.
And I feel what happens is a lot of guys do that disrespect and they become the keyboard ninjas. And I'm like, well, why would we do that? Because I have to respect, Ronan as a man. I have to respect Drew as a man. Everyone on here is, the men that they are. And I wouldn't be out of pocket, I'll give you an example. It would be very difficult. Finney wouldn't talk to a man like that if they were face to face.
Of course. And I think somebody said that one time before in a video that, men, when you face to face with another man, that your words can result in violence.
Correct.
That's why women can get away with it. But men,
Good point,
we already know that if it escalates, it can result in violence. This is what it is, and that's where it's always been with us.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
I want to address something Fearless said, if it's okay.
Oh, go ahead, brother. We here.
This ain't Chris's room. You can say what you need to say, bro.
So Fearless, you said you got into IT in what year?
2009, 2008.
Okay, bet. The keyboard warrior comment that you made, the fact that people can come at you, or any of us, the fact that people, after watching your video, in all frankness, I think the language, the profanity is off brand. Either, you got to go back through and beat those words if you got to say them, the F-bombs and this, that, the other. But brilliant content, brilliant concepts, much needed. The push through is going to be because you, outside of YouTube, you're a whole nother person with a whole nother history. And that there might be people who come across that content and say, wow, okay, yeah, I get him. It just like I said about Femi, is like, there's a lot of intelligent people who come up on these panels. Just the fact that y'all know how to click the buttons and the links to get up here. I've been in technology since 1980, way before the internet. I installed so many copies of AOL and Netscape, you wouldn't believe.
You was doing the punch cards when they had when it was
of course, punch cards. Yes, yeah. I started programming in assembler, then moved. Well, we started in RPG 2 because that was the simplest. Then assembler, then COBOL. COBOL stands for Common Business Oriented Language.
I did COBOL, and I started with teletypes. I did teletypes in the Marine Corps. So I was fixing teletypes before they rolled over into computers. So I watched the internet and computers transition from the beginning. 2-pair wire networks.
I've crimped I've crimped Ethernet cable. Yeah. RJ45, I think we call it. I've crimped it, like, had to connect the things and the dots and stuff. So, but I'll take that back to what I was saying to Fearless, and that is the keyboard warrior word. That phrase is only like about 5 years old, or maybe 10, when you could get online. I started doing like live stream audio in September 2009, and that was right during the transition when Facebook crushed MySpace. I had both accounts, put them out of business, right? So the keyboard warrior concept in reality that's a new thing to you, my brother. Fearless.
When you say a new thing to me, explain it.
Meaning that how they try to eviscerate you and besmirch.
I'm not accustomed to that, man. I'm not. Yeah, that's a weird thing to me.
But if you're gonna get up on those panels, whether you get up there or not, I think the push through, which would be brilliant for you, particularly with that second channel, is you pushed and you did a brilliant job, bro. You didn't lose your cool at any one point. But the push through for some of these young people, and people like a Femi, who's never met a brother like you, Ronan, Drew, Mercy Justice, please step to the mic. My man James. A lot of these young sisters didn't meet guys like y'all.
No.
Yeah, we know.
They stopped enrolling black people into colleges. I mean, I used to go to Atlanta when Morehouse and Spelman was popping during like Jack the Rapper and the Bronner Brothers exposition. Black people with money, and then it went south. But to you brothers, man, I think one of the obligations we might have, and then I'll put it in part, is that we up here got to keep pushing the positive. I've been listening to you guys for a while, and if we keep pushing the positive, that's part of the obligation and the monetization bars. If y'all just keep pushing the message, especially in y'all and mine, probably got a 20-year span of knowledge in terms of what these young people don't know. Shouts to Femi, the way you acted out, sister. If you dial that back, she cussed me out because I called her. She reminded me of Sister Soldier. She did.
Oh, they
Incredible.
hate that for some reason.
But
I've
isn't that a compliment? I was thinking it was a compliment.
It is, but they hate that when you call them Sister Soldier. I've done it to several sisters, and they always react.
Do they not know
negative
who Sister
way?
Soldier is?
They
though?
really don't.
Well, what you said, Fearless? What you said, Fearless? They don't know. And one thing I learned from my 40-something-year-old nephew, they don't care. They don't want the embarrassment of what happened during the civil rights era. They see the pictures, they see the videos, but they don't want to look at that. They don't want to think of their great grandmother being hosed down or bit by a dog. They don't want none of that.
Matter of fact, Sister Soldier wrote a hell of a book, and I can't even remember the name of it. That was a
summer of something. I forget. Yeah.
That's why I'm wondering why. I would have taken it as that's like a strong black woman, you know.
But that's exactly it. Back in the day, when you called women Sister Soldier, what we were doing, we were saying you like manly. So it was like not feminine. That's how we used to do it. We see a Sister Soldier type chick. I remember that. That's what we did.
Have you ever seen
it right there? That's Sister Soldier. So they're taking her form of her being overweight and not appearance beautiful, and they're taking it as an insult. Not what she did. They're taking her overall persona and the way she looks is calling it as an insult.
See, I didn't take it like that. Every time I heard, and I don't know if this is what you were meaning, Richard. When I would hear people say Sister Soldier, I always thought it was like that strong black woman, you know, that even went up against Clinton. You know, that's when they said, "Oh, you had your Sister Soldier moment." So I always thought it was like a compliment. I could be wrong.
We said a lot of fucked up shit that we didn't know was fucked up back then, man.
Yeah,
you're not wrong at all.
I would never say that these days.
You're not wrong at all. I was surprised at her response. I got kicked off the panel. I've connected with Femi. I subbed to her multiple channels. I've given her a thumbs up. I just asked her to change her if she pulled the profanity out and Fearless, all that other stuff she was talking about. And then she would come back to some very cogent facts, some important points. But that's that thing that's going on in America where black women have felt abandoned. And they have a reason to.
But to whose detriment and who started that? Themselves.
Oh, I know what you said.
Themselves in the corner.
Richard, I know what you said. Richard, let me bring this to you.
We can't do this, bro.
You said something about accountability. And do we ever hold women accountable, or why should we?
Thank you.
And I thought, yes, we should, because there are women that would have children with several different men, and we still say that you guys are okay, that you're not accountable for that. When I was on one of their panels, and I think maybe you was on there, Ronan, when I said I am tired of paying for the mistakes that these women make, meaning I have to pay for their, I have to pay for this welfare, take care of these kids. And I can understand you made a mistake one time, but you keep having kids out of wedlock. Why am I responsible for your irresponsibility?
The word is not only accountability, it's shame. And the churches stop and people don't even speak to the churches and the pastors that propagate that. Yeah, I'm gonna go there. The churches don't even speak down to the women that come in with their bellies fat, knowing that the pastor knows that woman's not married. And not once, but twice, 3, 4 times. She's sitting there with a row of kids and no husband to speak of, but the pastor don't speak to that in a lesson at all, because the women are the ones that pay the pastors in those churches. That's why the churches are overflowing with women and single mothers, and the brothers have left.
And so explain to me, James, why you thought we should not hold women accountable.
You mean
and maybe I'm Richard, and if I'm paraphrasing or saying it out of context, please correct me.
That's okay. James, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I'm 100% of holding everybody accountable. I may have said something that made you misunderstand me, but no, I'm on your side on that. I'm hardcore as far as holding people accountable, because I know that many people have gotten away
James, can I stop you for 1 second? Because I got to give a shout out to Darnell. Brother Darnell, man. My goodness. Fearless Podcast brought to you by Darnell. Darnell, I'll get a haircut this weekend. Late Merry Christmas and late Happy New Year to Fearless Ronan in the panel with a $100 super chat.
Thanks.
Darnell, you done paid your way for the rest of the year. I can't talk nothing about no haircut. I can't talk about no Brazil trip.
No, we still gonna hold him accountable, bro. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm gonna hold him accountable to that
haircut. Him about that haircut yesterday. So
yeah, he got to get that haircut.
About that. He's still gonna get accountability, but he
got
to
get a pass for me until after Valentine's Day, brother.
He got a wrench though. I gave him a wrench.
Yeah, he got to get that haircut.
But I had to give Darnell his flowers. Thank you, Darnell. That is greatly appreciated.
Go ahead. Didn't mean to break your thought, James, but that had to be done.
I kind of lost it a little bit. Damn.
Sorry, bro.
We're talking about accountability with women.
Yeah, people have gotten away. A lot of women have gotten away with a lot as far as back in the days in the Phil Donahue shows and stuff like that. A lot of the things that they were saying, it went unchallenged. And now we do have an opportunity to really bring it to them in that way. So when you have an opportunity to hold them accountable, we have to do it. You know what I'm saying? So we have to call them out when they need to be called out. Young girls too, our nieces, our daughters, hell, even our aunts and our aunties and everything, because our aunties are the first words that's the first tongue that young girls are familiar with. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of them ain't grown up with fathers. So it's that auntie. A lot of times they mamas are already checked out. And our aunties are the strong ones. You know what I'm saying? Right. So when our aunties ain't right, you got to check them. And we all know how hard it is to check somebody's auntie. Not your aunt, your auntie. We know the difference. But you got to do it.
Wow, that's interesting reference here.
You know, I want to shout out to Uncle Guns. Uncle Guns been in the manosphere for a long time. He's helped actually write a whole bunch of scripts for a lot of different panelists. You don't know how deep this guy goes when it comes to it. But
there's no manosphere, Ronan. Well, there's no manosphere.
Okay, forget holding women accountable. It's never going to happen. Women need to hold themselves accountable at this point. Men are bowed out. So the biggest thing is the true priority is really helping males become men, and men calling out males acting childish and posing as men. And that's what we try to do in the panels and the rooms that we hold, is hold men accountable for their actions and the way they project themselves to be. So I agree with you 100%, Uncle Guns. Go ahead, Richard.
It's hard for me. It's hard for me to say this, gentlemen, and all the ladies in the audience, but I don't hold anybody accountable anymore for any aspect of my life at all. Meaning I walk the earth. Now, I get that you might have children. Don't have children, but I've got a brother and nephews with kids, boys and girls of multiple ages. We probably about 30 thick. We at least got an NFL team in terms of offspring. I don't hold them accountable. I'm in Thailand. I've never even been here before. I don't hold nobody accountable.
When you're in the States and that single mother raised that kid that breaks in your car and steals from your house, you hold yourself accountable for that? That was your fault?
Yes. Parked in the wrong neighborhood.
It's your neighborhood.
It's your house. I know you live there. I mean,
wait.
You moved to the wrong neighborhood?
Thank you. It's
Just
simple math.
You moved to the wrong neighborhood.
Well. Let me put that. Let me sell that back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. For any of the gentlemen on the panel, have you ever had your car broken into?
No.
Yes.
Absolutely. Twice.
I left the motherfucker open.
All right.
I left my GPS at my window.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Yep.
Fearless.
Mm-hmm.
Fearless.
Yes, I'm listening.
Have you ever had your car broken into?
Yes, I have.
All right, bet. Drew, if you're still with us.
Yeah,
Mercy,
I'm here. I'm here. No, I've never had my car broken into.
By a show of hands, because I think we're like almost 50-49 in terms of people who have. I'll include myself. I had a nice townhouse, right? And parked my car in my slip and walked outside. I'm like, why is my back window down? And it was knocked out, and somebody crawled in the back window, cut their way into the trunk to get nothing. I blamed myself. I'm not saying.
What kind of car was it?
I'm glad you said that, because that means
was it?
that we don't need to hold those people
A nice
accountable.
car.
So when that
Leave it at
woman
that.
walks down the street in that sexy dress and the guy SAs her, he shouldn't be held accountable. That was her fault that she wore that.
Well, I think by now you all know that Donald Trump wasn't held accountable either, right? I mean, 34 counts of fraud, and I'm not trying to wax political here, but America has lost all accountability, and I know all you old guys on this panel know this. I know you know this.
That's the same thing I was talking about, holding women accountable in the church. Morality.
There's no accountability left.
That's what I'm saying. The morality and the ethics, even in the church, are so corrupt now. And this government was established on what? In God we trust.
I got a question for the panel. Where y'all at?
We here.
Where y'all at? You in America or you overseas?
I'm in America, about to be.
I'm in America.
I'm in Thailand.
America. I ain't never gonna hate it.
That's only because you're a soldier.
Right.
And
for people who weren't soldiers, we have a little space and grace, my brother. A person from my era where there was no war, didn't get drafted, too young, blah, blah, blah. We have a little space and grace. And to my veteran brethren on this, brothers, I'm not a brethren, brothers on this panel, mad respect and salute to your service. My brother, my flesh and blood brother. But I lived in LA, and I used to drive. If you've ever been to LA, at San Vicente in Wilshire, there is a huge veterans campus, which was lined with homeless veterans for years. I'm like, how could that happen to you? So I get that veterans love America because of your service and what you did, just like in as much as Fearless loved and respects his football team. All of us have that need for connection. I get that part. But in reality, there's some of us out here, though, my veteran brothers, who feel different about America.
And you have every right to, and we fought for that right.
Thank you for that validation.
I mean,
but
the
I gotta
majority of the gentlemen living outside of the country are former veterans, to be honest.
Or expats.
Yeah.
Which is one of my missions. Which is one of my missions when I start traveling is I'm going to interview expats. I'm going to have 10 general questions for military expats. I'm asking why they considered living overseas after everything they've done and sacrificed for their country, risked their lives, why they chose to live overseas versus the very country they were willing to bleed and die for.
That's an incredible question, Ronan. Incredible.
Interesting.
That would be
Richard. I'm still not going to let you get out of.
I would do that on a high def ultra 4K camera when you're ready to do that. Not with me, but I'm saying on your own. That would become an incredible documentary. You might be able to make a TED talk out of that. Real talk. You gotta wonder.
Richard,
you do.
All I away from my question. You know that, right?
Well,
you slipped away.
I did not.
We were talking about you can only hold yourself
day
accountable.
drinking. It's 1:30. It's 1:53 in Thailand. I'm day drinking. I forgot your question.
I said if there was a female walking down the street and she's dressed sexy and she get SA'd, we hold her responsible. She's accountable for herself.
No.
Well,
no.
Hold up. Then let me ask you a question.
That'll catch you a charge.
Why Well, somebody breaking in your car should be catching the charge. Why is it yours?
can't
Why
kill
are
them.
you accountable? Why it don't kill them? They assaulted them. Why is it that you're accountable for somebody breaking in your car, but that person isn't accountable for how they dress?
Because I take accountability for everything that happens to me. And so that helps me alleviate all regret.
So if men can do it, why can't women? Let's
Don't know
just
what
make
you
it
mean.
real simple.
You mean like,
if men can hold
okay, so
themselves
why can't
accountable
women
for their
break in my
actions
car?
no. If men can hold themselves accountable for their actions and their choices, why can't women?
Because you're a man, bro.
Feminism and equality and all these things that they propagate and they preach, now that they're supposedly equal or even better than us, if we can hold ourselves accountable for our actions and our choices, why can't women? And even when you ask them directly, they will never admit to it. They will always blame somebody else or something, but they will never self-reflect and say, that was my fault, my bad.
Now, I will say this.
You must not have ever met those women, Ronan, because I have.
Many women are in denial.
I've met a lot of women.
More women are in denial than will admit to their wrongs.
I do almost near daily sessions of a close friend of mine who's a woman, a black woman from LA, right?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
That's one. Let's get all the other millions of them to admit.
Hold on, rude boy. No, I've met a lot of them, but the latest one regrets her marriage. How about that? Put that on the table.
That's good. Now she needs to do an outreach program to get the other ones to acknowledge their faults too. Because
I am her outreach program.
But what I'm saying is, as men, we can't do it. Other women have to take that.
Yes, you can. Stop saying that. That's not how it was.
That's not how it was. But society has changed. So the rules
off the plantation, Ronan, you see, this is the thing about young people. Y'all never want to face the past.
Young.
Yeah, you okay.
Dare you take my age away from me?
You're young to me, homie. I wish I was your age right now. But
look, I understand. I'd like to steal a couple years back myself.
Yeah, heard what I'm saying. Look, no, listen. There's an element in the community, our community, right, where the men have given up. The natural reaction of that, if you go watch the movie, not Crooklyn, but I'm sorry, I'll come back to Spike Lee, one of his last movies, incredible movie, Chirac. Go watch the movie.
I haven't watched that one yet.
I didn't.
Okay, so
I understood.
I know you didn't, because guess why? It was based on a Greek play.
No, it was, they withholding sex, and I just didn't like Spike Lee's movie.
Yeah,
they
put
were
your gun down
with the punani.
Yeah.
All right, so now,
I already know he don't like that.
Just want to set the stage for that. Up from slavery, black slave men who were emancipated walked off the plantation. Those who did built towns and cities, and we know the story, right? Now, what happened, like my dad, he was born in the 20th century. My mom, she was born in the 20th century. Your grandparents, perhaps, based on your age. What happened to those men? Did it end during the 70s? No, because we were still in dancing on Soul Train. Loving our sisters. Did it end in the 80s? Not so much, because you had Anita Baker and Luther Vandross. Did it end in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s? Yes, for the crack epidemic. Now, you guys got a chance to go to the military, but you don't know where you would be if you didn't get that opportunity. And there's so many more black men, even your age, who didn't take the opportunity to go in that direction. And so now we have what we have. And you want to blame the sisters for that? Jay-Z sold drugs to his own Marcy projects. He was selling drugs to the sisters, the brothers, the mothers, the aunties, as y'all like to call it. It's an aunt, man. Ain't no such word as auntie. That's what make you diminish the value of your mother or brother's sisters. Not y'all, but these young people. the way they reference each other. Dog. We didn't call each other dogs back in the 70s. Hey, what's up, brother? So we've lost that element, but on this channel, perhaps we can kind of reinstill that in a next generation. Hey, you're going to get arrows thrown at you. Pioneers get shot in the back. And if you up here on your channel, a very important channel, and people are acknowledging you, referencing you, and then most importantly, contributing to this conversation. Brothers, we need, I sound like Dr. Umar right now. Brothers, we need to have faith.
Please, not Dr. Umar.
I know.
Can I add a little bit when you finish, bro?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me read the super chat, and then I'm going to let you cook for a second, Mercy, because you've been sitting here for a minute, and I'm sure you got plenty to say. Shout out to Darnell for the $2 super chat. Did you lock your door? We were talking about the car thing and getting broken alarms. Did you set your alarm?
Did.
And I used to tell him, I used to keep my doors open because I used to buy beaters. When I was younger, I used to sell cars. I knew better than to buy something brand new that I really gave a fuck about. So
I know you felt like me, Ronan, where it was like the window cost more than anything you took.
Exactly. And I was dumb one time thinking, oh, I'm going to break the back window to get in the car because I locked my keys in the car. That was the most expensive fucking window on the whole goddamn car. Yeah. It would have been better for me to break the front window. So, you know, I never locked my doors. But again, shout out to Darnell for the $20 super chat. And it states Donald Trump was held accountable. He still got to pay his alleged victim money. Also, I had a Ford Mustang convertible, and they cut the whole top, stole nothing, and they ate McDonald's and left the trash in my car.
In the words of Floyd, as you say, the disrespect.
I gotta get that soundbite, bro. I gotta find that soundbite and make it. But I'm gonna play this one instead. Hold on, where's that one?
I better not catch you swimming in the buttermilk.
Yeah, we're gonna play this one.
Don't you listen to these funky ass niggas tell you shit.
There you go. Minister Jack says that perfectly.
So whoever going to ask, I just want to ask Richard, and you can jump in, Mercy, and help me out or not help me out.
Well,
do you think, you know, we're talking about the 90s. You don't think women had anything to do with those men growing up, single family households? Because I know a lot of women that didn't want those men around. They would get pregnant, and like they were happy to get pregnant, just not happy to have a man. And we see that to this day. People like Ebony K. Williams, I'm happy to get a baby on my own. I just don't want the man. But Mercy, if that's not your line, go ahead and take
Mercy.
care of
It's on you, brother. You got the mic.
I don't know why we act like these women have changed over the decades. It's just we got technology now, man. See, back in the day in the 70s, if you said that woman was trifling, you know, we had no proof. And a lot of times brothers would believe you anyway. Because all the women had to say was you the daddy, and that was the end of it. There was no questions asked. But see, now we got DNA testing. Now we got technology. We got all this. All that's going now is the revelation of the truth. The truth is coming out. That's all that's going on now. Back in the day when the story was told, your daddy was a pimp, your daddy was a player, your daddy was a Rolling Stone. But then now, as time went on, we got technology. Oh, mama was doing a couple things too. We just finding this stuff out. Like my dad, for example. Let me give you a story of my dad. My dad was born in the 40s. He still don't know who his father is. So that's my grandmother. My grandmother, and I'm not trying to rest her soul, but she took some secrets to the grave, brother. She took some secrets. Some secrets she got. Don't nobody know. And my grandmother had 13 kids. Never had a husband.
Damn.
13 kids, no husband.
Damn.
No question. She was never questioned.
Put it down.
If she said you was the daddy, you was the daddy. And then 40 years later, you find out the person who she claimed was your daddy comes and say, "Hey son, I'm sorry. I know what your mama told you, but we just told you that. But I'm not your daddy." I'm just telling you, man.
You ain't lying.
This was going on back then.
You ain't lying.
But see, we didn't have technology. We didn't have DNA testing. We didn't have shows. You know, we didn't have a Ricky Lake show. We didn't have none of these shows going on. So now stuff started coming out over time, man. And so now what's going on? Men have finally realized these women are not as innocent as we thought they was. So that's why brothers getting their passport now. Because they realize, hey, man, grandma, I'm not just looking at the women today, brothers to say mercy, oh, you harder than women today. I said, no, I got a grandma that was out there. So this go back generations. I'm going back.
Tell the truth.
I'm not saying, you know, I know she got them somewhere. And so all I'm saying is, bro, I'm not trying to be hard on the ladies today. You know, all I'm saying is, brothers, get your passport, get your money right, get your money together, get your business. I'm not saying you're gonna find a perfect wife overseas, but I believe you will get a better deal shopping overseas than you will shopping here. That's just what I think. Now, if you find yourself a good wife here, God bless you. I really hope you find a good wife here.
Damn.
But all I'm saying is, bro, for the most of you, you're gonna have to get out of the state.
Mercy done put out a word. Here, catch this plane.
Worse and worse.
So, Richard, what you feel about that? You said that there's no accountability. I mean, you know, what's that saying? Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Whose fault was that?
First of all, Fearless, you're too young to even know that word. That saying. you way too young to even.
No, DNA testing didn't come out to like the 90s.
Even Ronan too young to know that name.
Man, my mom was born in 44. Believe me, trust and believe. She grew up in a foster home with 13 kids, and none of them belonged to the damn parents in the house.
Man.
They were foster kids for a reason. Back in the 40s, when the fathers went overseas to fight in World War II, the mamas were running around town making babies, and they got rid of them before their husbands came back home, if they even lived.
Man.
So that's what was going on even back then. So Mercy put down a word. He wasn't lying about none of that shit.
Hold on now, Mercy. Hold on now, Mercy.
Commend you on that one, brother. You put it down. Okay.
I have some pushback on some of that.
All right.
Shit.
Let's hear it.
All right, now. In the 40s, in the 20s.
Well, way down south.
The past century.
Sharecroppers.
If you know what Fearless just said, good girls do, bad girls don't. If you know that, right? You know that good girls didn't. And so women weren't as loose while men were allowed to be. Let's keep it real.
Oh,
I think they were loose.
On that shit.
I think they were loose, but they disappeared.
There was shame, and they sent them away until they had the baby. And most likely the aunt or the uncle of a distant relative would adopt the child and take them, or they would wind up in those same foster homes I just told you about my mom. But no,
Ronan,
they were still messing around. They were
and
still
that happened
having
to
kids. They disappeared because there was shame to the family name if they were seen with that fat belly and no husband.
And that happened to my aunt. She was 14, my mother's sister, and my mom said they sent her away.
Yeah.
What year was that, Ronan, that you are referencing?
Well, my mom was born in 44, so it had to be in the early 30s, if not even sooner than that. Early 1900s. There was shame when women were pregnant without a husband.
And I hate to reference statistics,
okay,
you know, without having them available, but I know how fast to the keyboard.
ChatGPT is real quick.
I know how fast to the keyboard y'all are, so I'm gonna let y'all do it. The rate of single mother, the percentage of single mothers back in those days were minuscule to now. Number one, let's start with.
We agree with that.
Minuscule.
Agree.
And all of those girls weren't sent away.
I got pushback. When he finished, I got pushback.
All right, go ahead. Let him finish though, Mercy. But you put down the word, brother. We want to hear it from you. Go ahead, Rich.
All right. So Many of those mothers, if they couldn't take care of the kids, those kids were passed down to family members, right? I'm talking about the 20th century. And then on top of that, I've packed several shock explosives for you guys. So I'm gonna throw this one in there. How often do you think that happened in the white Appalachians?
A lot.
West Virginia, Pennsylvania.
There's a lot of.
How many more white people are on welfare? How many more single white mothers are there?
Well, we're only 12% of the population, so you already know white people.
Exactly.
Exactly. By percentage, Richard, we are more.
Per capita.
Right.
This is what you mean, Fearless, per capita. Can anybody get to the keyboards and let me know?
How many?
There are more white people on welfare than black people.
No, because that's by population.
That's a baseline.
Not by percentage.
That's a baseline.
Well, black people get rejected. Black people get rejected for food stamps quite a bit.
They're getting kicked off right now, James.
Right. White people don't get kicked off.
Well, yeah, it's their money.
Yeah, there's a lot of white people that have jobs and still collect food stamps.
It's their money. It's their money, bro. It's white people money. It ain't ours.
Oh well, I don't.
Well, you're a taxpayer.
When it comes to ours, I say every money in the United States belongs to us.
What do you say?
I got that foundational black mind, man. Shit.
So do I.
You gotta know how it started. So you gotta study the history of it. And when you find out the history of it, the program was not started for single mothers. It was started for widows. See, when you go back and realize, when those soldiers died, they started those programs for those widows, not single moms. Two different situations. A lot of those widows were married. Be a widow, you gotta be married, right? That means your husband died. So those programs were started for widows because that's biblical. Really, it's all biblical if you really think about it, because it's supposed to be a Christian nation. So it's really biblical. When your husband died, you didn't have support. So the government had programs to help those widows. But let's address your marriage stat, because a lot of people push the marriage stat, but what they don't push is a lot of people back in those days did not get divorced. They just kept remarrying. In other words, they would just leave and marry somebody else. If you ask older people, they will tell you that they didn't get divorces. They just stayed married and married multiple people. It's deep, bro. It's deep. You see, you gotta look at what was really going on back then.
Not
and then
that many
it's the same thing. I gotta push that. The only thing today is we got technology. You can look up somebody's certificate. You everything now. You can look it up. It's public information. You can get a divorce.
But Richard, how many times you gone to great granddaddy's house or to a funeral from great granddad, and not only did he have a family on one side of the town, some other folks showed up at the funeral, and he had a whole other family on the whole other side of town.
Is that a real question?
That's a real question.
Never.
I know too many stories of Rolling Stones like that in my life, even within my own family. My family's got a bunch of Rolling Stone brothers.
Now, I'm going to attempt to timestamp that in terms of that experience for you, because I think you were born beyond.
My mom was one of the Rolling Stones, so I can tell you.
All right, so I think you were born beyond 74, 75, correct?
I'm 67.
I can't do that math that real quick. You said 57 earlier. Stop lying.
And I was born in 67.
67. Okay, bet. Mm-hmm. So at that time, one of the number one hits on Black radio was from the Temptations. Mm-hmm. Say that.
Papa was
Rolling Stone.
That's where the divide occurred.
Nobody knows where he comes from.
Wherever he lays his hat was his home.
Oh my God, Ronan!
I know you messed the whole song.
I'm sorry. I'm
going to sleep.
Yeah,
my body.
What you mean?
Nobody knows where he comes from.
My back hurt that.
Hey, I was loud and wrong.
I ain't never heard that version of it.
I was loud and wrong at the same time.
That part right there, that's the funnest part, because they get all together. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. That's when they get down.
Nobody knows where he comes
That's
from.
right. That
What did
song,
he leave
I love
you?
that song.
But here's the
What
thing.
did he
This is
leave you?
confirmed. Look. ChatGPT
And when he
confirms it.
died, what did he
The
leave
key
you?
context are
Nothing.
marriage norms and family structure, social stigma, and
Alone.
support structure. 2% of the households were headed by single mothers under 18 in 1910.
But I want to know where Richard going with this. I don't think he landed a plane anyway.
No, he has.
I like landing planes.
Yeah, where you going with this, Richard?
I'm old school. I like driving around the block till I find a parking space.
God damn. Hey,
well,
I'm
you would
sorry.
hate this Spanish girl that I used to date, man. We want to rip my head off when I did that.
I got a shout out to Darnell for a $50 super chat. God, dog, Darnell, my boy. Anyway, Michigan law states that women only had to put man's name on a birth certificate. He was automatically considered the father if she applied for state aid. State went after the man, regardless if he was the father or not, because his name was on the birth certificate. Facts, and that was going on even up until the 80s. All a chick had to do was say that you were the daddy. If you guys didn't realize, there was a ABC News report. They were interviewing young girls that were getting pregnant in the inner cities, and they asked them, "Wouldn't you want to have the father in the home?" They say, "Why? It's a bother. We can get support from the state. We don't need the fathers to be at home, but we'll have the kids."
Well, y'all spoke to something about this earlier in terms of
Thank
questioning.
you again for the super chat, Darnell. Appreciate you, brother.
Big respect to Donna Elliott, man.
Yeah, he's dropping.
That's love. I think y'all spoke to this earlier in terms of women actually using the system, having babies to use the system to keep the food stamps coming. I've been watching this thread on YouTube about people getting cut off, and there's one sister with 8 kids, 8 baby daddies. Y'all seen her. She went viral several times. Whether she gets cut off, who knows? We've heard those stories about our community, our Black women, right? We've heard those stories. Oh, the baby daddy had to leave the house so the woman could get welfare.
Yeah,
I'm just here to represent a majority of us who weren't doing that, who didn't have that experience.
And I'm going to push back a little bit, even with that, Richard, because even though the men left the home so that the women could take advantage of the social services that were available during the Depression and the downturn in the 1960s, they were still bringing money outside the home back to the wife.
Facts. No pushback on that. I agree with you on that.
Even though they left because they wanted to take care of a system. They went out and maybe even went across state lines to go work, and they would still be sending money back, even though the wife was still getting state assistance. So I just want to add to that. But yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
But
sorry.
There was a period in time, particularly in the 80s and especially through the 90s. I don't know if y'all remember the term buppy, because I straight up think that both Ronin and Fearless were buppies. I was a buppy.
Yeah, like
what's a buppy? Please explain what a buppy is. I don't know what it is. What is a buppy?
It's a black
Take a look. Take a look in the mirror.
Upper professional.
Like a preppy but black. A black preppy.
Yuppie.
Young person.
Yuppie.
That's what where the Y comes in. James is one.
Now, $2 super chat saying, "Dave, I'm David Ruffin, and these are the Temptations." Listen. All right, thank you.
You keep interrupting Richard. We gotta let Richard land his plane.
I'm sorry.
All right. So my point is, let's get back to accountability. All right. This is why I came up to talk about this. This is why I like to come up and create some sense of disruption in the conversation with you brothers, with grown men.
Yeah.
There was a time, I go back to Jay-Z and how he created the blueprint for a lot of Black men, sell drugs and then get out, right? The fact that our young people celebrate drug dealers, right?
Right.
At some point, either through drug abuse,
Big Meech just got out and everybody gave him credit. Well, for what? Go ahead.
Or drug selling, we left those women. Whoever Big Meech was dating or married to at the time, he went away for a long time, and his son had to come by himself. This is something I've been wanting to say, even on Zed's channel. Let's call it that, because I hate the name she keeps out there. But terrible brand. But We left our women, bro. We abandoned our women. Maybe not you. Maybe not you.
No, I'm saying you're
Maybe not
actually
you.
wrong. And you know why? I see this is, I hate doing these videos because I never get any views, but it's just what happens. Y'all don't watch the
Yeah, those views don't sell
well. But give me 1 second and I'm gonna show you. This is a video I did. I hope I'm gonna be able to hear it. And I'm gonna skip through. So just give me a second. This is raise your hand if you're married. Let me preference this. This is in the 1980s. So this is how they thought then. This is how women thought. A white guy is interviewing these women from New Jersey. Married. Raise your hand. None of you married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married.
That's the video.
Father. One. The rest of you. One girl. One girl out of 8 raised their hands. Now I'm gonna keep on going. Look. From a man.
Not really. I didn't have a father.
So this is what she's saying. Don't you think you need a man? This is how they thought that all myself comes from. But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so it really male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Did you just hear that? No. Did you just hear what she said? I want to tell you where she got it from. A male figure is, and this is how they her home and does single parents. Is that something we should be proud of? Yeah, we proud of it. LaDawn said she didn't have a father in her home and doesn't think her children need one. She's not unusual. Half the black families today are headed only by a woman. Clorinda said she could make it on her own as a single parent. She has never been married and is raising her daughter without a man's help. She's not unusual. Do you hear this? Yeah, let me see if I can even. It's like an echo to where it came. It's like being played over and over in my head. Over here. I can hear it. Here we go. I don't need a man. 5th grade math skills and reads at a 6th grade level.
You she not tender-headed.
Clorinda relies on welfare to support Shaquana, but it's her mother, Gloria Henderson, who gets the check for the whole family. Gloria, 34, has never been married. She was a teenager when Clorinda was born, just as her own mother, Clorinda's grandmother, had been when Gloria was born. And you're going to tell me that's a whole system. The mama on welfare, the grandmama on welfare. So you got to tell me when you keep telling me that these are going out. And this is when I got mad when I was telling your boy how they vet men. This is how they vet men. With child, now you. Why is that happening?
I really didn't plan on getting pregnant, but if I really had somebody to really sit down and talk to, like really express my feelings to them, I don't think none of this would have happened. And then when it did happen, my grandma's like, I told you this, I told you this. Tell me nothing.
How many of your parents said? That's my generation. So Richard, I need you to explain me to this, and that's the very video I was referencing. Yeah. So and here's what I get mad when I don't know if you were on this one, Richard, when we were, and I said women, it was Angela on their broadcast, and she was talking about how to vet men, and I said this is how women vet men. What did you like about him?
His legs.
His legs.
I got a thing for bow-legged boys.
Bow-legged boy.
I love them. They have some gorgeous legs. I just don't know.
That's how she vetted her man, because he was bow-legged. That's how she got pregnant. From a bow-legged dude. Ain't worried about how much money he made. Could he support nobody? God
damn. Not the bow-legged one.
And then you say that they not accountable. And that's when I get on there and say, bro, what are y'all talking about, man? Because this is where I'm coming from when I try to bring those facts out. They say, oh, no, Fearless, you this. No, brother, this is what I'm looking at. Where I see these, we can't even talk about the 90s, man. This go back to the 80s where women were saying, I don't need a man. I can do this by my own. I don't need a man. My mama ain't had no man. I can do this all by myself.
Because of the social system.
Yes. So Richard, throw that grenade, brother. Come on.
Should I throw it now or
yeah, we waiting for us to go grenade and jump away from it.
Should I say this first? Yeah, I'm throwing it at y'all. I ain't gonna sit in the room with y'all like, hey, I'm gonna pop this grenade.
He said, I'm throwing it through the window. Y'all motherfuckers on your own.
I think you know how this works. All right, so let me say this, man. I think what broadened my scope of life as I matured and grew wiser. I think I'm wise. You know, there's knowledge and there's wisdom, and you think you got it in your 40s and 50s. You got a lot of answers, but you still got questions. I think I'm kind of wise. I'm not tooting my own horn for that. I'm just wanting to lay this out. The same thing happens here. I live in Jomtien Beach. It is, Beach Road in Pattaya. I've gone down there lots of times, not for the girls, like just a goofy first time here. Never been here before. First time here, guy with a, cell phone and taking pictures of this, that, the other. I've been approached by the pros. What I hate most about even leaving my crib in the evening is like, Sawadee ka, welcome. It's like, I lived in LA for 25 years. I've seen a lot of prostitution, not in my personal life, but I'm an empathetic, sucker. That's why I don't go to strip clubs, because I'll be wanting to ask them, why are you doing this? I could fix your life. So the grenade is coming. All right, hang with me. I'll make it brief. So when I see that type of lifestyle, it is completely separate from what I came here for, right? I don't even see that anymore. If I got to walk down to the beach just to watch a sunset or whatever the case may be. But the grenade is this. And I've been wanting to ask you military vets this question over and over again and never had a chance to, and here it is. The passport bro movement, in my mind, is comprised of mostly retired veterans who got R&R in Thailand, particularly Pattaya. And I feel like this it definitely has spun off a remix of how young Black men are now seeing the world, which I don't begrudge, because the fact is, hey, leave the plantation, leave the matrix. To me, it's like leave the scene of the crime. Bad family, and you got pulled over by the cops, and maybe you did a bid, and maybe you went to county or whatever. Cops harassed you. Leave the scene of the crime, move abroad. But the fundamental thing about passport bros is that it seems to be comprised of retired military vets who had a chance to move abroad. And I'm happy about that. But the narrative that they're pushing about the fact that it's all for sale, because maybe you had a couple of weeks in port and the only opportunity you had to have intimacy was to, meet a working girl.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that what it is?
No.
Because I don't even know how to buy it.
No.
Buy what?
Passport bros are not comprised.
I think you know what I mean by that. I don't know how to buy it. I don't know how to go down the road and walk along.
Let me put this way. Any old
come home and
expat,
trust that person when I'm butt naked. I don't know how to do that.
Any older military expat is not going to claim passport bros. We've been doing this way longer
and
way more efficiently than these knuckleheads that just showed the fuck up.
Yeah, these guys just showed up on the scene.
We've been moving quietly, silently, doing our thing, and only our inner circle ever knew anything about some of these countries if they came and looked at maybe a book of pictures, and half the time we didn't even bring pictures back. It's like Vegas. Whatever went on. You didn't take no pictures and you didn't bring nothing back.
And
you
even
told the
stories
and the sales.
Even Ricky Mack said
the buying part.
Even Ricky Mack said the same thing, guys. He even said that even the veterans approached him that were already in Thailand and said, "Hey, man, you're kind of messing up the scene here. You know, this was a quiet as kept. Nobody was
Totally
talking about Thailand for years.
Yeah. Only the vets knew.
Yeah,
Only
only
the
the
vets
vets knew. And it's funny, it's funny. The day I was watching a documentary, I was watching a documentary today on Fallujah. It was the Battle of Fallujah in Iraq, and they were the Marines there when they left Fallujah. They got on their ship. Do you know where they poured it at?
Patia.
They poured it in Patia, and they let those dudes go buck wild for 3 weeks.
Hell yes.
3 weeks in Patia.
Our home port during the Gulf War, we would go to the Gulf of Oman, do ship interdictions, come back to the Philippines, port, go back to the Gulf of Oman, do ship interdictions. This is way before the Gulf War even started. We were already on deployment. We were already doing SOC capable missions. We come back to the Philippines, port again for a couple 3 weeks. You know how much energy and pent up a rage that a fucking military guy has when he's doing missions. Then he comes back. Yeah, he's dotting anything that fucking moves.
Yeah, and that's
free time.
And this was back in 2004, and the guys were saying 2004 they let us go into Pattaya, Thailand. We could drink, do whatever we wanted to do. 2004, before there was a passport bro movement. So then they ain't talk. I'm just hearing about this now.
I'm talking about early 80s.
Yeah,
when I was doing this shit.
Well, let's talk about the late 60s and early 70s when the Vietnam vets.
Look at you got a prodigy of that. Look at Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So no, the veteran community is not
Korea,
priority.
Thailand, all those places. We are hitting them.
They're not passport bros.
Wait, Ronan, what did you say?
Korea, Thailand, Japan, Iwakuni, Yokosuka, Okinawa. We hitting them all.
What were you doing?
What you mean? Wherever a ship pulled in the port, everything was getting dotted in that town. If it moved, it was getting hit.
You know it.
My favorite was Spain.
All we got drunk and got laid. Drunk and get laid. That's it. That's all that was on our minds.
I'll tell you another show I was watching. I was watching The Pacific. It's an HBO series about World War II. They were showing how they went into Australia. Do you know they was the dudes, the local guys were trying to fight the American dudes in there because they were taking away so many women in Australia.
Thank you.
The local guys couldn't do nothing with them.
We upset towns. We bring a lot of money in, but we will turn a fucking town upside down when military guys get there.
I've watched the same docs that Drew did. Now let's get to BMOC. You still with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Fearless.
Uh-oh.
By the way, let me get this super chat out again because Darnell is just dropping dollars.
I'm here, bro. I'm here.
He said, Richard, brother, you done held that grenade so long, you done lost your hand.
I did.
You blew your face off. You blew your face off. All the way off.
Thank you, James.
Darnell, for the $5 super chat.
Yeah, but I think you were a sergeant, weren't you?
Who?
James?
U.S. Navy, man.
All right.
I got out E6.
Damn, y'all don't even throw grenades.
No, only Navy SEAL gunners mates.
I do, and did.
Yeah.
Get
But
to
we
my
do-
big man on campus, brother.
Yeah, but some of the shipbound sailors do have access to grenades. If
oh yeah,
the ship is dead in the water and they start attacking, we're all going to get guns.
That's when the fit hits
I
the
keep
shan.
telling people that about the Navy. Everybody's getting a gun and everybody's fighting. I don't care if you've been mopping the floors
Uncle
or
Guns is a Navy guy, so watch out. Uncle Guns been.
Y'all
they got a lot of everybody's going to be shooting and throwing grenades off that ship. So if a carrier is dead in the water and you attack it, you got everything coming at you.
All kind of shit be coming.
Yeah,
out.
you're gonna have the jets, the helicopters, us, everything. You can fuck your ass up.
And then the big guns on the ship, man. Y'all got more
The Sea
artillery
Whiz.
than
Yeah.
the grunts on the ground. For real though. Yeah, for real though. All right, but I want to go back to Fearless because he's BMOC.
Mm-hmm.
He claimed that
HNIC.
In Ohio, maybe.
And check this out, Fearless. I want to know, with all of the beautiful, highly potentiated young women that you met in your life, how did you wind up in your mindset about sisters?
Oh no, so let me explain the BMOC. BMOC is the big man, big man on campus.
I know what that is.
So I played D1 football, Kappa Alpha Psi. I never had an issue getting women.
What position you play?
Outside linebacker. Started off as a safety, then they put some weight on me. Yep. So that's when I say. So my thing was, I never had an issue with it. I was hitting them all. Never had a problem.
So when did you start having an issue?
I had never really had an issue. I think the issue came when my mother was a traditional type mother, stay-at-home mom, and I wanted to have someone like my mother. And then I started to find women who were not traditional anymore. And if you remember, we were having this discussion with your buddy, the feminist. The
criminalist.
Yeah.
The criminalist.
Yes, he was saying it was okay. Yeah, he was saying it was okay that, he said he wanted a woman to have more bodies than him.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
And then he said he did not care how many bodies she had. And I said, I do. He said he wanted to. I said, well, what's the number? 100, 200? How many can she have? He didn't care. She can have all of that. I didn't come from that time. I wanted a woman.
He didn't mean that, though, Phyllis. He didn't mean that.
No, he did.
He did.
He did. As unassuming as he is, he did. He meant every bit of that.
I think maybe he watched a lot of porn or some weird shit.
And here's the biggest thing. He says
Who said that?
That was I think that was Drew G.
Right,
but here's the thing. He comes from money.
No, that was James. That was James.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Drew G. I didn't mean to throw the bullet at you. James, take it. I think he comes from. He said he comes from money. So
yeah,
that's
he does.
even
His dad
worse.
is a doctor.
That makes it even worse that he would say something like that, knowing he comes from a decent family, and he should have a better pick from society based on his positioning within the hierarchy of Atlanta, if that's where he grew up at. He should have had the better pick.
But let me tell. Richard asked me a question, so he wanted to know where this entry all came from. So as I got older and got out, I seeked a more traditional type woman. And what I meant by traditional, I didn't want to have to fight over power. Every girl that I was with in college, it was a power thing. I'm a single woman. I'm single and I don't need a man, or I can do all this by myself. And what made me change was I was making fun of a guy I worked with. I can't remember his name, but he talked white, talked proper, real proper.
Like you.
Yeah, that's much more than me. You couldn't even tell. If you was on the phone with him, you wouldn't know he was a brother. And we were making fun of him. I said, man, you must have married a white girl. And he's like, I did. And what he said to me made me look at things entirely different. He said when he was in college, all he dated was black girls. And he said the issue was they were all raised by just their mother. He said, so they never seen how a father is supposed to be in the house, how a man is supposed to be. And it was always a fight over power. It was always like this anger, a competition. He said when he dated a white girl who grew up with a mother and father, he never had that. They kind of already knew the role. It was like they let him be a man and he let her be a woman. It was never, they never tried to demasculating. And I was like, wow. I said, because that's what I'm seeing. So every woman that I would date, I was like, why are we battling over here? I'm trying to have us together. It was always became a competition. And so it was never, I don't want to say it's color, it was culture. Because I would go out of the country and date black women. But what happened with black women who were out of the country was they understood that their femininity was their superpower. So women outside of the country said, I can be feminine and I can get way more by being feminine. I'll give you a great example. If you see somebody crossing the street, a big guy carrying a tiny bit of groceries, you wouldn't even help him because you're like, yeah, he got it. If you see an old lady crossing the street with a whole bunch of bags, you'll run up and help her because that's what men do. Women out of the country, and some women here in the States still have that view where they can say, I can be in my femininity. I can have a man help me because that's my superpower and not feel weak. That's when it started to change. When I said, man, I'm dating you. Why are we arguing about this? Why are we fighting? I'm trying to be your man. So they expected me to still be traditional, yet they weren't. And I think Chris got mad because I said, I don't want to date a whore. I don't want to marry a whore. And he was like, well, when you get with a girl, she's going to have all these bodies. I said, no, my wife didn't. My wife didn't have a hot girl summer. She didn't go to Freaknik. She went from her mother's house to my house. And he said, like, that's impossibility. I said, I don't see this as a possibility. That's how it used to be. I have a daughter. My daughter can live with me until she finds her husband. She don't need to be, she don't have to, he expects a woman to be a whore to find herself. And I said, I just don't, I see traditional women who don't feel the need to whore themselves out or go through that hot girl summer or lay with men to find out that they're a woman. I don't see that. That's what changed for me, that I could see it. And then, what I was trying to explain was I was that whore maker. And what I meant by the BMOC was I was the dude. What changed me is I was the dude on the side. Yeah. I was that dude on the side. I was the dude they was cheating with. I was non-judgmental with these girls, so they would do things with me that they wouldn't do with their man. Like,
Felix, I've been the bitch's bastard as well.
Mm-hmm.
Ronan, you've been the bitch's bastard.
I sure the fuck have.
I think every gentleman on this panel and the value that you bring to this conversation is if you were, you had your shit together, you've been the bitch's bastard.
I didn't have my shit together and I was in the Marine Corps. I was the fuck boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I didn't give a fuck.
Okay, rude boy.
And I have no vitriol.
Hold on, rude boy.
Black America.
Let me tell y'all something, man.
Why you mad at them? Why you mad at them? 1 second,
James, and then I'll let you go, James. I have no vitriol for Black American women.
Why you mad at them?
I'm not mad at all. I went down to our family reunion. We had and I know Ronan when I showed my cousin. She's a gynecologist, OBGYN. Makes about $300,000 a year. You know what she was doing at the family reunion? Cooking for the men, taking care of the men. See, what they taught in my family was you can still make money, you can still all of that, and you can still be a woman. You can still be feminine. Your money didn't change your femininity. And today, that's not how it is. She was taught to be a wife. That's what changed with me because
keyword they're taught to be, meaning somebody stood over her and taught her.
My aunt taught her to be a wife. No more. Exactly. And I didn't. So Richard, what happened was I didn't see that in today's world. I didn't. I dated women where they just didn't know how to cook, couldn't clean, couldn't do anything, and I had no problem in taking care of them. But I started as I got older. Yeah.
So did I.
As I got older,
so did I, and that's why I don't hold nobody else accountable. So did I. And if God blessed me with those resources for me to pass it on, particularly to a woman, I've done that for the homies. But with much responsibility.
Richard, what's different from me and you is I got to an age where I said, I can't teach a woman how to be a wife.
I'm trying to get you to my age. Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
Yes, you can.
I got too old to train pit bulls.
Richard, let me tell you something.
I'm not training no woman to be a wife. Just like she shouldn't change.
Don't get it. Tell me something.
And then I'm going to let James go. I had a woman after witnessing, she sang at my wedding, my second marriage.
Oh, Lord.
It lasted 9.5 years. She basically used me as a stencil of the type of man she would want to marry.
Because
by
you
the
built
time I got divorced, listen. I dated her. She was an entertainer in LA. I dated her. Grandmother loved me. It just didn't work out between me and her. But her grandmother was kicking her at our wedding like that could have been you. That's how much. But let me say this.
You should have told me her name because I lived in LA for 25 years.
Listen,
Tell me your name.
When I date women, I make sure if I break up with them, if I can bring them in a room, they shouldn't be looking across the room at the lady that I'm with that evil look like, bitch, I had your man first. I don't deal with that shit. But anyway, when I got divorced, she said, Alex, I've watched you throughout your whole marriage. I've seen you before that. We dated. She said, put your motherfucking cape up. Ain't not a bitch up in here worth saving no more. That's what I mean. And that came from a black woman in the entertainment industry there in LA. So I took that as a cue, like, hey, ain't nothing I'm doing wrong. These other bitches. Oh man, I didn't have to work in LA. I drove to LA. I lived in Ontario for a while, lived in Riverside, Temecula. It's easy to take an hour drive, LA, San Diego, wherever the fuck I wanted to go.
I'd love to talk about the fires, but I know James won't go.
I have people all the time, but I want James to go. But what I'm saying is, it's on the women. The Captain Save a Whole days are over. Fuck
Never going to be on the women, brother. That's not how
Save a Whole days are over.
Yeah,
where it comes to the black community and black men, until women decide that they want to fall back in line, you ain't going to put that genie back in the fucking bottle no more. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, Richard, let me ask you, you're a professional.
Wait, let James go.
Oh,
Man,
that's James, right?
Basically what this is, we all got invited to Travel's crib. He got a couple beers and some burgers on the grill, and we just sitting around and yapping it up, man. That's what this is right here, and I love it. Let me tell you something. I asked one of my aunt's friends when I was back home, what you got to say about Passport, bro? Because they know what I was doing. And I said, what kind of man do you want your daughter to get with? What kind of woman do you want your son to get with? Because she got a son and a daughter, 2 sons, 1 daughter. As a result of what you went through mentally, when I asked you what kind of woman you want your sons to end up with, have you thought of any of the young girls that you've seen around here at your job, at the grocery store, when you was driving by in the late night and see what's lining up at the club? Did you see anything that you would introduce to your son? Probably not, but that ain't got nothing to do with it. Some of these girls could be fixed. Oh, so you want a fixer-upper for your son instead of a nice, sweet, soft, delicate young woman who's just looking for a good, strong man like your son. People were quiet just like this because they know me and they know that I have a way of communicating in a way that forces you to not bullshit me. That's what I do. And they know that. And they know this woman, she don't bullshit anyway. So this conversation is going to be nothing but real. Her response was, look, if you a strong man and you know what you want, like my sons, both of them doing well. One of them is trying to be an engineer. The other one's trying to be a doctor. They are good boys. I mean, they gonna do it. He can actually take any woman and make a good wife out of her. I was like, hold up. What about Tracy? Oh, Lord. Oh, and I'm talking about stank, dirty, Brittany Renner kind of hoe, but she's almost as pretty as Brittany Renner. But she has slept with everybody.
You've slept with a Brittany Renner. Stop lying.
I have.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this is why I love bringing up Brittany Renner, because there's one thing true about Brittany Renner.
Military dudes.
Yeah. Right. Brittany Renner, if you look at Brittany Renner, you like, Damn.
I'm gonna knock this back. Get it.
You're gonna hit it.
All of us on the panel have done that. We're
gonna hit it.
Yeah, come on.
But at the same time, even when they're hoes like Brittany Renner, if you ain't on that,
well,
if you a good boy like right. And when you a good boy like your sons, these girls don't even want them dudes. That was what I was getting to.
But Richard,
so what happens is your sons with their degrees, as soon as they get their residencies and they are in there, they can go anywhere in the world. They can go to Germany. Could you imagine a young black doctor in Germany with no kids, good health, tall and look good? You can't get him back to the States. What I'm doing is showing them an option. What I'm doing is showing them that they don't have to put up with them Brittany Renners. They don't. Her daughter has 3 kids, 2 baby daddies.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't, Richard. I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. I don't know your profession.
That's my point, man. That's my point.
I'm not sure where piece in the room.
So, Richard, I'm not sure where you got at in your professional career, but could you bring Finney to one of your corporate events?
Fuck no.
Okay. I used to do internet
radio. Can you repeat that?
This girl Finney who was calling me nigga, this.
Right.
Could you bring her to your corporate event?
Of course not.
Yes.
Oh my God. You willing to risk your life? Yeah. I mean, your job.
All right,
because I'm in corporate and I know the first thing that they look at.
Well, you asked me the question, and if you want to answer,
you're a brave man because there's no way.
But let him complete the answer. Let him complete the answer and why. Yeah. Go ahead, Richard. You have the floor. Tell us why you feel comfortable with bringing that type of woman into your professional space to be a representation of you.
I hope you ain't dropped that grenade on yourself, brother.
Yeah, did you blow yourself up over there?
I think you did.
God damn, really? Rich, come back and talk live. Come on, man. Where you go? I don't know if you muted your mic. He fell out with the heart attack because we done dropped the bomb on him.
He got a hero.
I don't know. Maybe he got dropped out by.
Well, I am in Pontiac, so forgive me if my internet goes out. You know
okay. You're back. Okay, good.
So,
Who's in Pontiac? Are you out here in Jump Team Beach with me?
Is that James?
Yeah.
I'm scared of you, man. So yes, I am, but I know I don't want to hook up with you.
What you scared of me for? What I do?
You too young and in shape.
Man, there's all kinds of brothers out here, man. Come see me. Come see me at Culture Lounge. James
says
Darnell is calling for a medic.
James just saying you reel him in, he'll knock him down for you.
Yeah, hold on. Hey, James, I've been to Culture. I know Chef. I've eaten there several times. I've been around the city. I get around, what you mean you didn't know? But you knew here. Yeah, I retired here, so I've done those things, and I've been around, and I know. Yeah, and I know you hang out there, so don't make me pull up on you.
Oh shit!
He gonna pull up on me.
Watch what you say to me. I'm only kidding, James. I have so much respect.
You know what I like?
I have so much respect for you, brother.
There's some good company out here, man. It really is, man. It really is.
It's a warm place. It's, when I came out here, and even though I wasn't ever a fan of Bob Dylan, he has a song called Shelter from the Storm. And one of the lyrics from that song was, "Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm." And as an African-American whose parents were raised in the Jim Crow South, man, I started playing that song like on a regular. But let me get back to Fearless. You had a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
Go with it.
So that question was, why would you feel comfortable bringing that person to a corporate event to represent you?
Glad you brought me back to that point. It's because I believe that that sister, like all of us, are coachable. And I know you're going to relate to this, BMOC, Big Man on Campus. I know you're going to relate to this, Cap Psi Phi. I know you're going to relate to this. How do you recruit? How do we get back together? How do we get back to a time when, it was black love? How do we get back to, maybe it's too late. I get it. I know I'm old. How do we get back to love songs about black people? Even LL Cool J wrote a song called I Need Love. How do we get back to that? And
that was in the 80s.
I'm sorry.
That was in the 90s. I was correct myself.
That
was in the 90s.
Is that too far back for y'all? You ain't got to look back to slavery. You ain't got to look back.
No,
to
I
the
Need
60s.
Love was in the 80s.
80s, right? You ain't got to look back that far to get back to where we were with our thing. So I want to get back to Phyllis's question. I don't hold anybody accountable outside of myself, and that's what we did back in the day. That's why Black Wall Street was built. There was people who were involved with self-accountability, and they got together and they built stuff. Now they burnt it down. I get it, blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't mean it can't happen again. And so when I come up on these panels, a funny story is when I came up on Zed's panel, it's like, what do you mean keep Africa passport bro free? That doesn't make sense. And I got kicked off the panel thanks to Femi. I'll come back to your question. And they didn't understand where I was coming from. And where I'm coming from is black unity is all you got. Everybody else does it. All other people of similar complexion does it. Now, me being in Thailand, it's me not even being black no more. I'm not even black out here. I'm just a Farang. I'm just another foreigner. That the people who I buy stuff from have seen me for the past year and a half. They realize, okay, he left America for good, perhaps. But to leave the scene of the crime for us would be a good experience for everybody. Jay Rello trying to raise money to come to Thailand. Raise. I know. Let's not go there. But yeah, for us to push forward the narrative that it's positive. Let's get away from the passport bro bullshit about like, hey, go overseas and buy sex. I think that's GI
not
well, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, I won't argue. We can agree.
I don't want to argue, but we could have a conversation about it, a positive one.
Because you're a vet.
I am.
You're used to buying.
We're used to both.
Wait, I know both. But some of y'all, in terms of the both, it's a girl you met in college or the girl you grew up on the block with. I'm talking about like the common concept of moving abroad or traveling abroad to buy it from Punta Cana to Thailand and Philippines or whatever. That's the grenade in the room that I wanted to throw on y'all. How did these young brothers get the idea in their mind that it's okay to buy it?
Man, you be taking a long way around to say why you ain't gonna take Finney somewhere.
I would help you out. Yes, I would. Okay, hold on. Because I would coach her. I would coach her.
This is how I feel. How we got to
the last poets. What you know about the last poets, young fella?
When they say this,
so black folks can take over.
That's what I would say. Sometimes you got to kill off those Negroes so the black folks can take over.
It happened in South Africa.
And some of them I can't save. And that's when I say I can't train a pit bull no more. Some of them can't save. Man, I wish I could.
When you say that to a coach, though, BMOC, I can't train them. I can't help them. I can't give you no more. Normally, they take you off the field.
No. Because the coach understands that there could be a cancer. And sometimes you got to cut a cancer out in order to unite things.
Are you talking about Antonio Brown?
Yeah,
talking about a whole bunch of different things. You can relate it to a whole bunch of things. There are cancerous people, and period. Toxicity.
It happened in South Africa, Ronan. It happened in South Africa.
Toxicity breeds toxicity. Period.
And I remember listening to Ocho Cinco when he said he went to the Patriots, and he realized that there's no superstar, nothing is bigger than the team, and he said I couldn't survive there. And so there's some people that think they're more important than the team, and she would be one of them. And so you can't, you know, Harriet Tubman, what she do? She had to kill some people and let them go. Everybody couldn't get to the promised land.
You brothers, I feel, have a good point, because that's common sense and a common direction, a common move forward. But I also think that there is talent in your midst. And if you collab properly with that individual and say, now listen, Fearless, don't listen. May I say that what she said was wrong, but who's going to coach that young sister? Soldier. Go back and listen to
get cussed out again.
Let y'all get down.
No, that's you call her a sister soldier. She's gonna take that as an insult, like we said.
That's fine. I'll keep calling her that. I'll keep calling her that until she steps up into that position.
Oh,
until she becomes self-actualized.
She gonna say what position?
The position that you have a lot of good stuff to say to coach Black women, like Shahrazad Ali. And
do not put her in the same category as her. Don't do that.
Not putting her in not putting her in the same category, Ronan. I'm calling her to the cause. I'm calling her to the purpose.
I can't call it to the cause, Richard, because when I was asked by
Chris, you can.
I was asked by Chris about my daughter. He said, "How would you raise?" Because we were talking about my daughter, and I said, "Man, I wouldn't raise my daughter like that. I'm going to raise my daughter not to be the whore, not to be. Well, how you going to control your daughter?" I said, "Man, it ain't about control. I'm going to give her all the foundation and opportunity. She'll have a representative." I said, "I am going to be my daughter's first boyfriend, her first person she loves, the first representative of what a man should be. You open doors, you take care of her, all of that." And they kept saying I'm crazy. She said I was crazy on there. All of it. They said, so when I'm saying, if I was a single mother, I would get more praise than saying, you know what? We decided to marry before we carry. We decided to be a family. We decided to say, let's make sure our college fund is fully funded before we bring a child into this world. I get more pushback from you and them than if I said, "Hey, I'm a single baby mama." Where y'all clap for that.
Girl, you doing it. You doing it. You brave out there doing it for yourself and your son or your daughter.
So how
they
can I
get
bring
tears
those
for that shit when it should have been like, why'd you get pregnant in the first place if you weren't married? Simple question.
Who asked that question, bro?
That's what
Who asked that question?
They say it on they praise somebody like Ebony K. Williams for being a single mother. She's good. She froze her eggs. She didn't need a man. They praise that.
Follow-up question for Rich from Darnell. What's your plan to train Femi? Use specifics.
We ready. Give us some specifics.
All right. So I'm gonna start with 3 points. 1, stop cussing.
Okay.
2, stop cussing. 3, go back to rule 1.
So her only downfall is that she cusses.
To me,
everything else, listen, her thought process, her analytics,
Black women need to hold
the emotional context that she uses when she splurs out all these words. That she is out of control. There's no control and analytical
angry,
thought
Ronnie.
process.
She angry. Black women are angry.
Instead of just
black
cussing,
men.
maybe she needs to go to therapy.
Yes,
and work on why she's angry.
Yes,
and maybe the cussing will stop from the therapy.
Yeah, but she angry at y'all, man.
She ain't angry for me.
Why is she angry at us?
I didn't do nothing to her. Don't project your anger on somebody that had nothing to do with it. Go project it on the person that caused it, or go deal with it. One of the two.
Ronan,
but it ain't my problem.
Ronan, in your 50s, I know you know dang going well, and anybody on this panel know that that's what young people do.
Is she that young? She got a whole husband. How old is she?
Young enough to like point the finger.
Oh, old ladies point the finger. That has nothing to do with it. My
I don't even think
she points a finger
at you.
Hello.
At you? Does she point the finger at you?
She does and can.
What did she say? I'm curious.
And I can refute it. It depends on the situation. But she's pointing things at me, and I'm like, I ain't accepting that at all. It's not on me.
What did she say, though? Ronan, if you're willing to be transparent.
I hate women. I don't hate women. I hate the things they do. I hate the
said
things
that I
they
couldn't
take
get a woman.
accountability for.
I couldn't get a woman. And I just played into it. I couldn't get a woman. I had to go overseas. And that's because
I appreciate you, Uncle Guns. Appreciate you coming in and moderating. Thank you, sir, so much.
She said my wife is going to divorce me when she get her papers. I got her because she doesn't speak English. And that's played into, I'm like, my wife is a citizen. My wife has a master's degree in clinical psychology. I mean, we've been married 10 years. But in her mind, she thought she can't speak English. And when she gets her green card, she's going to leave. And she was probably a whore over there.
Oh, shit.
So how do you? Yeah. And the sad thing was, Chris just wanted me to sit there and say nothing. And y'all found the sad thing is, you find the guy who doesn't say anything a strong guy and respectful, and you find a woman who cusses the man out like that and says that strong.
I find them potential, Fearless. I find them potential because they have platforms. They say stuff.
All platforms ain't good platforms. We know that.
Of course not. Of course not. When I first came to YouTube in 2012, they were showing videos of Al Qaeda and cartels, doing really ugly things, until Google bought YouTube around that time, 2012, 2014, and made them clean up their act. That's why you can barely use certain words and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get it. There are people out here who want clout. They want a following. They're on the web. They're entrepreneurs. They want to build a platform, just like you're doing. Like my platform, I can barely get to 400. I don't care. I don't live off YouTube. I played the YouTube game for a lot of years, and never got I might have got a dime, might have got 10 cents. But there are people who are going to be out here. If y'all are out here, you in these streets. And what would be your take on what they say? What would be your position if they rolled up with a gat, a blicky? How would you de-escalate the conversation to the point where you can actually impart some of your endless well of wisdom to them?
Hold up. Are they pulling that with a blicky already drawn and pointing at me? They ain't no discussion at that point.
All right, I don't know what you carry. I don't know what your daily carry is. I don't know what your daily carry is.
Well, if you can look behind me right now, that ain't my daily carry, but believe me, I got a truck gun, and so I live in Texas. We got truck guns. I watched
your videos many times. I'm like, what is that, a cannon? I get it. What I'm saying to you is,
so Rich, you still ain't helped me out, because I'm still perplexed when I try to give the example of how I would raise a woman, a girl, and to be a good woman, to say, she doesn't have to find her, she doesn't have to find love by opening up her legs, that she can do this, she can do that. I would empower her. I was ridiculed. So how can I save somebody?
A woman doesn't find love through opening her legs. She finds intimacy. First close touch.
Either one of them.
First close touch. Well, there's a difference, my brother. There's a difference.
Well, I don't think that. Go ahead.
You've had sex with enough women to know, I would think, being BMOC, that women don't find love through intimacy. Intimacy is what that is. And so demonizing women through the fact that they open their legs doesn't mean they love you. That's a different level of human interaction. And that's what I'm here to try to explain from me talking on Zed's channel and talking on this channel. Is like, someone asked me on her channel, like, what do you think about feminism? I'm like, that's a net sum gain, rather. You won. Girls should have the ability to be their own entities. They should have the ability to desire, like you do, whether they want you or not. I've been through that, even back in the 80s. Women choose. If you got it, it wasn't because you was all that slick. If they give it up all the time, it's not because they're 304s. It's just human nature. Maybe they like it more than the other girl. It's not that complicated. They're human freaking beings.
So would you marry that woman?
We deify women because they have the, that thing. Men are moving abroad to find it.
Have you ever heard of microterminism? You might need to look that up.
Microterminism.
Terminism. Yes.
All right, hold on one second.
It's where a woman has microterminism. And it's where if a woman has multiple sex partners, the DNA from each sex partner gets stored in the woman's vagina for almost up to 10 years.
Yep, exactly. That DNA. I can find out.
Women are not built to have multiple partners. That is not what they were put on this earth or even formed for. There's pair bonding issues, toxicity, and if you believe in energy transference, if you're into engineering, negative energy can be transferred from one person to another.
So how do you describe Cleopatra?
If you get these toxic men sleeping with these women that are innocent and turn them into toxic women. But go ahead. What's about Cleopatra? What story is fabricated about Cleopatra that we're going with the narrative? What narrative are you using?
And just to help you out, I'm gonna help you out. With
what's the oldest profession in the world?
Prostitution.
Prostitution.
What you talking about?
So you're saying Cleopatra was a prostitute?
No, she didn't have to sell it. She was Cleopatra.
Exactly.
Rihanna ain't got to sell it
as a way of controlling power.
Because that is power, bro.
No, it's not. Okay. I apologize. Well, first of all, I'm in the wrong for cutting you off. I apologize. Thank you. I'm in the wrong for cutting you off. I just want to apologize for cutting you off first. But
Darnell.
Hey, salute, gentlemen. But when you say that's power, I mean just look at all the the P stars, all the P stars that are out there. I mean, you ever see? Matter of fact, you go on YouTube and you can even look at the videos of all the P stars that died, and they died in some horrible ways. I mean, I'm talking, drug overdose. Some of them were murdered. Others were self-deletion. It does affect. I think Ronan and Fearless are right. It does affect them. That's the reason why. They die young.
Well, them being who? The men and the women, or just the women?
Women. Oh, no, the women. And I'm going to show you. Give me a second, Darnell. I'm going to show him this, and I don't know where it's teed up at, but let's try this one right here. Why does it do that? Let me stop and go to the other one. Start, present, share screen, entire screen. Screen 2. Let's try it. And I think this guy even talks about it. And let me see if I can get him to go.
By many a media source that this was a huge discovery. In fact, it has long been known that a large percentage of women eventually carry living male cell lines in their bodies. For example, a study in 1969 published in The Lancet showed that 70%, 21 out of 30 pregnant women, 19 of whom were pregnant with boys and 2 others having previously had boys, were found to have male microchimerism.
And what this is saying is, where does all the foreign male DNA go? And it's basically saying, study reveals women retain DNA from every man she slept with. That's what we say.
Populations in other parts of her body that survive for the rest of
her life. So let him say it.
And invade the mother's bloodstream. Sometimes they can establish populations in other parts of her body that survive for the rest of her life.
And what this
Why
is
do
saying
some women
is,
who've never been pregnant still have
male
cells? Most likely they haven't been pregnant. They just didn't know it. There are also 2 other plausible sources for the cells from an older brother that had been retained in the woman's mother, were incorporated by the woman when she was growing in the womb, or cells from a male twin that was absorbed before birth. It's remotely possible that women might sometimes retain some non-sperm cells from male partners, since that's never been studied and biology is weird. But here's the thing: there's no currently reason to think it's true, and many reasons to think
it's there. But this was saying that the study showed that when they were studying women and they said these women didn't have any children, they're like, how did these women who didn't have children have male cells? Because usually what happened is, and and this is what let me break this down even further so you can understand. A woman has a baby with a pookie. Those cells from that pookie stays inside of her. When she has her next baby, that next baby grabs cells from that male that was already inside of her. So your kid that you have,
it's not all your kid.
It's not all your kid. So when you be like, man, why my kid so crazy? It's not, he's taking all of your genes. He's taking genes from Pookie. That's what we saying.
Yes,
yes.
That's what we're saying. That's why.
And one study they showed was fruit flies or flies or something like that, where the fly would have a baby with a large fly. They would have sex with a large fly, but wouldn't have a baby. When they bred it with the tiny fly, the offspring would still be big because it carried the cells from the first person she was having sex with. That's what the study is saying. And so when you say, oh, it's okay for them to have Pookie, nah, she retains all that DNA. So a woman when you say she crazy from doing all of that stuff, it's crazy because she has all of those men inside of her, all of those different DNAs.
Yeah.
So
That's
why we don't want to hoe. That's why we don't want to hoe.
And matter of fact, a more, a recent example, that woman in Australia that decided to sleep with, I think it was 100 guys.
Yep.
In 24 hours, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she after she did it, she came out and, there's just something different about her. There's something, you could definitely tell she's kind of experiencing some kind of PTSD.
Yeah, she had a psychotic break and then turned around like a couple months later talking about she wanted to do it again. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So Richard, I failed to see how.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me play this for him so he can understand. And I found the guy. How? Maybe I could say how. Here. Let me go back. So let me share this with you. And you wonder why we don't like him. So let's see. Here he goes.
Alter the DNA of a woman who mothers his children.
Let me go from the beginning.
A man can permanently alter the DNA of a woman who mothers his children. This is wild. You need to choose your partners carefully. It's called fetal microchimerism, and it's this principle that when the embryo is developing inside the mother, there can be exchange in both directions of stem cells, and those stem cells from the baby can stay with the mother for pretty much her whole life. What's even crazier is if you have an older sibling, because their cells were inside your mother, those cells from your older sibling have actually transferred now into you, adding a whole new layer to a family bond. Almost as a thank you from the baby, when those stem cells go to the mother, they get dissipated throughout the body, and they can even protect her against some cancers. No good thing in life comes without a catch, though, and it's thought that these stem cells from the baby actually increase the risk of the mother developing autoimmune conditions. But what this also means is even if our mothers or our children aren't around anymore, we're still carrying a real alive part of them with us.
So if you heard the beginning, what did he say? That first child spreads the DNA to the second child. So when people say, "Oh, you don't want a single mom," no, because I don't know who she was procreating with, and I don't want my child to have the cells of Pookie and Ray Ray.
Yeah, but fearless. I think because women, they actually during intercourse, I think they produce spermicide, so they actually kill off DNA. The whole purpose is to wipe out. It's the female defense mechanism to wipe out inferior DNA, so that way only the strongest DNA gets to the egg.
Well, that's
to fertilize.
That's the whole reason of the period. It's
Yeah.
to flush out all dead cells, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's not attached to cell genetically and been absorbed. And that's why, women carry 2 X chromosomes, where a man carries an X and a Y. We actually decide what,
the sex is going to be.
Sex is going to be for the child. So, if a woman is carrying a Y chromosome, why wouldn't she develop an autoimmune system? Because her body isn't used to having Y chromosomes in her body. It's supposed to be in the egg only.
I have a question for the panel. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask, but like if the spermicide kills all the DNA, that means that the DNA is not alive to replicate or attach itself, right?
You will have to come up with some facts and throw it in the back chat for that one. Go ahead and Google why Richard asked. I ain't never heard of no natural spermicide.
Yeah. So
wow, you never heard of that?
No.
So
spermicide, but you must have been with less than 100 women then in your lifetime outside of buying it.
I just never heard of a woman having natural spermicide.
You must have had a lot of rubber sex, condom sex.
Why do you say that?
Well, let's go ahead and Google it, like I do, like y'all like.
That's why I was asking Darnell to do that. But Richard, you were about to make.
I already got it, homie.
Well, as according to right here, it says, no, the vagina does not have natural spermicide, but there are some substances that have been shown to have a spermicidal effect, including lemon juice, lactic acid,
external
stuff. External stuff. That's what I mean, not internal.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I said a woman producing natural.
Would you like my response?
Yes,
but they do.
Yes, sir.
Y'all ready for it?
Yeah. Don't say if she
a healthy man ejaculation typically contains, and I want to put this in context.
Wait, that's a man, not a woman. I know where you're going because
I wasn't finished.
Let him say it. Let him get it out.
A healthy man's ejaculation typically contains between 80 and 300 million spermatozoa.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, no one on the panel has a twin.
Correct.
Where do you think the rest of that spermatozoa goes? Why do you think it dies before it reaches the egg? Do you not?
There can be only one. The strongest one.
So think deeply. Think beyond, a baby and diaper changes. Think about that there are between 80 and 300 million spermatozoas, sperm cells, and only one made it to create Ronan. I don't think he has a twin. So what do you think kills all those other little swimmers?
I think
I can tell you from science.
I think sperm has a timetable for life. It only has.
It does, but what do you think slows down their swimming? I would challenge the panel to go look at the conception of life and how it works. I've done this. I used to work at the American College of Physicians in their tech department, archiving all of their literature.
Okay, you're beating around the circle again instead of getting right to what you're.
My bad. I do that, Ronan. My bad. My point being that only one of you made it through,
right?
And so that if you think that women's JJs don't have spermaticides, what happens to all of those other 79,299 million?
They get expelled.
Their vaginas are acidic environments.
They get expelled through douching. They douche. They also get expelled.
Most women don't douche anymore. If you date a girl who douches, that's a bad.
Oh man, I'm about to mess you up on this one, brother. Let me.
Okay. All right, come with it. Come with it. Let's discuss it. Let's learn how babies are made.
They don't do this over in his show. It says sperm that does not reach the egg eventually broken down and absorbed by the female body's immune system, essentially dying off as they are considered foreign invaders. This happens primarily in the cervix, but all they do is
said the operative word, foreign invaders.
It gets absorbed.
They're killed. They're killed. They're killed off by the acidic environment. That's why women need to have the right pH balance. pH is acidity.
You didn't go there.
Don't
bring that word up.
Say pH balance.
I know that's a trigger for you, young fellas.
Don't do that.
No, for them. It ain't for us. We bring it up all the time.
Well,
it says they die off. It says sperm can survive within the reproductive tract for a few days, but it just dies off and just get flushed out.
So how does it wind up, especially after sex and release? How does it wind up being a part of a woman's DNA? Don't believe everything you hear on YouTube. And on top of that, this is the thing I wanted to layer this with. I wanted to layer this with this. We're all a part. All the water you drink on Earth, the dinosaurs pissed in.
Recycled. Yeah, we saw recycled.
Come on. All the air. Where do you think it goes? It leaves and comes back like a spaceship to deliver more oxygen? You are the mitochondrial whatever of life.
Oh, yeah.
Let's ask this question. And I'm going to put it in part. Let me ask this question. How likely is it that there has been intergenerational reproductive interaction? I'm trying to use the right word. Reproductive interaction with cousins that you didn't know was your cousin.
Oh yeah.
But
that's why they made it mandatory that a lot of people, and especially down south, where that was a norm.
In what year?
Blood test.
Blood test.
In what year?
Oh, it's been going on for a while.
They only brought several hundred or several million, I forget the number. Please forgive, somebody can look that up, of us here. Right.
But you forget the slave masters. You forget slave masters did a lot of inbreeding. If you were a big buck, if you were a big buck, it didn't matter. They felt like that big buck could produce a whole bunch of other big bucks, and it didn't matter whether you were his sister, his mother, or whoever. They would still breed you because you were an animal. They didn't care.
I already know that. So again, my question is, how likely is it that you and me are cousins? We light skinned. You and me.
It could be if you're from down south in the Louisiana area, or you're from the East Coast where you're around Virginia, Maryland. We quite possibly could be.
My daddy from Monroe.
Okay, then we quite possibly could be. If you're considered Creole, we quite possibly could be.
You feel me? So we might have interacted with each other at Freaknik.
I don't know about me and you.
Made of not you and me. I don't.
Okay, thank you. Correct.
I only do pause and all that. No, meaning that we might have met at Freaknik, like shook hands, like, "Hey, you at Freaknik, man? Where you from?" And we blood. So this concept that it's all about the woman and her mongerism. I don't want to use the word. I'll use the word 304. This is part of the narrative that I really want to resist when I come on these panels in terms of pointing the fingers at our sisters of being the lowlives. When we abandon them, especially during the 80s and Jay-Z.
We did not abandon anybody.
Yes, you did.
Black men always prefer black women first. It's only until black women started refusing black men. It's only until black women started refusing black men because they felt like they were better or inferior to them that hurt your feelings. They wanted. No, it didn't, because I've always dated and I've always had black women as wives. This is the first time I've ever dated outside my race.
Yeah, me too. I dated outside my race. Never a white girl.
Both of my ex-wives are black.
Yeah,
most of the women I've ever dated, and I love dark-skinned sisters. Believe me, most of us light-skinned brothers like dark-skinned sisters. It's just a contrast thing. I
packed 2 grenades. So why when did you decide to date out?
I didn't. I like I said, it just happened that we had a lot in common. So she got my interest. Don't ever decide.
I didn't date out. Like, well,
Yeah.
no, shoot, date. All right.
Was you black?
Shit,
No.
I've been doing that.
His wife's
Is you black?
Dominican.
No, I mean date out. I've been
I
doing
know
that
his
since
wife's
I was like 15.
Dominican.
Man.
I've seen her on camera with him. Is you black though, Fearless?
Am I black?
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
blue
I think
black.
I'm black.
He blue black.
All right. What'd you say, Ronnie?
He blue black.
I'm blue black.
Blue black. What the hell does that mean?
He blue blood, meaning white and black.
Yeah, Paul. I never. I dated them all, man. I was in college. I didn't discriminate. I wanted the world coalition.
Hello.
What did you date most though? Black or white or
predominantly black.
Hey, Fearless, did you get your God damn it, your country club membership yet?
Oh damn.
From what country club?
What good old boy network are you talking about?
The country club.
No,
you know.
You didn't get the. Are you talking
Yeah,
about
I didn't
the
get.
flag?
Nah. So this was many lives ago, but Nakmeezy said me and Fearless were not black.
Oh yeah, we
so.
I remember that.
I got my
whole
ghetto.
argument.
I keep revoking it and getting it back. I don't. It matters where I'm at. They revoke.
Oh, you got your card back this week?
Give it back to me.
Yeah, man, mine seem to be getting lost in the mail.
Isn't Nakmeezy they found out he was gay?
What?
Who said that?
Someone said they found out he was gay, and that's like not like a dislike, because I know he threatened to fight me and like a few times, and I was really hoping he would carry that out. But
you really want that?
They found out
I can have that happen if you want that to happen. I can actually arrange you guys to meet up. He's gonna be in that area around February.
Well, I'll be out here in February, but I won't. It won't be no. It ain't gonna be no arrangement. I don't like this dude. I don't like the way he disrespect people.
So, would you want to fight him in a ring on an honest fight?
Oh no, it ain't gonna be no arranging like that. I'm not gonna. There ain't gonna be no rules and nothing like that. This guy is disrespectful and he threatens a lot of people. He done threatened so many people. I lost count. And from what I understand, he's supposed to be fighting Yoga, who's just as bad.
That's Yoga, and him are never gonna fight, bro. He was even on our show. Both Yoga and Nakmeezy were both on our show, and they had decided to fight in February. And then the next thing you know, Yoga went ghost on the mic. He ain't never called them to arrange anything, but he gets on everybody's panel and says the fight's still on. It's not on.
No, well.
But like I said, he will be in the area, so I know.
Like I said,
we talking WhatsApp. It's not a secret. We talking WhatsApp. So if you really want to,
no.
Do it.
It's one of those I don't like dudes things.
Oh, it's on site.
So I'm not gonna get in the ring and have no rules and like I don't roll like that. As all I know is a man he's like literally on one of my videos saying, I'm gonna come to Frankfurt, Germany. I'm gonna come where you at, and we're gonna fight. It's gonna be hands. And I'm like, come on down, brother. I ain't gonna get no rings, no rules. And the thing about it is, he starts to threaten people for like no reason. He get into a debate, and if it gets all uncomfortable, then he starts threatening people. It's like, look, man. That's not the type of dude that need to be entertained. So I don't like that.
Okay.
I'm surprised you're even engaging Yoga. I've watched
No. I know it wasn't engaging. I go on people's lives and they jump on them and start like going crazy.
Yeah, they don't like you. Nobody likes you.
Most people like me.
With James, people who know you personally, the radio personality, the YouTube personality, and I like you. Don't get me wrong, I'm not one of them, but you are that element. You're the protagonist or the antagonist, actually. You're like the villain superhero, and own that. You know, people don't like
You think I'm a villain superhero?
People don't like you because you're in shape. People don't like you because you could beat their ass.
No. I don't have a lot of enemies. Dude, calm down. Damn, you seem like you man.
No, I've been drinking.
Oh, okay. I don't have a lot of enemies. I do not have a lot of enemies, dude. I'm trying to talk to you. I do not have a lot of enemies on YouTube. There's haters, and the same people who hate on me hate on everybody.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that, brother. I really
No. I mean, I'm not a protagonist enemy. I was like, if you think I'm an enemy, I was like, what have I attacked? Because what I like to do is I like to tell people the honest to God truth, and some people don't like to hear that. I won't BS. I never go after anybody. I never make it about anybody, and I do not promote ignorant beef across the internet with our faces on it. My main goal is to try to clean up our image. It's what I've been always about. We have a problem with our image. And when we talk about overseas, when we used to be in the military, how the women used to see us, they don't really see us as much like that anymore. It's starting to diminish. We're doing that. We're doing that with ignorant stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see
we're doing it with ignorant stuff?
You were there at the fight. You were there at the fight with BMT and Starbull.
Right. You know, whatever. I was there hanging out with BMT and some came about, you know, whatever.
We don't do that much. It happens more with white guys, in my observation.
Yeah, they're always fighting out here. I see it a lot. You know, I see a lot of that. And I just don't want to see us do it.
It's going to happen, though, James.
I know it's going to happen, but I would rather not see it. And
especially now. Yeah.
I have never heard of the dudes that like the yoga, the neck meses, a lot of these dudes you hear about that are always threatening people and stuff. The ones you hear about, I really don't hear a lot about them getting into anything physical. I think it's all talk anyway. I don't hear about it. There's not a lot of that. There's not a lot of people. The ones that you really hear about, it's usually two dudes. One dudes are popular, and maybe some dudes want to get into some clout, or it's two dudes who are unknowns. They try to get with the same girl. I've seen dudes busting each other up out here in Thailand over a freaking call girl. You know, one girl, she sold it to him another day, and he was trying to get her again. And the dude said, "I'll get you at a higher dollar," and she said, "I'm gonna go with him because he's gonna pay more." And he was like, "Oh, you gonna raise it up on me?" Dude was like, "You broke or whatever." So I guess that's what the conversation was about. I heard about it afterwards. Next thing you know, they went outside of 808, started going at it. Two brothers beat the crap out of each other over a girl that you could buy for 3,000 baht.
And how much is 3,000 baht, James?
3,000 baht is about $80.
I would like to say I don't see that often out here. I see more black people out here. No. Yeah. And I see more whites fighting each other or fighting Thai people, which is a bad idea because, it's one for all out here. So don't come out here putting your hands up to anybody. Just walk away from any danger. But I admire how you move, bro. I'm going to say that to you on some real talk. And maybe one day we'll see each other. And I'll definitely step up to shake your hand, man, because you're moving right. We just need to kind of if we can pass the message that there's something greater than America, in my opinion, respect to all you vets, something greater than America. It's a whole big marble out here. Travel. And I know Ronan and Fearless and I hope Darnell, Drew as well. It's a whole big marble out here. Move around. It'll change your view on America and what's going on there. I moved out here from Los Angeles. 3 of the places that I moved from in my years in LA were right in the track of that fire. I'm glad I didn't experience that. I'm glad I'm here. But to teach our people how to move, how to like Razor Ray say, how to move, how to travel, leave the states, go find your paradise somewhere, and then go back home if you got it. But we're gonna be all right out here. Ain't a lot of us out here like throwing hands and attacking each other. And I think that this is a great place to be for people who just want to go somewhere that's affordable and have a great time. You know, I'm right by I'm in Jomtien, so the beach is a half a mile from me. I'm right by the Chonburi immigration office. It's an incredible experience for an old man like me to have had the guts to get off my couch in Los Angeles and say, F it all. The whole concept of leave the world behind.
I got a question there for you, Richard.
Shoot it.
You were asking like when we when did I date? So 90% of the women I date are black, and I don't know. And I know your buddy at the other channel, they have a different perspective. Like I don't know what it is. They just even think like my wife isn't black, so which is weird. So, but my question to you is, since you're aware what type of woman to date, and I'm assuming that most of the women
I'm here
date before black. So what are you looking for there?
Here's something I wanted to put out there to everybody who's in your audience and anybody beyond. I'm celibate. As a person who's lived a very outgoing and gregarious life, I'm celibate, and I like it. I think that really, at my age, the approach to where I live is to be celibate, and let that be part of your constitution. If I meet a nice old Thai woman who wants to take care of me,
means sexual.
Well, yeah, and I don't interact with Thai people either.
Sexual. Why not have companionship?
But I don't.
Because you can still have companionship without sex.
Okay, so let me explain what it gets like when you get to my age. I practice stoicism. I don't talk to a lot of people. I only know enough words out here to say hi, bye, and thank you, and Happy New Year, and how are you today?
How you say Happy New Year?
Sawadi be my.
There you go.
Yeah, Sawadi be my. Sawadi be mine.
Sawadi be.
Yeah. Cop, if you are male, put that on the end of it, because that's respect. That's like saying ma'am. Cop is ma'am. Ka, women say ka. That's sir. If you ever come to Thailand, say cop, because you're a man. That's how phonetic the language is. I didn't come out here to learn a new language. I came out here for the cost of living and the peace of mind. Couldn't live in LA no more, because I haven't told this story on your channel, Ronan and Fearless. I'd be in a car. Real talk. That's America.
I think everybody that on this panel, that if we lived in LA, would be in a car.
Thank you. So for me, I didn't come out here for all of that. I like being alone. It's a funny thing about getting my age. Okay. I question my own self about, why do you like being alone so much? You were such an outgoing man. I had an internet radio studio in Los Angeles. I had 35 shows a week at times. Always me giving myself to someone else. It's the first time in my life, gentlemen, that I had a chance to be absolutely selfish. It's all about me. No kids, no wife, no girlfriend. Hey, let's go out on Saturday. No, I just want to lay in bed or go watch Ronan and them cats talk shit. Ain't got to do nothing. And here's my motto. I don't got nothing to do because I don't got to do nothing. That's the story of my retirement plan in, Pattaya, Thailand, in Thailand as a whole. I don't got nothing to do because I don't got to do nothing no more. That's the beauty of retirement. Now, there's challenges to that in terms of what you're going to do. And I make my own schedule. It's a beautiful life. And I had a great life in LA. Businesses in Los Angeles.
So right now, you're mobile. You have the ability. You're mobile, I'm assuming. What happens in 10 more years? Or
I am
afraid that
I'm not counting that far ahead. Okay. I'm not counting that far ahead, Fearless, because every 24 hours to me is a lifetime.
Okay.
I don't count that far ahead no more. Not at this age. Trust me, when you get here, you'll understand. It's about tomorrow. It's about tomorrow. When I lay my head down at night, I don't think about 10 years from now. And it takes guts to do that. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm brave, whatever. But once you get to a certain age, you become more stoic, fewer friends, perhaps even an introvert at times, even though you are a gregarious person. You start finding yourself, especially when you're by yourself. And that's a nice place to be, because that's how you're going to get buried. That's what I love about Thailand.
You never had that fear that, I mean,
no
if you
fear, Fearless.
It really doesn't matter. I mean, I was going to
No
say,
fear, Fearless. No fear. I'm beyond fear. I'm beyond fear. I ain't got to worry about the cops pulling me over. And
at a certain age, you should be beyond it anyway.
Yeah. Well, this is where it's at, fellas. This is where it's at. That's why we dress up as when you're my age. That's why you might see us wearing like a polyester suit. Don't care about what you think about us.
Don't say polyester.
Let me tell you something about the Navy. You mentioned fear, right? Do you know that if you're on the flight deck and you say that you don't fear the flight deck, we take you off the flight deck and give you a psych evaluation?
Of course.
I didn't hear that question. Good. Take me off the flight deck and give me a psych evaluation?
That's correct.
I'm going to pass that.
You what?
I'm going to pass that based on the fact that, okay, he's that age. And he's figured out where he wants to be.
I'm talking about the actual Navy. They really do that to you.
Say that again?
Because I think he's saying like there's fear. You say you don't fear, but I'm not saying I'm the youngest guy here. Yeah, I'm not the youngest guy. But there's still a part of me that knows my mortality is near. And I don't like that. Do you not have that
on the countdown to your mortality, my brother, that will shake off. I promise you. Unless you have a severe illness or something that may become terminal, on the countdown of a healthy life, you'll shake those shackles.
I don't like the way you say countdown. I'm gonna live forever.
You on the countdown, homie?
I got a goddamn infinity band on my shit.
You on the countdown?
I'm getting younger.
Yeah, yeah, you are. Spiritually, yes.
So no.
Stevie Wonder
younger. If you make the right moves, man, you can get that shit backwards.
Yeah, I believe.
Hey, James, I turned my clock back 10 years just coming here.
Yeah, that's part of my point.
I lost 30 pounds
because you probably didn't have a car. You had to walk.
But that kind of goes into what I was saying. I think y'all misunderstood me. Y'all kind of talked past me on this. Reason why I brought up the Navy and the whole flight deck and fearing thing, what I'm saying is fear is good. And that's the reason why you stay healthy, because you fear. If you didn't fear, you're going to eat steak all day, burgers all day, and pizza all day, because we know that's some good ass fucking food. And if you had no fear, you will eat that stuff all the time. So fear is good. I have a lot of fear.
I was saying your mortality. That's what I was agreeing with you, saying.
Yeah.
Get to his age, is there a fear like a death? You know that you don't have as many years on.
How many times would you bang without a condom without fear?
Ooh, man, that's
I can go real deep with this, y'all.
Anybody who would bang a Thai woman without a condom is fearless.
Dogs, I saw a dude in the club going down on a Thai girl.
Man,
that's nasty.
That's fearless.
That's
hey now. Don't say it like that.
So, gentlemen, I'll ask you, gentlemen on the panel, what do you have to lose? One at a time.
And what perspective are you saying lose, though?
Absolutely. In the context of your life, with all you've been through, with all you suffered through, with all your losses, the furniture, the cars, whatever, what do you have to lose now? Because I know I'm speaking to some grown men. What do you got to lose?
I will. Let me see. I wrote this down, so give me 2 seconds. Maybe I can find it. Give me a second.
Well, my eyesight for one.
Yeah.
Your eyesight?
I'll say it.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
I have glaucoma.
Are you in your 60s?
No, sir. 38.
Okay. How's your diet?
Sometimes I'm on a good diet, other times, and sometimes I get lazy.
It's the part that made me understand where you're coming from, but let us move on. Drew, what do you have to lose? Okay. James, what do you have to lose?
Everything, man.
What's everything to you?
Everything to me is just life in general. I know I sound like some old book or some shit like that, but I do not take life for granted, and I do not act like I got like forever, if that makes sense. I moved away from the United States because I felt like my health, my sanity was being wasted.
Did you learn that in the military?
I did learn in the military. I learned in the military how easy you could forget what's important to you.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And when I was in the military, I saw a lot of dudes drinking and smoking and not really caring about much. I saw it, and I was like, it's not going to be me.
Darnell, what do you have to lose? I'm curious.
Well, I already answered. Yeah, I have glaucoma.
I'll tell you what I'm afraid to lose. You ready?
I can go whenever you want. Go.
It's real simple.
Yep.
Time.
I think that's what I was saying. Ronan just made it sound better. We just cleaned it up.
I wish I could show you this, Ronan. Remember I told you I was writing that thing?
Yeah, you speeding up again. I don't know what's going on with your internet, Fearless, but yeah, you're speeding up again. But yeah, time is the most valuable thing you can lose, the most valuable thing you can waste. You can get money back, you can get possessions back, and you get all these things
Friends back.
The biggest thing I worry
back.
about losing is my damn time. And people not valuing it.
My quote is the most expensive thing we spend in is time. And time is so valuable that when you get in trouble, that's the thing you get is time.
Yep.
So stop wasting it on things and people that don't matter.
Yeah, please take your own advice. Tiger
what you mean by that?
Tiger and the donkey. We've talked about this. I did a whole parable video on my YouTube channel about the tiger and the donkey. And it was because of the whole channel that we're talking about.
Can you give me a synopsis?
Basically, the tiger and the donkey got in an argument.
Just play the video.
No, the video's kiddie. I'm not going to do the video kiddie. I'm not going to do the kiddie video.
Just give me the cliff notes.
The cliff notes is the donkey's arguing with the tiger that the grass is blue. Goddamn, you already know the grass is green. It got so intense with the argument, they took it to the lion, the king of the jungle. And the lion gets in there, and basically the tiger says, "Lion, please tell the donkey that the grass is green." But then the donkey says, "No, the grass is blue." And so the lion looks at the donkey and says, "Yes, the grass is blue." And the tiger looks at the lion like, "What the hell?" And the donkey's like, "See, I told you." So basically, the lion is punished by saying that you can't say anything for the next whatever. The donkey goes away happy. The tiger says, "Lion, you know that the damn grass is green." He goes, "Yeah, I know the grass is green, but why the fuck did you bring it to me? We got way too many other things that we could be dealing with than you arguing with some knucklehead that ain't going to do nothing worth anything to prove that the grass is fucking green. So I'm telling you to be quiet because you're sitting there wasting your goddamn time. You got way more things that you can do with it than arguing with some asshole or whatever knucklehead that doesn't actually get it.
You said you're a donkey.
That's the snap.
Basically an ass. Basically, something you know is true.
Fearless, you were talking like 1,000 miles a minute, bro. I don't know what's going on with your internet over there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, man.
Close some of your windows, man. You got a lot of windows open again?
Nah, he went to another world, man.
Yeah, he went like turbo mode all of a sudden. Blah, 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 blah.
So,
but I got a video if you want to watch it. It's on the
I posed
YouTube
the question of what do you have to lose?
And I said time.
And I'm gonna ask, many of you have. I'm gonna ask you this question once again because I want you to reconsider your answers. What do you have to lose if all you got is time? Let's move beyond your individual accomplishments because those all happen in time. And for the record, I have a righteous expectation that I will make it tomorrow. That's one of my philosophies. I believe I'm going to wake up tomorrow because of the way I live my life today. You know? So in all of those spermatozoas that were released and you're the only one who made it to the other side, what was the gift of life to you? The breath of life, of course, let's not go there, but time. Because that's all you really got. And there's no wasting of it because you don't even get to determine how that time manifests itself later in life. You don't know that you might have went through a bad experience and that experience taught you the wealth of knowledge and wisdom that you have now. What is time? You're here already. And unless you're living wrong, robbing drug dealers in the street or eating fast food every day or, you know, snorting coke or time is all you got. So there's no wasting of it. Because
I don't like where this is going.
Okay.
I feel I'm uncomfortable. So I have here's why. Okay. Here's why.
You mentioned drugs.
I go by a saying, life is short. You don't get another quarter. And I know you know what I'm saying it. So it's deeper than carpe diem. It's more like, are you happy right now? Are you living the life that exactly what you're living right now? Okay, what do you need to do to acquire to have that life? Do you want to live in Beverly Hills? Well, not right now, but Beverly Hills, you get it. Is that what you want? You want to be sitting with the cast of friends and talking about old times and drinking shit, whatever. If that's what you want, what do you have the ability to do to acquire that life? Okay, well, time's running out. One day it's going to be all over and none of this shit is going to matter. I live by that. You are going to die. If you actually really do it, if you do the math and break it down to hours, say you're going to live to be 100. How old are you right now? And you break it down to hours and you put the numbers right there to how many hours you have to live, you're not going to see a very big number. It's going to scare the shit out of you. And it's not for the faint of heart. I don't say this to anybody. Y'all grown, y'all can take it. But there's some people who are not. This could cause people to go a little crazy. So if you can't handle this, do not do this. It will scare the shit out of you. I promise you that. Tell you right now, it will.
I'd like to share with you, my brother. The funny thing about time and life, where I'm at right now, I can only speak for right now. This moment in time is, I've been where you are. I thought about it perhaps that way. Very driven, very focused, very serious about time, but unfortunately taking my life too serious. To me, every 24 hours is a wake up, a lifetime. To me, that's how I take it. I'm not saying that's going to be what it's like for you, or what it's like for other people like me. That's how I look at it. What do I do? What don't I do? Just do nothing. It's an incredible space to be in my lifetime. All the other things that I thought and planned and mapped and whatever, all the other marching orders I commanded of myself, I realized like, wow, I did that, I did this, blah, blah, blah. But at a certain point in life, certain things are not going to be as important. And even at my stage in life, I don't look at time that way. I don't say, oh my God, I got to do something by the time I'm 70. My interaction with YouTube is not based on, oh, I got to get to 1,000 subs. I know you guys don't operate on that as well. But I don't look at anything I've ever done with any regret in terms of time loss. I look at it more like that's where God needed me to be to help that person. And it looked like a wasted time in that moment. And as I look back after a couple of years, like, why did I waste my time there? And I realized, well, that was just God calling me to purpose. So when Fearless asked me earlier,
Predetermination, Manifest Destiny, are you going to subscribe to those two?
Send me the links. My email is in my
what as
YouTube
far as
channel.
Predetermination and Manifest Destiny?
That's all I've ever had.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
My life has been. Yeah, that's all my life has been. I'm a self-actualization student. I read Abraham Maslow's book on self-actualization. That's why I blame myself. If a girl did me wrong, and few of them did, but I blame myself. If something happened in my life, if I crashed my car, I blame myself. I'll go through the math of maybe I shouldn't have went out at that particular time. It may not even have been my fault. Self-accountability, which is what this conversation started about when I dialed in, it's on me only. My conversation about how many spermatozoids and all of that stuff is really about my sense of existentialism, right? Like it's me. It ain't my mom. It ain't my dad. It ain't my past. It's my present. And what am I going to do tomorrow? And every 24 hours is a lifetime. It's that whole concept of like, if you keep waking up, there's decisions to be made. And do I need somebody else to be accountable for their decisions about my individuality? Nope, not going to do that. I'm going to figure it out. You guys have too. It's not like I'm saying I'm on some other planet. Y'all have figured this out. You had your heart broke. Some of y'all are divorced, been through the military, all that stuff. I think that's what the military teaches, individualism. Say it again for me, Ronan.
What's that?
The Navy in no way teaches
whatever it
that.
takes.
Yeah, I don't think they teach individualism. The Army, one team, one fight.
My bad.
Yeah.
The Navy teaches fall in line, follow order. That's the Navy. They don't teach individualism. If you come off like you trying to be an individual, that's when you have problems.
So
and I tell you right now, if I got someone insubordinate under me as a supervisor, and you was just trying to, and I'm thinking that you trying to be an individual, trying to show off like you better than everybody. I'll tell you right now, you're gonna have problems. I have you cleaning food and mopping floors while everybody's out there fixing jets,
doing push-ups.
And so, in the end of that experience, did you realize how important your individual accountability was?
What do you mean experience?
All right. So when they had you doing that,
no. You misunderstand. I ain't never messed up like that in the military. I ain't never been to mass or the brig or chief's mass. I never got in trouble like that. I said when people were under me. Remember, I was a supervisor at when I was an E5. By the time I was an E6, I was just doing administration and was on my way out. You know what I'm saying?
So in the end, though, you realize
I was the one who was dishing out those punishments.
Okay, so I'm curious. This is a question for the military brothers on the panel. You realize that your individual accountability mattered first to be a part of that team. Am I reading that wrong?
Say that again.
Yeah.
Your
go ahead,
individual accountability made you a part of that team. Am I wrong?
I don't think there was an individual account. It was collective accountability. Meaning, so like if Private Snuffy, for example, got caught beating his wife, for example, the CO would call Sergeant Ronan or Sergeant Drew here into his office and say, "Why did Private Snuffy beat his wife?" He holds Sergeant Drew, accountable for his soldier. Well, in his case, sailor.
Or like in the scene of Full Metal Jacket when Army Irby walked into the room with I think Garofalo, I think his last name is, and Matthew Modine, and he said, "Private, why aren't you stomping his brains out?" That's individual accountability to me.
Well, let me ask you something. What is an aircraft carrier?
If you're asking me about the military, I don't know.
No,
but
no. You will need. You know what the aircraft carrier is.
I know what an aircraft carrier is. Yes,
I know. I understand. What is it? There's a simple way of saying what the aircraft carrier is. What is it?
CVN.
Of course.
No, it's a weapon. The whole entire aircraft carrier is a weapon. And in many ways, the entire fleet is a weapon. But I'm on a carrier, the whole carrier is a weapon. That means everything on that carrier, everything that's there is one big weapon.
But James, everybody plays a role and everybody has accountability.
No, let's calm down. Relax. Let me break it down for you. What are you within that? You're on that carrier. If the whole carrier is a weapon, what are you?
A wheel in the cog.
You're a piece of the machine, right? You're one of many parts.
Yes.
How could you be an individual?
By doing my part.
Your part. When you say individual, that means you function for a specific job on your own. Which means that what you do is not part of anything else. What people do has nothing to do with what you got going on. That's an individual. That means it doesn't matter if you mess up. It doesn't matter if you function or kind of go off track a little bit. It won't matter. That's the individual. That's what we teach in the Navy. Therefore, when you have to walk your post in a military manner for a reason, because you are part of a machine and you need to function in a certain way, or the machine will not work correctly.
Well, look, Richard, I'm going to say this. I think Paul Milner kind of has it the best because he says life is about growth. Reaching our goals within a lot of time is paramount. So when we talked about time and being scared, two things. Most of us on this panel, probably all of us, have less time to live than we already have lived. Number two, you said, you wake up every day and you got your 24 hours. My question would be, what if you found out today this was your last 24 hours? You say it like you're happy doing what you do, but would you be doing something different if this was your last 24 hours?
If this was my last 24 hours, let's say it is. Let's say from this moment on at 4:07 tomorrow morning or evening in Patia, The only thing I would have hoped to have done is to have written out my last will and testimony and what to do with my body and to throw away everything that I own here. That would be my last 24 hours.
But who would get that?
My relatives in the States.
So would you be making a phone call? Would you say, I wished I would have done this?
No, not at all. There's nothing I wished I would have done, Fearless. Nothing. I honestly gotta say, love and life has been good to me.
So no phone call to anybody saying nothing.
I call my relatives and say, yo, I got 24 hours. I have nothing to leave you. I have nothing to pass on generationally. I have no children. I was married. My wife and I have moved on. Salud. I don't even want my body sent back. They're going to spread my ashes in the Andaman Sea. It's an incredibly liberating feeling.
So do you think you have lived your life to your fullest potential?
To the fullest.
Your fullest potential.
Well, the last of what I got, I'm spending with you guys here on the air. And so this is my last 24. I hope I've said something of value to any of you gentlemen. It really ain't that serious.
Well, see, I guess where my fear would come in is this.
Fearless, where would your fear come in?
My fear would come in is that I don't think I've lived to my fullest potential. I still have a lot more to go. I don't think I have regrets, but there's still so much more that I would want to do.
You should at your age, but what if life doesn't need that no more?
Well,
what if your expiration date has come? You worried about that? You worried about what you left?
I would just ask you, what is your measuring stick to say whether you reached your potential or what the potential should be? Who's setting that bar for you?
I'm setting that bar for myself.
Why?
Why am I setting that bar? Because I want to make sure that when I'm sitting there and I can be surrounded by whomever, that I have no regrets. That I said, yeah, I've done everything that I wanted to do.
At your age, what is your bar? You should already have a bar.
Just to see more, to make sure that my legacy is taken care of.
You already know that's secured.
Yeah, but there are.
This is the same thing I've asked millionaires all over
there are probably relationships that I have not mended.
No time like the present. Hold on, but no time like the present. Over with, man. Here's the thing. I've asked millionaire clients this, and I told you this, Fearless. What's your number? What's your motherfucking fuck you number that stops you from doing everything and saying, I'm done, I can relax for the rest of my life? And if you don't have that number, you're going to continue to push, and never get everything completely done because you're always feeling like something's undone. This is what I've come to knowing from being around so many millionaires. I've decided to take a step back and push my own agenda, my own goals, in my own direction in life, and not live towards a society idea of what fucking success is.
But do you think if you reach that number?
Listen, at the end of the day, nobody gives a fuck.
Nobody gives a fuck. Not your family,
not your descendants. Nobody will give a fuck how hard
generally in 2 weeks,
how hard you push. Nobody. Your family will destroy your legacy if you don't put it in a trust. I've seen families rip things apart. I've seen it for myself because I worked in the life insurance business. I work in health insurance businesses. I've seen families get ugly over fucking money and didn't care what direction you wanted it if you didn't outright write it. So that's what I'm saying. At a certain point in life, you have to get to a point where you say, okay, this is enough. I need to be able to live comfortably in my own head and not to somebody's standard through society saying, here's a fucking high value man. Who gives a fuck when you're
Ronan,
dead?
I'm going to ask you the question and pointedly to you because you haven't really given us an answer. What do you have to lose?
I told you time. I was the first one that said it. Did you not hear me? I was the first one to say time.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I said time first, and then Fearless followed up and said time too. That's when his mic started messing up.
I probably
First thing I
should
said was time. Yeah.
I probably should rephrase the question like this. What do you really have to lose?
Again, time.
Think deeply.
That's the only thing you can lose. I can get anything back. I know how to make money. I know how money works. I know how to grow money. I know how to start businesses. I can even get things back. I can lose my house tomorrow and still get it back. I can lose a car. I can give it back. I've given up clients and restarted my whole fucking business, my whole mentality. I've changed everything. The only thing I can lose of any value is my fucking time.
Please forgive me. I'm not articulate, but I'm going to ask you one more again. Really.
It ain't going to change.
Time?
Time.
So, Ronan, I'll say this to you, my brother. The fact that I could come up on your panel, and I know it's been several hours and I know it's late there, you gave me time for nothing.
Yes, but here's the thing. Everything on this panel.
Hold on, Rebut.
Let me finish to each one of your rebuts. So, what being Fearless do, and even though we play ops, we know what our analytics are. We know the type of people we're speaking for. We know the type of people we're speaking to, as far as age and everything else. So a lot of things I say on this panel, and a lot of the things I say on other panels, are things I would say to my sons as life lessons of the knowledge I've gained in the 57 years I've been on this planet, raising children, being a father, being a grandfather, being successful at business and life. So when you hear me talking, yes, I'm giving you my time, but there's so many other people that might play this back and get something from me as well. Now go to your second.
I will admit that I speak from a different part of the spectrum because of our age differences alone. You're way more experienced in travel and stuff like that. But I think one thing that's tempered my perspective on life as a Black man, having lived in America and have generations of family there, is I stopped taking my life so seriously.
Right.
And what gives me that opportunity, that open window every morning when I get up and open my window and my sliding glass door in Pattaya is, wow, it's another 24 hours. What am I going to do? How valuable is this time? Because I've had this time with me since I was born. I was a baby and entertained adults because they like to laugh and pinch my cheeks when I couldn't even speak, when I was shitting on myself and pissing on myself. I'm an entity. So how serious and at what point does one begin to realize that your life is really your own? It's not even about your kids. Forgive me for saying that. For those
that's very true.
It ain't about your parents. It ain't about your wife. It ain't about nobody else. You owe nothing
but you.
To. Say that again.
It's all about you. It's how you move. It's how you exist in the world and what you're meant to do. Like you said, manifest destiny or predetermination and all these things. A lot of this shit that we have programmed in our head is exactly what it is, programmed in your head. None of it really fucking matters. And when you start seeing people drop dead in front of you, mortality wise, family members, friends that you know, people that thought maybe their husbands were going to die, but they die of a fucking brain cancer out of the blue. And they never thought it was going to be them. I've seen all these things, man. Like I said, I've given up an agency with over 5,000 clients and 300 fucking live agents. I was getting paid for it. I didn't have to do shit.
Does it matter now?
It doesn't matter what shit. If you're not fucking happy with yourself, if you have stress, you have trauma, and you haven't fucking dealt with that shit, it doesn't matter how much fucking money you have in the bank. You're still going to be unhappy. You know how many wealthy people fucking off themselves every goddamn day? So does money really fucking matter? No. Does the perception of how somebody looks at you fucking matter? No. None of that shit fucking matters. But people put such an importance on it, it makes them feel like it matters. That's why I always ask the question, even to millionaires, the same fucking thing. What's your number?
I have a question for you about that.
What?
Can you make me a millionaire in my final days?
If you have the proper money, I can tell you exactly where to put it, and you can make money. Absolutely.
I'm joking.
And you can actually leave a nice chunk of money to donate if you don't have relatives to give it to.
I ain't leaving nobody shit, not even my organs.
And that's okay too. You don't have to.
I'm
You can't take it with you.
organs, day drinking and all. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm joking.
You can't take it with you.
Yeah, go ahead, Dornell. Sorry.
No, I was just saying you can't take that money with you. So what you gonna do with that money? Why be a millionaire?
What do you have to lose?
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, so what are you gonna do with with $1 million if you don't plan on passing it to nobody? And
So
you
why
know,
take
and
the
you can't take
effort
it
of
with you.
even earning it? And what's to prove that you have $1 million? There's the question in the rub. What is it about the $1 million that you require that you needed to just to say you had it? If it's not going to go to anywhere for any purpose, what's the point of spending the energy to get it? Again, wasting time on shit that don't fucking matter.
But all you got is time, my brother.
So
That's
you
all
can either
got.
apply it to your pleasure or you can apply it to stress. It's all fucking perception.
Yeah.
You know, retirement is really all about this the self-realization of some of the folly of your life in the pursuit of wealth. And then
for what
the
purpose?
back end of it when you ain't got shit to do. And then now what do I do? And mellowing into that. And hopefully you'll get there when you're in your 60s. And hopefully you'll still be healthy like I am, relatively speaking. That's going to really create a whole nother mindset in one's life. Whether you're married or not, if you do it with your spouse or not, whether you're by yourself or not, none of this stuff really will matter when you can just do what you want to do. Retirement, true retirement. Like, I don't even know what to do. I've been retired since, I won't even say, about 5 years. One of my biggest struggles, young brothers, is, okay, you don't got to do nothing because you're getting enough, fixed income. And I fixed my life where that was enough. So now what?
But I got a question for you then, Richard. And the reason I say that is because when I understand what you're saying, Ronan, and I kind of understand what you're saying, Richard. But the people who live on and keep going, like the Warren Buffetts, who's 80 something and still working, don't you think that there has to be a purpose? And I don't hear you saying, Richard, that you have a purpose. Do you think that's hurtful? Meaning you just wake up and it's like, oh, it's just today, and it's just
I'm glad
tomorrow.
you asked that. I'm glad you asked that. The difference between me and Warren Buffett is vast, meaning that he lives a money, no object life. And even though we're only probably about 10, 20 years apart, I live a money object life, right? The difference between me and Warren Buffett is greed, him, and me accepting that I don't need a money, no object life, right? He's not retired, and he wakes up every morning worrying about his money. I am retired, and I
don't even think that's the case, because when he dies, he's giving it all away.
I was just about to bring that up. So
he's
how
a
is
philanthropist? He's challenged everybody to give at least 2/3 of their wealth away before they die, and he has a group of guys.
And do you think that at the end of that, when that happens, which will happen, that you or any of y'all on the panel will be able to walk up or apply online for a grant from all the money he leaves? Where do you think that money is going to go? It's not going to go to the public. It's going to go to museums and endowments at colleges, all that stuff. He knows where that money's going. He's not going to just say, hey, let's give reparations to black people.
Oh, well, we can go there with it. We don't really care what he does with this money. Why? Because it's not our money.
Right.
Yeah, he earned it.
When he dies,
he earned it. He can dictate.
When he dies, he also realized that I shouldn't care. It's just money. And trust me, there are no billionaires. Don't trust me. I apologize. Let me rephrase that. There are no billionaires. There is not $1 trillion. There's not enough gold to cover it.
Well,
it's fiat money. Yeah. Let's not go there. So I'm not going to try to wax too political on this, but there are no billionaires. Elon Musk doesn't have liquid assets to that extent. He has a lot of rockets and a lot of cars, but it's all.
Did you not see Elon Musk buy Twitter for $25 billion comfortably?
There is no $25 billion. He bought that in digital, not digital currency.
He can't do that.
Wait, not digital currency. He didn't write a check and somebody could take to a bank and pull out $250 billion.
You had to, because they had to. Then where did the people who own the Twitter get their $25 billion from?
Wow.
That goes in their bank account.
From an electronic transfer. I do it every month here in Thailand, all the way from America.
Holy shit. No, we don't. No. 25. Holy shit.
He said, holy shit.
Do you not realize how much easier it is to transfer $25 billion from those big banks?
All right, so
than it is for you to transfer 2,500 into Thailand.
When they sold it to him, this is a straight up transaction. They walked away with $25 billion.
But do you know how much $25 billion even weighs? They didn't take it out on crates.
Well, I know that. I'm saying it went into their bank accounts. They can spend it. It's there.
Into a rabbit hole, and I apologize, gentlemen.
Nah, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying I had a conversation
about the futility of the pursuit of wealth and all that stuff, and I kind of got off into a tangent. Please forgive me.
Okay. But that is their money. They're rich. It's their money. They got that shit.
Let's do a show called Rich is Relative. And call me rich. None of that stuff matters when the day is said and done. None of that matters when the bananas have tallied. None of that matters when they plant his dead cold body in the grave. Warren Buffett, that is. And may he live another 100 freaking years, and we know he's not going to.
He's
none of that matters. So what do you have to lose was my question. No one seems to have.
Here's the biggest thing with Warren Buffett. He's left his marker when it comes to history.
What marker?
His name.
Who?
Yep. His legacy.
His name is going to be in the history books no matter what.
No.
Let me ask y'all a question then. Real talk.
And I'm going to ask you with the question.
For indulging me. Who's the founder of MySpace?
Tom something.
All right. Let me ask you another question. Who's the founder of YouTube?
YouTube, Eric Schmidt.
It was a group. It was 3 guys.
Oh, 3 guys
and 2 white guys.
Who's the founder of PayPal?
And they sold it, huh?
That was a group. Elon Musk was on it. Just don't know who. But I think you're getting to the point that none of it really matters.
Right. And I said that.
Who's the founder of Apple?
The same thing.
Who's the founder of Apple?
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs. Wozniak was. Yeah.
Wozniak was part of it, but Steve Jobs came up with it with Wozniak and one other person. Just like Microsoft. Just like Microsoft would.
But see, you're talking about now. If we start saying like, who's the founder of Ford?
Who's
the founder of Walmart?
Who's the owner of the
Wilbur and Orville Wright? When you go back to the fucking airplane.
Yeah. So there are legacies that people do remember.
You know, I mean, there's a lot of different things that go on.
The fact that you don't know that these men made these hundreds of millions of dollars and created all the new technology out here, and that you do. You guys are definitely tapped in, but the fact that no one cares, and if I'm speaking in circles, please forgive me. I want to come back 360 to my point about what do you value most? And I hear time. You don't own your property.
Yeah, once you leave, it's gone. So my question to you, Richard, is
fires prove that. So how
What do you-
is time that important?
Well, Richard, then my question would be, what is the purpose of life? Or the purpose of your life? Meaning, because you're saying, well, I leave, I came with nothing, I left with nothing. So why did the dash matter, as they say?
I have an answer in one word.
All right.
I'll give you two words, actually: service and submission.
Help me out with that. Why was that important? Why was your purpose service, and who did you submit to?
Throughout my life and where I found myself today, I've been of service to a lot of people in a lot of different ways. You know, through charitable stuff and just being a nice guy to a good girl, even the minutia of it all. I started to focus when I was younger on service. How can I make somebody happy? Tell a joke, make them smile. I even live with the smile principle out here because I'm in the land of smiles. And everybody whose eyes I look at, if we catch eyes, I smile at them. It's worked miracles for me. Right? So that's the service part. The submission part is, what can I say? What can I do? Can I just be in some small way, buy a person a soda or some water? I know you guys do this. Living in Los Angeles before I came over here, there was 100 opportunities to help somebody in just the tiniest minutia of ways. So the submit part started to occur to me. Now my fallback is just be nice, smile and be kind. If someone's angry at me, deflect it and be kind. That's my submission. And I'm hoping that that will fold me into a purpose. Now, do I got one? No. Check this out, y'all. I don't even got no goals no more. I came over here to be a nobody.
So basically, you believe in Chinese Taoism, because that's
no, I don't. No, I don't.
It's called being in harmony with everything and living.
I didn't know that. Never studied it, my
You're
brother.
a Taoist.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're a Taoist.
I guess that's what it is.
Yes.
But really, I have another word for it.
Okay.
And it guided me along a path where I am now. And that is that if I can fold into life just enough where I have a little bit less, there's a word for it that I used to use. If I can not grind against the gears of my life, if I can find a flow, if I can like get in the jet stream of it, my life will be less challenging. I could like move abroad, never having been to a place, and fall into that slipstream, hit the landing, land the plane. And I believe that's what kind of like what you'll find in life. I think part of the resistance of what I hear in the YouTube streets is everybody is, especially in the States, pushing against the grain of each other. Guys don't like, black men don't like black women. Black women don't like black men. There's a problem with that and a solution, but no one's willing to take a look at it. And in the end, none of this shit really matters, homie. It really don't. And I promise you, in them final days, I was at my mother's bedside when she took her last breath. So I understand the thin line between life and death. Been there, saw it. Wow. Hell of a thing. Took me 5 years to stop crying about it. So none of this material stuff matters. The fact that a sister ain't got nothing to share. What does everybody bring to the table? And why are black people asking each other that? Not us, not now. Ask that 20 years from now. Ask that of each other in the Jetsons era. But we need to support them black women. Otherwise, you're perpetuating the further destruction of of our racial purity?
Sometimes, supporting somebody, sometimes you gotta leave them to make their own mistakes. I
But
know a
most of the
guy.
time, brother, you got to keep pushing.
Well, let me tell you this real quick. I know a guy when I was out there in Texas, back home in Dallas. I was at my mama's house. Her husband had passed, and I was out there drinking my beer, smoking a cigarette on the porch. A guy comes up, young black man come up. He was about 29, and he said lost his job. His girl left him. Asked me for advice. I gave him advice. Yeah, well, I didn't really give him advice, but the thing is, he kept coming back. I hired him for a few odd jobs and this and that, and I tried to help this guy out. I tried to help him get back on his feet. The only thing was, this dude, he ain't really I don't think he wanted to get better. All he wanted to do was smoke weed all day. His sister was about to. He was living with his sister in the neighborhood, and she was about to throw him out. He told me one day about to throw him out. I ran out of cigarettes, so I went to the I think it was the Chevron gas station. I remember it's gas station. On the FM 741, and bought me a pack of cigarettes. And I saw an Army recruit, the Army recruitment card, and I just thought about it. I was like, man, I remember when I was in this kid's, even though he was 29, I said, I remember when I was in this predicament. I was 17 years old. I decided to join the military, and so I got that recruiter's card, took him to the recruiting station. Keep in mind, because everything I was trying to tell this dude to do, he just wasn't doing nothing. I put him into contact with people, everything. I even drove his ass all the way up to Oklahoma City, do a job fair in Oklahoma City. Nothing. From Dallas to Oklahoma City. All right. Nothing. Right. So I took him to the Army recruiting station. I'm thinking 3 hots in a cot and you get paid. That's going to solve this man's problem. You know what this dude on I call it the practice ASVAB. I think they call it the PICAT or something. But it's not the ASVAB, but it's like a pretest to the ASVAB. This motherfucker scored a 5. A 5. Keep in mind, that's what I was thinking. You couldn't spell your name right. I mean, how do you score a 5? Like, you need a 31, which a 31 is easy. Remember when I took the ASVAB, I was 16 years old when I took the ASVAB. I scored a 50. I scored a 51, and I wasn't even trying.
I wanted to ask you, military brothers, do you think they should bring back the draft?
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely. Fuck that. Yes.
Well, I mean,
you got some killers in these streets, homie. You got some killers out in these streets.
People need to appreciate why the fuck they have their freedoms. They don't value them. They rather give them up. Then they need to fucking serve so they can appreciate it.
James, how do you feel about the draft?
Yeah, you might also bring back the draft, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna be pretty chaotic.
Yep.
People are gonna be in there with guns and they don't want to be there, and you force them to be there, they're gonna do something crazy.
Isn't it true that there's Crips and Bloods in the military?
Yeah, I dealt with some
There's Klansmen in the military, and I've met them.
You know how many guys the judge gave them the choice of coming into Marine Corps boot camp or going to fucking prison? I had a lot
that
of
was
very,
very popular in the 70s, Ronan. Very popular.
It was very popular in the 80s when I joined too.
Okay, tell us your story then.
No, I knew at least 3 guys in my boot camp that were assigned to boot camp, and I served with them in boot camp because the judge told them, hey, another cycle is get ready to pick up. You want to go to prison or you want to go in the Marine Corps? One of the two.
Is that wartime?
No, this is in 87.
Okay, bet. And then were they good soldiers?
I mean, they made it through boot camp, whether they were good soldiers or not. But I can tell you right now, Sicarios and all kind of different groups, even Crips and Bloods, send people into the military so they can come back and train them. Don't think these gangsters are not trained.
You did not say that there are Sicarios in the U.S. military.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sicarios, brother. Are you sure
If
about
they
that?
can be integrated, if they can be integrated in the LAPD, they can be integrated into fucking the Mexican police, the state police in Mexico and America. They can be integrated in the fucking military. And yes, they are there.
The question is, to support Roman, what kind of entity you think will prevent them from doing that?
There isn't one.
Yeah. No, not for you, Roman. I'm talking about who's not seeing you. What do you think? What do you believe? If it's hard to believe what Ronan said, what do you think would prevent them from doing that?
Shit, I knew 3 guys once they got out, robbed banks after the Gulf War and wound up getting killed out of my own fucking unit. They made it to the Gulf War and they got shot and killed robbing a bank.
Mm-hmm. I mean, then you also got to look at the Vietnam War. Later on in the I mean, the people, all the people that are smoking dope, the fratricide, people were, lobbing grenades at their commanding officers and killing their commanding officers because they didn't want. I mean, you really want guys like that in the trenches like that, At least with an all volunteer force, hey, you wanted to be here kind of thing. I'm not going to say it's perfect because yes, we still had guys. I remember that one E5 when Iraq first broke out. He went crazy, started lobbing grenades in people's tents, but at least, you're not going to see as much of it. But during the Vietnam War, I mean, it was crazy. I mean, soldiers were just flat out refusing orders.
So Darnell, you have some military historical references, apparently.
He's in Army.
Yes.
I'm already I safely assume that. Mm-hmm. When you talk about Vietnam, there have been copious documentaries about the fragging of senior
NCOs, officers.
Yeah. I don't know the references. I don't even know what a commissioned or non-commissioned is, and no need to explain right now. We'll reconnect on that.
It's called mutineer, and the Army did it a lot. Marine Corps didn't. We'd fuck you up if you did that shit.
All right, let's not start fighting over here because I know there's
they have.
I know there's some squids up here too.
They had a lot of that in the Vietnam War. There was a lot of mutineers in the Army.
Yep.
Because you had a lot of fucking itchy ass lieutenant. Here's the biggest thing about the military. You got these gung ho lieutenants ain't did shit in their life. They just got out of college. They want to get all kind of fucking medals and everything else. They start volunteering their units to do the most dangerous fucking bullshit,
dumbest shit,
fucking field to try to get a goddamn medal or a ribbon on their goddamn chest. You become
they don't. Yep.
All because the lieutenant wants to volunteer your shit.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad when they
and T-Mac Simplified, brother. Welcome to the room. I know we've been running this late, but thank you guys for joining.
It was bad during when they were looking for Saddam's weapons of mass destruction. Every officer, I mean, they were literally, I want to find those weapons.
They were volunteering for all kind of crazy shit.
And the shit never existed. That's the funny part.
Gentlemen, I used to do internet radio with video, and every Sunday we would do a show called Veterans Talk Live, and the tagline was "Because every day is Veterans Day," and did that on one of the channels that or on my main channel that I speak from now. One of the toughest things for me as a civvy was to sit down and talk to veterans about some of their experiences. I met a homie out here who was in Iraq, I believe, in 2005. And the one thing I always made sure of is not to ask him about his battle experiences.
Which you should
mostly
never.
because I thought he might snap out and throw me over my.
Which you should never. And anybody that voluntarily starts talking about it, I call
so.
fucking. Let me tell you this: anybody that starts talking about their military service and anything as far as their kill ratio numbers, I call fucking cap.
Yep.
Word.
As bullshit. If they start talking about it like that, they didn't do it. They're fucking.
So what do you think about the Reaper? How do you respond if you're saying that? Look, let's go down a rabbit hole here with not Michael Irving. What's his name?
Are you talking about the Navy SEAL?
Chris Kyle?
No, he's talking about the brother with the braids or the dreads.
Exactly. What about him?
He's got confirmed kills. That's not a lie.
Okay.
There's a lot of people that can lie that don't have confirmed shit. And you can't fucking prove it. Their unit might have unit citations. Their unit might have done something, but them personally, they're sitting there talking about it like that. They didn't really do it. And if you look at the guys that are claiming they did it and they do have confirmed kills, they're not giving you fucking details.
Yeah.
The majority don't like talking about it.
Are y'all familiar with Sean Ryan?
Not sure who that is.
Sean Ryan, he has a show, big channel. Be cool if y'all could step up there because we need some color on that channel. White dude, served, special ops.
Oh, here we go with these guys. Yeah.
Okay.
So what? A lot of man. I just had a guy on Happy's show, How to Be Happy. He had a guy on there, Todd Allen, and he was a white boy, perfect kind of look where he had tattoos all over his body. He was a Marine at one point, then went over
had a tattoo on his face.
French Foreign Legion. It was all the way up to his neck. He didn't do his face, but he went to French Foreign Legion, did all this shit. And I said, when did you do your work? He said, what work? He says, your psychological work. You're sitting here talking about you're going to go and train civilians and help them with their fucking issues. When did you put in your work? I didn't need anything. Blah, 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 blah. No, motherfucker, you do.
Andrew Bustamante, have you saw him? Everyday Spy?
I never heard of him. Who is he?
Okay.
I think that's the CIA guy with the curly hair.
Yeah.
Everyday Spy, yeah. I would think you guys would be drawn to that or would follow into
I'm into all of those you talked about. So, that's the guy that said, because I don't know who I was. Oh, I think that was Uncle Krusty. Because that guy you just said was saying that he said that he would leave out of the United States, that he wouldn't live here. And he's part of CIA. And I do got one question for you.
Do you not
Richard.
feel that way now, Fearless? You're not willing to leave?
Leave where? Out of the country? I have no issue with that. I mean, but I'm a person that still believes the United States is great. But I think there's attributes that other countries have. And the only way that you can really leave and live good is to make sure that you are using it as an anchor and an income. So you never really left. You still gonna pay taxes and make sure that. But my question to you is, you left. You said that we should be doing something for like the black women and things and helping out that generation. So my question would be, how can you do that by leaving? That's like saying, I'm gonna help my family by leaving them.
That's not my play, homie. Life's a game. I'm a coach.
That's not my.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah. Wait a minute. You just lectured us about we gotta help black women.
Throw the ball to me at the top of the key. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Funny as fuck.
That's the top of the key. Don't throw the ball out there. I ain't got no 3-pointer. Here's what I got for you in that play: 6 fouls.
So, but how do you lecture us on saving, black women in this case, and you're not willing to do it?
Is
yourself?
that you, Nagmeezy?
Oh yeah.
Oh
shit.
Hold on, let me get my gloves out.
Hey, Nag. Hey, Nag. Fearless and I, we might
just have to extend this panel.
Yo,
It's
I
just
only have about 10 minutes.
conversations that
Well,
need to
go
be
on,
had.
Darnell.
I was just gonna say
Go on,
real
Darnell.
quick that Fearless and I, we didn't get our membership to the country club yet. Can you ask about that?
No,
Yeah.
Fearless's club, his membership was already reinstated. Yours is still under review, Darnell, but it's hopeful. I think you'll be welcome back into the bosom of blackness very soon, brother.
Hey, that's good. That's good to hear. Good to hear.
Explain what NACMeasy got going on in terms of a membership situation. I'd like to know.
Oh man.
Well, they
That's
call
a
me
longer
barely
story.
black, so because I'm barely
Where
black or
you
single
at,
now.
Mac? Where you at?
Right now, I'm in Europe. I was supposed to be in Thailand, but somebody backed or they just went ghost on a flight, so I ended up purchasing
Yeah,
an
but he's still
Airbnb.
shooting that. Yeah, he's still talking that shit up though. Like I
Yeah,
said.
I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. But yeah, it was Darnell. It's in the mail, brother. We're gonna welcome you back to Blackness. How y'all brothers doing? I don't want to just come up
We're doing
monopolizing
good,
the
bro.
panel.
We're doing good. Like I said, I saw the look. I was like, yo, man, that's gotta be Nack sitting here fucking
Yeah, I'm
clowning
on
with
my
the
troll
name and
shit.
shit. Yeah.
Now,
I'm in
please tell me
between.
that's not Kente.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, brother. From Ghana.
You're not
I'm
wearing
on my troll shit.
a caftan, are you?
Yeah. I just put it on my head on there, but
You look good,
I
brother.
ain't
You look
changing
good.
that shit. Thank
You
you,
look
brother.
good.
I appreciate it. So what's going on, brothers?
We talking about some philosophical things. You know what I'm saying?
I'm up here trying to explain to these young brothers how to love a black woman. That's all. That's my point.
Oh
You
hell
got
no!
me
Stop
fucked
that.
up. Hey, what's this
How
shit?
sweet it is. How sweet it is.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to tell them, Nack.
That's the best kind of
I'm
loving.
gonna put it in the park right there. Y'all go ahead. Y'all have at it.
Stop it, Ghost Rider. All
No,
right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, there was some discussion earlier. Your name came up. I put a flag out and let you two go ahead and have a discussion. Maybe we can work this out on the panel tonight.
Work what out?
I don't know. You and James have some kind of issue. He doesn't like
Yeah,
it.
Nack.
I haven't
The
interacted with James.
only
Go on,
issue
James.
I had with NACMeasy is I was literally incapable of having a logical conversation about subjects that we talked about today. As soon as I start getting into some logical shit, or if I'm making sense, or it's a disagreement, you jump up and tell me you're gonna come beat me up in fucking Germany. Did that not happen, NACMeasy?
No, sir. What happened is,
Okay.
you and I
I
were
knew
having.
you wanted to get to denial, but go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And you see, that's how it starts, James. That's how it starts, James.
Nah.
So I went to your program or on your show. I subscribed to your channel. I wanted to have a debate. I think we were debating something about blackness and Trump or something to that effect. No, it was about black people using white media or something to that effect. We were going to have a really good educational debate. And when you get pushback, brother James, you tend to get disrespectful and start talking over people.
No.
As you're doing now. As you're doing now. Let me finish, brother, please. Please. I'm calling you brother. You're in the bosom of blackness. Allow me. Let's have a conversation, please. So it got spicy, and when it gets spicy with me, then I'm gonna start getting disrespectful. And then I said, yeah, I'm gonna. What I say? You were in Germany. I said I'm gonna come out there and treat you to an ice cream sandwich or some shit like that. And that was that. I never went to Germany.
I'm gonna let you get away with it. But nobody believes that's what happened. But
Brother, do you think that I'm literally, as a 51-year-old man, gonna go all the way to Germany to put hands on you? I mean, look, you got these new tattoos. You've been to Turkey. I know you. I know your testosterone is through the roof, brother. Look, just check this out. You have to do some introspection. Okay, I'm honest. I troll the shit out of people when I have nothing to do, and then when I'm on a project, I don't troll. So I have a project starting Monday, so I won't be trolling. So I'm going to troll you for this last time for about a couple months. Now, outside of trolling, when you have debates and when we try to have actual conversations, if it doesn't go your way, you start talking over people. Now, we were on your show and then you started muting me. and you got extremely aggressive, and I understand it, but you gone through some things, and I wouldn't even try to use that as a place to try to joke. So I understand it. But when you go there, I go where I go, and then it gets to where it got. That's all.
I think that's some real delusional, a real delusional way of what happened. But I don't do that, Nat. I don't go.
Okay,
I
well,
like
let's
debating
ask them on
people.
the
Well,
panel.
hold up. You said what you say. You don't got to. I didn't cut you off. You don't cut me off.
All right, brother,
Well,
go on,
I
go
don't.
on.
What I
See,
do
now,
whenever I get
cut me
into a
off.
debate
Here
with
we go.
somebody, I want that
Uh-huh.
logical approach because I know that if I'm talking on something, I know what I'm talking about. If I don't, I won't speak too hard on it. And I remember exactly what we were talking about. I was talking about the black image, and I was
Right.
referencing the show Friends. And I was trying to get a point across to make sure you understand what I was saying, but you didn't let me say that. You kept cutting me off and say I'm pandering to white people, and never gave me a chance to explain exactly what I was trying to explain to you. You just kept saying pandering to white people. I said, man, if you're gonna keep cutting me off like that, you need to get the fuck off my show. And you got mad. You say, I'm gonna come right out the back. You say, I'm gonna come out, and I told you. You bring your ass out to some Frankfurt on some fight shit, it'd be the last thing you do. And I was dead fucking serious. If you really was thinking about coming out there to fucking fight me, you go right a fucking head. I'm not a small dude. And you know, that's how it happened. And you know that's
All right,
how
so
it happened.
wait, no, you're almost
You
there.
know
You're
that's how
almost
it
there.
happened, Nat.
Wait, hold on. You're
You
almost
threatened
there.
the shit out of
Because
dude. You threatened
that
me
was the
out the
conversation.
blue.
Wait, hold on. That was the conversation. It was about
Absolutely.
just like you said, and you were talking about Friends, and I said instead of hanging on the white man's nuts, saying that they should put us into their white programs, what black people need to do is create their own lanes.
Right.
Like a
That's what
BET,
you
and
said.
right.
But
So
Nat,
now I didn't cut. Wait, hold on,
listen.
brother. Hold on. I didn't cut you off. What I said is that's where we were going, and then you just said that you said F. You dropped the F bomb on me. So when you drop the F bomb, then it's no holds barred. We're gonna get into the trolling. We're gonna get into all of that. But it seems like now you're, trying to use something that happened 6 months ago or 7 months ago in the vein of a podcast, which you actually lost some subscribers because they didn't like how you wouldn't have the conversation, to now say that you want to meet me for some sort of fisticuff in Asia. But you're on here always talking about how black men shouldn't be fighting um, in public. So my thing is this: I'm always about the ring, right? If you're really about that, then we step in the ring. If not, I don't want any issues in the streets, and I make too much. See, you're on a fixed income, brother. My income is unlimited. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna lose my income, my family's, and my daughter's, financial success and economic, all that other shit, because some weirdo on YouTube wants to fight me. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Y'all see how we twisted that shit?
No, but
Y'all see how
that's exactly
But
how it
guys,
is,
let's
though.
say this, guys.
Nat,
Hey,
you just
guys.
said a lot just now. Let other people speak.
But guys, can we do this? I think what you guys are talking about happened in 2024.
Right.
It's 2025. Can we all just get along? Can we mend the fence? Can we move forward?
I
And
think y'all need to let me speak.
Well, I want to mend the fence.
I think y'all need to let me speak.
And now he doesn't want to
Okay,
mend
we're
the
gonna
fence.
let you speak in a second. Hold on. Let's get some guidelines. We're not gonna talk over each other. If you make a point, then stop and let him rebut to that one point before you move on to your next point. Can you make that fair enough? Because some people have run-on sentences and they go 30 minutes. I don't give the person 10 minutes to answer one of the 25,000 things they said. Can we do that point by point? You make a point, let them rebut. You make your next point until you work it all out. Can we do that?
Sure.
James?
Understood.
Okay.
But the thing
All
about
right,
it
so
is,
we're gonna let you go first, James. We'll go ahead.
I'm not the one who brought this up. Ronan did. I didn't bring you up. Ronan
Well,
did.
you had some. Here's the thing. You had some, a little aggression towards the mention of his name, and I asked you why. And I am the type of person where I'd like to get things out in the open and worked out. We're all grown ass men. We should be able to communicate and talk things out. And it shouldn't have to come to a random meeting in a street somewhere to have a fight. because we just couldn't communicate well enough to have an understanding between two people.
I never said I wanted to fight anybody.
I know you didn't say
I said I was
necessarily
threatened.
wanted to, but if he was in the area, it would be a situation where it wouldn't be
No, it
pleasant.
wouldn't be a situation.
It wouldn't be a situation at all.
Only if I'm being threatened. That's what I was trying to say. Keep in mind, I was having a conversation, to debate with the man, and the man just jumped out. Y'all, the video's on my website, on my my YouTube page.
We're listening. We're listening to you.
Yeah, it's on there. So y'all can hear the conversation. You will know that he's lying his ass off. Okay. And the thing about it is, when he cut in and was saying exactly what he said right there, pandering, I was like, that's not my point. That has nothing to do with it. That's what I was trying to tell him. And he wouldn't listen. He wouldn't let her get a word in edgewise. He started threatening. He started tripping. I'm like, this nigga is retarded as fuck. That's how it ended.
Okay.
And I blocked the shit out of him because it's like you're brainless. And I couldn't get a word in. I said, I don't want nothing to do with this dude. And all I know, it ended with you saying that when I see you, I'm gonna do. I was like, you go right the fucking head.
Well, I don't want that.
That's
to happen.
how that was.
Either one of you.
Now, there's no me looking for. I ain't gonna do. I don't got shit. You crazy? Said, look, it's like
James.
no one's no. And think about it is, there's been a few of those that would debate me on something, and when they start losing the debate, or I start making them feel bad about the crazy shit that they said, they told me they're gonna meet me somewhere. Yoga said it. All kinds of people is like threatening on the line. I've had that, and it's look, if you can't handle somebody correcting you or proving something to you, then you shouldn't talk to nobody at all until you work out those problems. You know what I'm saying?
I understand your point, and
That's my point. And I'm gonna finish what I was trying to explain that day.
I'd like to respond.
Hold on 1 second. Is it that important to you that you finish that one person debate instead of just
no? It's not. It's not about a
debate?
debate. It's a good. Okay. It's a good point that needs to be made. What I was trying to say, and he will understand why he was wrong. When I was talking about the show Friends, right? I was talking about the black man image, and people wonder why things are so much harder for us. I said the reason why the white boy has it easy is because how the media portrays us in them, right? And I was talking about the show Friends. How much of a heart attack you think the world would have if Rachel had a black boyfriend on there for the rest of the show? Not just like it was all about the black boyfriend, but that was just her regular boyfriend. No one made a sense about it being a black dude on there. He was just on there. Do you think that would carry weight? How big of an impact do you think that would be? I'm not talking about saying, oh, wow, the black man gets a girl. How media has portrayed black. And the reason why it would be so shocking is because we're only seen one way. And if they try to put us in realms in media, TV, social, and the movie at all, it's a big deal because it's so rare. And that rarity keeps us in a bottle. And when we try to venture out, you get things like, oh, you acting white, you talking white, you dressing white. Oh, you need to do this, that, and the third. You need to move like this. Oh, no. The black man always dies in the movie. It's for a reason. Why you see all white TV shows, all white movies, all white everything. As soon as you see a black dude, it's a shock. Because we're only comfortable seeing us one way. And we think that's the only way we could show up. And that's why we have those problems. Dudes are scared to show up another way. You know what I'm saying? That was my point. Not about pandering to nothing.
Okay.
Matter of fact, the hit show Friends got stolen from fucking Latifah's show any goddamn way.
All right. So you've made your point. It's clear enough for everybody to hear. Can you woo-sa? Are you good? You got it out. Nakmeezy didn't interrupt you at all. Do you feel better?
Yeah, I never had a problem.
Well, there was a little bit of a problem. It sounded like you had some pent-up aggression. That's what I'm saying. Let's get it out and get it over with. You know what I'm saying?
There's no pent-up aggression, man. My life is too good for that.
Right.
Nah, there's no pent-up aggression.
So I
wish I did have pent-up aggression, though.
Okay, so you've said what you said. Now we're gonna go ahead and allow Nakmeezy to rebut on any point based on what you were saying or past issue or whether even Nak even gives a damn. But I mean, Nak, it's your turn on the mic. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you, brother. I appreciate it. So I think we all just heard the contradiction there because not only was he looking for smoke with me, talking about he didn't want to fight in the ring, he also said that I was gay. He also said a whole bunch of other stuff, which really just goes back to the pent up anger from the debate. Okay. And it goes back to the fact that James doesn't have any emotional control. When it doesn't go his way, he just gets really aggressive and he's already speaking. You see what I'm saying? So all I just have to do is speak or let him speak, and he just does it to himself. But he has this thing where he's like a control freak. So when I went on this panel, and he's right, we did talk about friends, and that was one of the points that I was really getting him on, was that he was trying to use the black man's proximity to a white woman as a positive thing to like try to push black men's image in the right direction. I'm just like pushing back, like, look, swirling is not the answer. Depending on white networks for our image is not the answer. It's really about do for self. That's where I was coming from, and as I was trying to explain it, he tried to rebut and cut in as it was my turn to be on the mic, and that's where it went left. Okay. But James has a habit of being passive aggressive on panels, monopolizing the time. He always speaks. Like if you listen to him on Raise, he has a prominent place because he wants to be heard. And I do believe James has good points in a lot of things, and I disagree with him with some other things. I probably agree with him more than I disagree, right? But it's how you have the conversation. Like I will be quiet, and if you notice me, I'll take my shit and then I'll be quiet, because it's easy to cook someone when you actually let them get their whole point out, and then I can rebut. So look, if you're saying it was about a threat, I haven't interacted with James like since then. But then he's got all this pensive aggression, and if I see him and it ain't this and it ain't that, brother, you're literally talking about two men over 50. You want to meet in the back alley to fight because we had a debate that went left online? Like that's not in the spirit of bettering the black man's image, especially overseas. And I'm not gonna get petty and all of that, but I just think, now fuck it, I'm gonna get petty. It seems like since you got those tattoos, you're having this new tough guy image because you're in the proximity of a fight in a club that you're too old to be in. Number one, that you starting to feel like Mr. Tuffy, and that's what led you to speak the way you're speaking. We already had the childish tough guy, who's the strongest competition, and I smoked you. It was with the biceps. My biceps kill your biceps. You had no peak on your biceps. You keep doing that, and everyone just keeps proving how much more manly they are than you. So you're like the alpha. No, I'm the alpha, and you're just like my little brother trying to get attention. So now you have the attention, James. I'm not gonna fight you in the street. We're not gonna go to like some death brawl. But if you want to step in the ring, James, if you make it out of round one, I'll consider it a victory for you. How about that?
If y'all gave away the tickets, no one would show up. To watch.
The thing about
Hold on. Stop.
I knew y'all wasn't gonna let me speak. I knew y'all wasn't gonna let me speak. This is pretty bad, man.
Wait a minute. Hold
this
on.
is
We
bad.
had such great control. Hold on, James. I was gonna ask Knack Measy. He landed his plane, and then Richard just chimed in for a half a second to make a joke. Now it's back to you. If you want to rebut anything
funny.
he just said.
Admit
Go
that
ahead.
was funny.
Go ahead, James.
You were told several times that no one threatened you, no one to beat you. And the whole thing about the gay thing is there's a dude on the internet that said something about court thing and that you're gay and that you scared with his nuts. I was getting to that. There was someone coming at you. It had nothing to do with me calling you gay. I was trying to get to it and we got into some other stuff. That's what I was trying to get at. I wanted to know what that was about. Someone was coming at you, and I got the video that someone was saying that you went to court. He gonna rape you. You gonna rape? It was some jump like that. I was trying to find out what that was about. That's why I even brought it up.
No, that was the guy saying that he was gonna. It's the
right. That's my point. That's what I was getting at. But we didn't get into it. If you was on the show, we would have talked about it. All right. And you keep saying that I said I'm going to, Mike. No one told you that. No one said I'm going to, when I see you, I'm going to fight you. You know I don't do that. You know I don't do that.
Then this is a whole.
And hold up. And the other thing about it is, even though I clearly explained what I was talking about that day, you still didn't get it. That's the point. It's like you was waiting for me to shut up. Oh, wait a minute. It was like you was waiting for me to shut up so you can say what you have to say. That's why we can't talk. We can't talk. That's it.
We
At
can't.
the end of the day,
And
what it is
that's
we
why I
can't
haven't
talk.
interacted with you, James. That's why I haven't interacted
No,
with
you
you.
haven't
I don't
interacted with
mention
me because
you.
I don't want to be nothing to do with you, man. You have a
Wait,
personal.
Now, hold on.
Mac,
Stop.
relax,
Stop.
relax,
Wait a
Mac.
minute.
have some
Wait a
I'm
minute. Wait a
talking.
minute.
I'm talking.
Wait a minute. Wait a
No,
minute.
you
Stop.
control
Stop for a
nothing,
second.
James.
Nat. Hold on.
Yes.
Nat. All right. So you got out your point, James. You said you got out everything you wanted to make him understand that night. You already said it. Now, whether that changes his mind about his opinion on the whole topic, it should be over with. But it seems like you guys are not per se, but you still keep going back to it. Are you done with it? Can you squash it and can y'all move on? And
Oh,
just,
I see how this is going. All right, it's like this. I got nothing to do with dudes. There's no way around it anyway. So, like I said, I clearly stated a long time ago that I want nothing to do with him anyway.
Okay. And that's
all
fine.
that is.
Y'all don't have to agree to you can agree to disagree. Everybody doesn't have to be like, it's on site. I'm gonna wear his ass out the next time I see him. It shouldn't have to be like that.
Who said that?
Hey, gents,
You
can
said
I?
that, James.
I think he's just making an example. Just
Yeah, I'm
not
thinking
saying
Ronan
anyone
is trying
said
to
it.
get a fight going. You trying to start something between me and this dude, Ronan? It feel
Why
like
I
that.
have to be this dude?
Y'all
Why can't I be
making it
brother?
seem like I threatened. Y'all trying to make it seem like I threatened Nac Measy, and y'all know that didn't happen.
No,
So what's going on? What's this about?
no, I think it was just a phrase
This,
he was saying.
It started out real intelligent. Now it's ignorant as fuck.
Don't spin it. Don't try to spin it.
I'm not. That's exactly what I'm accusing you of.
Don't try to spin it and don't try to gaslight us. We're not saying anything like that. You're taking everything and making it literal.
Then why did you say it? There's no stop saying, you mean it, Mr. Ain't nobody say that shit. That's a clear, that is a clear threat to him, which is exactly what he did to me.
James, can I ask you a question? It's Richard. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
And you don't have to answer this. But don't get mad at me for asking. I'd like to preface the question with a statement. I think that if you and Nac ever met, y'all would probably be buddies because you're both alphas and you'd run like wolf packs. But have you been drinking, James?
Why would you ask me that?
Because in the time you've been up here with us, I've noticed your mood shift. And respecting you as a man from the military and some of the comments you made earlier about discipline, you seem to be losing your discipline. And I've seen you sip with often. I'm not saying you sipping now, I'm just asking. Because Ronan is right. If y'all had a fight in a ring in a stadium, if you gave tickets away, no one would come and see you in that fight. Let's get over that part, right? Not even in Thailand. But beyond that, your mood is starting to change. And you're starting to feed into some negativity, which wasn't happening earlier. It's just an observation. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. But Nac's a good dude. You a good dude. I don't understand how this, unless y'all really like, I can Don King it for you.
But that's the point I'm trying to make, and it's not being suggested in any way. I'm trying to get y'all not to
not even on the internet, not even through the keyboard.
No negative light whatsoever. This is 2025, bro. We got to get over this shit. All the mad talk and everything else, man. It doesn't make any sense.
And no one wants to see old men fight.
Moving forward,
old bastards.
I'm not old.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
I'm not old either.
If anybody thinks I'm old, come have a run with me in the gym.
Y'all old, man.
We're old in the context of having a street fight is what it is. Look.
No one
gym, I know.
Hey, Nac, let me ask you something. Did you threaten to come out to Germany to beat me up?
Threaten?
Yeah.
James, do you not understand leveling up your aggression online? You can't talk
Did you ask where I was so you can come out there to beat me up in Germany?
Absolutely. Yes, I did. And what did I invite you for, James? What did I invite you for?
Now, why did you do that?
Wait, answer your own question. What did I say?
No, why did you do that? Why did you do that?
Answer your own question. It has to do with an ice cream sandwich, correct? Did I not mention that?
Never mind.
Exactly. So we can play back to live
I'm not playing with you, man. I'm not playing with you.
What is the problem?
I'm not.
No, and the problem. Let me grab the mic for a second. Just
These
like
are so
myself
basically
and
y'all.
other
It's
people.
like y'all got Nax back no matter what. I mean, that's how I'm seeing it.
No,
So I don't need this kind of BS. I don't need this kind of BS.
Don't cry.
If y'all don't like me, that's cool. Just let me know.
Guys, hold
Just
up.
let me know.
James.
It's like
hold on,
Wait a second.
This is how I
Wait a
look at it.
second.
When you
James.
don't like somebody, you let them know you don't. And you said my mood changed and that I'm getting, and like as soon as the dude came on, he started talking negative. But that's cool. That's like, yeah, and you good, Mac. You can say whatever you want. But James, damn, I'm gonna see if I could get a rise out of you.
I wasn't
That's what you're
negative.
doing.
I called you brother. I wasn't negative. Ronan.
James, hold up, Mac. One second.
The last time we had a conversation,
fellas, I
you
don't
were
want to mute
on my
nobody,
show
but
threatening to come beat me up, dog.
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Everybody can't talk over each other. So, Nack,
So,
wait a minute.
give me 1 second and I'll talk.
And now you got your people's trying to arrange a fucking meet in the ring. Nigga, you crazy?
James, relax.
Yeah, you guys are
relax.
trying to arrange a meet in the ring. I don't do that shit.
Oh my God.
Relax.
Take it easy.
I think I don't know what to say. So let's just start all over. I think all we're trying to do is just come to a resolution. To say
There is no resolution. I'm done.
So there's no resolution just to say
this shit got uncomfortable and disrespectful and full of bullshit. And I got it like this. I'm gonna end it like this. Ain't nobody coming to fuck with me. Ain't nobody coming to bother me. I fight. If I have to defend myself, I defend myself to the death. It's like that. I don't got nothing to do with y'all motherfuckers. I'm good. It's a wrap. Y'all do y'all thing. I thought I had love for y'all, but this shit, this went the hell in the handbasket.
James,
Do
brother.
not. I repeat, do not come out the fuck with me.
Chill, guys, chill.
And that's a wrap. You guys have a good one, man.
All right, later, James.
I don't know where that went left. I really don't.
You or nobody
That's
else.
why I asked the question. I've watched James a lot from Austin and on other platforms. I know James likes to sip, so do I, and no disrespect and no judgment, but I saw his mood transition into where he's at now. Nack's a good dude. Although his hands are rated E for everybody, and he will do that.
And the thing is, I don't know where James was getting this thing that we were trying to condone or spin or coming against him. Actually, my thing was just, let's just squash this guy. Let's be different and come into a different view. It seems as though you guys talked. There was some kind of disagreement. And say, okay, we disagreed. We got it out. You said this. I said that. Okay, move forward. Can we just go into it a different way? So I don't know where he got that we were trying to team up on him or go against him. I just wanted us to air it out and then let's put it behind. See, I looked at it like this, and this is what I even tried to tell you, Richard, when it came to OB or something. It's just like 3:00. We go out at 3:00, the bell ring, and okay, whatever it is, and we shake hands at the end. Y'all got it out. Y'all argue. You said this. Nack even said that he likes to troll. Okay, we got it out now. It's behind us. Let's keep going. I don't know.
Here's the thing
So wait,
about
let me chime in because I'm over my 10 minutes, guys. I'm sorry, brothers. But look, we just saw in real time how the narrative changed because I got the clip of what he was saying before I pulled up. When I pulled up, he was extra quiet. Okay. So with the energy that I heard on the clip, I was surprised that he didn't immediately come at me. He was probably thinking that I didn't know what he had already said. So the way he framed the GAY accusation did not measure up with how he supposedly heard that, which was another YouTuber saying that he was going to have me do something to him, which is crazy. So he's really trying to throw rocks, hide his hand, and then play the victim as he normally does. So even in that conversation, I said, look, we can leave it at that, brother. It was a debate. And then as soon as I started speaking, he went and he was trying to prove a point about a conversation I had 6 or 7 months ago that no one even cares about now. So the brother has issues. I'm not going to get into why I think he has issues, but if you don't like me, that's fine. I don't like you either. We could just agree to stay away from each other, which is why I haven't interacted. If I see him on Razor, just don't click the link. You know what I'm saying? But if someone were to mention James to me now, it literally wouldn't trigger me at all. But it triggered him for him to say all these other things and turned it into, oh, he wanted to come and beat me up in Germany. But he's not mentioning. I said I wanted to invite you for an ice cream sandwich. Obviously, it's a double entendre because I'm not going to convict myself online, right? It was a double entendre. He's smart enough to know what that is, but he
That's
just
nasty work, is what that is.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? But he's easily triggered. So when you let people know that you're easily triggered, guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna keep triggering you. So I wish James the best. If he wants to debate me, we can have a debate on the same subject or on something else because James is an intelligent guy, but he has no emotional control. So if there was a good ref, we could have an actual debate on the facts. And the first one to cut someone off, the first one to call someone out of their name, the first one to start throwing subliminals loses the debate, then it will be easy work for me, in my opinion. So set that up.
Hey, Knack,
and I'm out.
I just want to pose a question to Knack real quick before you go. And that is this, man. You do know that he's retired military.
Absolutely.
All right. Do you consider what his mindset might be as compared to a civilian like you and me?
Absolutely. And you never mentioned retired military without saying thank you for your service. And I'll take my hat off to him 10 times for what he did for the greatest country on the planet. So let's start with that. So I respect him for that. And sometimes doing that and putting your flesh and bone on the line for the greatest country on the world, there are things that happen to you afterwards. So yes, I get it.
Yeah.
And I get it. And I say, look, if that's how it is, then let's just stay away from each other. And I wish you a great he's living his best life. Let that man live his best life. But when I was mentioned, then he just went, and I get it. But I have no intention to go have some sort of backyard brawl. Or, no, we'll have a push-up competition. We can battle in the gym, virtually. My bench will destroy his bench. My dips and push-up, all of that shit, right? But the physical, I'm not on that time. You can't talk, black empowerment or trying to bring brothers together and then tacitly or suggest that you want to have a West Side Story type backyard knife fight.
But Ronan, can you agree with me to a degree on that element? Like, brothers who go to the military are trained alphas. Brothers who didn't have that opportunity are trained in the hood as alphas. The goal in life for me is to be an omega. Alpha's the first, omega's the last. But would you agree, man, that one of the things I think brothers like Knack and a guy like James, who is a good dude, both of these guys are good guys. And I said on the chat, if they met, they probably would be cool as hell, especially if you and Fearless with us and I was there. I got jokes, so everybody be laughing. Darnell and T-Mac as well. But
T-Mac's a Marine as well.
Military dudes are different, and us civvies don't quite understand. We don't quite realize what you've been through to rotate out. Beyond boot camp to rotate out. A dude like Fearless, who went up to the college level of football. A lot of dudes are not going to know how to relate to you if they did a bid or they was in county or they in and out all the time. And I'm not saying that's what Knack's situation is. I know he's a New York dude, seen a lot of things. He's traveled on his own. Whereas you got a guy like Fearless or Ronan or James, who had these upper tier experiences.
T-Mac.
I'm not saying he doesn't, because he is good at escalating and de-escalating. I've seen him do both. I've actually typed in on comments, Knack Measy's hands is rated E for everybody. I said, hey, Knack, I got hands too. What's up? You know, I don't understand. And I've even said to Knack on Zed's show, Knack, just like Femi, you got a lot of deep knowledge, my brother, but the delivery is a little bit off. If you can reframe that delivery, same thing with James, deep knowledge. If you can reframe the delivery and not feed in, exemplified, if I might say, by Rump or Fearless on Zed's channel the other day. The way you deflected everything. These are how these narratives and conversations on this incredible platform, I think it needs to be reshaped. I'm not going to keep preaching about this. But them dudes would probably be cool as hell because they both alphas. If they was in any country together, they'd probably get along, and before you know it, they'd be best of friends. But it's this alpha dog mentality with brothers not thinking about the omega side of life. When you ain't really trying to throw hands no more, you're trying to de-escalate. And Knack, props to you, my brother, because you always come that way. But he got them hands still up until about 3-4 years from now. See Knack Measy at 60.
They're still good. Trust me, they're still good. But I don't have that energy for my brothers. And regardless of whether he doesn't like me or whatever, he's still my brother. You know, so what do? Sometimes brothers can't, you know, get along. So you stay away. Peace is achieved through separation a lot of times. So that's what I did.
Brothers can always get along, Nat.
No, but sometimes peace is achieved through separation, right?
Yes.
So that's all that was. And look, y'all.
That was my attempt at trying to do that, Richard. So as you can see, sometimes you just have oil and water. They're just never going to mix.
Yeah, and that's fine. You know, because
okay.
I don't run in those circles because I don't frequent the places that they frequent in Thailand. I don't go to those kind of spots. That's why people don't. You know, the only time someone saw me out was when I watched the Davis versus that YouTuber Ryan Garcia fight. I went to a breakfast spot in Soy Bocal because that was the only place that I thought was legit when they said they were gonna play it. I went there and then I went home. You know what I'm saying? I don't frequent like teeny bopper clubs with bust downs. You know what I'm saying? That's not something I do. If you go to the Buddha Mountain, you'll see me there twice a day running shadow boxing before my training. But that's what it is. And look, if he wants to debate, then we can debate. But I'm not gonna throw shots at him because he's not here. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bounce and I'll check y'all out on the next one.
Brother. Yep. Hey, Knack, how old are you, brother?
51.
There you go. Says a lot.
All right.
I think he says he's 48.
Yeah.
All right. So wait till that clock.
Him and D was getting into it too. You remember that when D got into it with him?
Sure. But I would say to James, if he's still listening, wait till that clock turns 3 digits and he's 51. I promise you, he'll be singing a different song. That's just the way.
No, he won't. James is my little brother. I'm gonna give him a noogie. Oh! I'm threatening him.
Not a noogie.
Don't do that.
I'm threatening him. Yo, James, when I see you on Pattaya, bro, I'm gonna give you a noogie and a wedgie, homie.
Oh wow.
He's gonna run with that. He's like, oh, he threatened me. He threatened my butt cheeks. Pause.
All right.
Always good to see you, Mac.
All right.
Peace.
But you do see the difference, Richard, over here, how we do try to resolve the issue instead of just.
Well, to answer that, my brother, I was trying to find you from Ronin Travelers or Ronin's I forget.
There's another Ronin that's in the DR. He's called the Ronin, the Wandering Traveler.
Something like that. I don't like his channel at all.
I noticed that when I started coming on, he started to cut down his name some. And I'm like, yo, man, why would you do that and make it confusing for folks?
I'm trying to figure out why y'all use the term Ronin. I know what Ronin is.
You know what it is, right?
It's a warrior.
And that's, right. It's a masterless warrior because he lost his master in a war or whatever. So samurai changed from being samurai to Ronin if they're not inducted back into another master's care. So
and that's you.
And that's what I am. Any military guy is basically a Ronin. You don't have a master anymore.
Renegade warrior.
Not renegade. Because they also still have they still have their martial arts. They have Ikigai. You know, Bushido is their martial art code. So they still operate off a code. And they usually will wander the side of the you know, whatever and do good deeds or get paid to do certain things. And some, yeah, they get picked up as assassins and other things too. So it can go either way with the Ronin. But the main thing is you are now a masterless warrior, which is in turn any military guy that gets out of the military no longer has a master. You're still a trained warrior. You're still trained in so many different things that you can really hurt people. And that's why you got a lot of guys that suffer from PTSD that need fucking treatment, and why I'm an advocate for PTSD. You are a loaded gun and you're set free on a fucking civilian population. What do you think is going to fucking happen?
Taught to kill when you bring it back home. What do you think's going to happen? Exactly.
Right. And and they're not deprogrammed. There is no program that stops you from exiting the military, and they take you 6 months to decompress all the shit that you've seen and done and all the things that you've had to do under orders. They don't do that shit. You have to do that on your own later, once you get into the VA. If you even do that. What most military guys do is they instantly turn one thing into another mission. My mission when I first got out was my wife and my kids. Want to make sure everything was good. Want to make money. Good. I never went back and decompressed all the shit I did during the Gulf War in Somalia. Never did any of that shit until years later. It always will come back and double back around and hit you at the weirdest times. Don't matter how successful, how much money you got. None of that shit matters. It's still going to hit you. And that's why I said I challenged the one military guy that went from whatever special forces unit he was in right into the fucking French Foreign Legion. And then he's saying he's going to get out. Well, he's getting out of the French Foreign Legion and starting to help civilians and police departments and mentoring them on their mind. No, motherfucker, go do some work first. Don't teach nobody shit.
I hear that, Ronan. I don't know that I would want him behind me in a traffic stop, is what you're saying.
Exactly, because eventually he's going to fucking crack. Everybody does.
And all it takes is a couple of words as a trigger.
Exactly. And you don't know what it is going to be. You never know what it's going to be. What's up, T-Mac? You haven't said anything. You can jump in here, bro. You know how it is on our panel. Sometimes you got to kind of like play hopscotch. What's going on with you?
Appreciate it. I just like just woke up and I was surprised. I was like 6 hours.
Yeah, bro. This
was like, man, y'all putting in some work hours.
And we don't went from talking about a guy in over in the Philippines to religious beliefs in the end of life. So we have been everywhere.
To damn bodily violence. You remember these two, right?
Blame me, my brother. I blame myself.
You know, Giga Chad2Dad and his wife, and their whole issue with he's saying that she's been westernized. So that's what we started off with. This is what we're ending with what you just heard.
Gotcha.
So how's Medellin's life? How's life down there? Are you back in the States?
No, I'm in Medellin. It's wonderful.
That's a contradiction in terms to a lot of people. They all, who's the worst place in the world?
Oh, yeah, a lot of people that do most of the talking don't even have like a visa, so they haven't spent like a significant amount of time here, and they come for the wrong reasons, and they expect to, the best things that happen to them when they don't move like they would in the U.S. So it doesn't seem to get through to people. If you come here, like my whole family's been here, my ex-wife, my daughter, my mom's been here twice. We never had any problems. And my ex-wife, she's like a little small Japanese lady. She was walking all around Lower Lettuce, which is the area of Medellin, all by herself. No issues, right? Because she wasn't coming for foolishness. But you can't expect to come here and just want to, just go to party, pick up working girls, and expect nothing to happen,
Right.
So Medellin gets that kind of rap, but if you come for it, you get the energy that you put in. That's the best way I can explain it.
That's the best way. That's actually the greatest way to explain
it. Life's good, just get this, spend time with some veteran brothers up here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it turned into some drama we were just trying to resolve, but we got.
But it was fun. It was so fun.
Yeah.
You've probably got like 10 shows in these 6 hours that you chop. That's why you like
That's fearless. I don't even get around to going through Opus Clip, and I'm trying to get a team. He's already got his team. So you saw his little videos on his YouTube
He's
channel.
very good. I would
haven't gotten
contract
to
him
that
out.
point. Yeah. Yep. So we're reaching the 7 hour and 30-minute marker. Oh my God.
So here's a shock.
Go ahead.
Here's a shock grenade I was going to throw in the room. And I mentioned it earlier.
I know you waited till the very
Wait, that shit done blew off both your hands, elbow up to your elbow by now.
I got a foot left. I'm gonna roll it in with my foot.
Oh shit.
So
okay.
Do you think the Passport Bro movement, I've asked this earlier, no one wanted to step to the question. All y'all took cover. Do you think the Passport Bro movement was spawned by retired military or?
Hell no. We're not taking that. Hell no. That's not.
Wait, because why are, let's talk about young black men. Why are they so comfortable, like a Skylar DeRuin and other gents whose names I won't mention? Why are they so comfortable with buying sex here in Pattaya? Now, I get the point that y'all came here for R&R, perhaps. But why is this new generation called the Passport Bros, which you guys are not? You got more stamps in your book than any of these young dummies. Why do you think, how did they get into their mindset that it's
the women in the United States made it acceptable and they couldn't afford the women here, so they went overseas. The women in the United States is like, well, if you want me, you got to pay. You got to pay my bills. You got to get my nails done. You got to do this. That's what it is. So when they ran out of the money to pay the chicks here, and somebody said, well, man, there's some girls overseas where it's a third of the money and they treat you good. They just took it from that IG model that they couldn't afford here overseas. That's all.
So who told them that? Was it veterans who said that, or?
No, because all of that was when I was traveling, it was all private. There was two things that happened. One, the pandemic, because at the time I started traveling, you had to have money to get out. There was no Spirit Airlines. There was no Frontier.
And you actually had to wear decent clothes to get on a fucking plane. You couldn't dress like no stumble bum. You actually had to dress up to get on the plane.
And you had to have some kind of knowledge, because there was no going to a place and having a GPS or a translator. So you actually had to have an interest in going to the place. Then when technology came and people could put on the internet, flights got cheap. They couldn't afford what they had here. They said, I'm out. They got their PPP loans and they're going overseas.
And there
so that had nothing to do with them, because at the time you figured this go back 10 years. 2014, still entirely different. Nobody was traveling like that. So it was not the veterans. See, when they traveled, like when I traveled, any dirt you did, you was at the time, when you went down to like what was it? What was Atlanta? What was that called? Freaknik. Yeah, Freaknik. You just talked about it. It was like, man, but there was no evidence behind it. There was no internet. It was just some place you went and you just had a story. Nobody could believe you, didn't believe you, but that was just your story. But now when people could put it on the internet and they could do that and it got cheaper, that's when it became threatening. So the other guys, you remember when black people were traveling, it was all private. We were going on golf trips. We're just going down there with the golf buddies. We weren't publicizing any of that. It was like the secret club that, they didn't let anybody in.
Exactly.
So
I would challenge you through a historical reference, my brother, to say that Freaknik, although it started in the 80s, there are copious VHS cassettes and Polaroids that may still exist.
That is true. But, you had, but here's the thing. It was like, and man, I don't know if this is illegal or I can say this. It was like watching the R. Kelly P tape. You couldn't watch it on your phone. You had to go to somebody's house, sit down, and do it. It was some effort. So
I never saw that tape, for the record.
But I'm just saying it was some effort to it. Here, you just flip open your phone. So even though you might have and then even think about the camera. There was I remember at that time when you took photos, it wasn't digital. You had to take it to the CVS, and there were certain pictures they just wouldn't develop. You wasn't getting none of that developed. Yeah. And people who had a VHS tape, remember how big the camera was? It wasn't like you was just rolling. You was putting the whole VHS tape in the camera.
Right.
So not everybody had access to that.
Yo, I have a Marine that was in the Philippines in 1998. He had a fucking fucking VCR camera filming that shit. There are actually videos on YouTube right now. You can pull up.
Y'all acting like it weighed 10 pounds. It was only about 2.5 pounds.
It didn't matter. It's still big enough. You had to throw it on your shoulder.
Well, nothing wrong with that. If you could catch it on video for time immemorial, you would do that. That was not a big deal.
That's what I'm saying.
And I know you're saying that those guys came back. The veterans did it, but they came back and like really married. They married the locals. I mean, not the locals over there.
You're talking about a different era because a lot of them from Vietnam. Let's talk about those different eras. Vietnam made a lot of babies and left. Black babies. Thailand as well. Richie Mack interviewed a Thai girl who I swear looks like a beautiful red bone with an afro from back in the 70s and 80s, walking down through my neighborhood. Owns a little stall, serves food. You got a sister named Afro Cher.
But my question would be, what was their mother?
Thai.
No. What profession was their mother? Meaning, were they meeting a girl and saying, "Hey, I want to marry you," or were they meeting a street woman that they got pregnant?
I think it's a blendo, and primarily leading towards the buying of sex, which I think the military taught several generations of men, not just black, white, and Latino. That's why I think prostitution, particularly here in this town, as we reference a historical establishment.
I don't think they'd have to teach us anything. You leave 3,000
all right,
sailors and Marines.
Listen.
Say that. You put 3,000 sailors and Marine on a ship. You leave them out in the ocean for 90 days. And what do you think is going to happen when they get into a port? All hell and debacle is going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. If anything, the military actually discouraged that. And matter of fact, the History Channel, back when they used to do history, they actually had a documentary about sex and war. A lot of times, even going back to the Civil War, the military actually tried their best to discourage prostitution.
Especially if you were married, they do prosecute you for being married and having fornication.
That is correct. That's correct. You are guilty under UCMJ of sodomy.
I saw that documentary, my brother, and I still was fascinated by the fact.
It's just because, as you said earlier, prostitution is the world's oldest profession. When there's war, and things of that nature, there's, and Ronan said, you got men on ship, I mean, they're gonna wanna get one off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it. They're young, I get it. But you're telling me that the military, with one eye, said, "Hey, don't go on Pattaya and have sex with these prostitutes," while winking with the other eye.
Exactly. Exactly the way you just explained it is the way it works. Exactly. And the way it works, and listen to this, even the chaplain gets caught up. Okay, stop. But here's the other thing. Even the people in the ports that you're pulling into, all the bars running up and down every fucking street, knew when we were going to hit port and called in all the girls from the provinces to get into those cities because they knew it would be a madhouse if there wasn't enough fucking chicks to go around.
Didn't think about that.
Think about five ships pulling into a port in a small town like, Subic Bay, you got Olongapo City. Okay, you walked off the base of Olongapo's right there. You're not waiting to go all the way to Los Angeles City to do shit. They're gonna walk off that ship, 3,000 times 5. walking into a small ass town. Think there's enough chicks to actually live in that town? Fuck
Nasty
no.
word. Nasty
That's
word.
like going to Vegas on the weekend. It blows up. If you ever lived in Vegas, I lived in Vegas for 4 years. The
I got
town
married
is
there.
just like a small town. Everybody knows everybody. But on the weekends, it can blow up by millions. That's the way
So-
that shit looks.
But
When you get
quick
almost
question.
15,000 Marines and sailors walking off a goddamn ship into a town looking to fucking dot anything that moves.
How's that play out in San Diego?
It plays out the same way. But you got the Gaslight District and you got a whole bunch of other things with a lot of
You got
civilians.
Tijuana. What are you talking about?
Tijuana going across the border too, yeah.
Hong
And they
Kong
had a
and
curfew.
Tijuana.
I ran the border and almost got in trouble with NTJ for doing shit.
We actually were
Tijuana.
restricted from.
That's
We
a
actually have
nasty-
restrictions. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sure. No, I'm sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that usually, actually, there was a lot of restrictions if you're like based out of Pendleton or if you're a student.
Yep.
Like for training, you weren't actually allowed to go into Tijuana as a Marine, but we did it anyway.
And
yeah,
you had
so
a curfew off the streets by 1 o'clock because the federales would fleece you because they knew the rules, and they would basically take you to ATM and have you pull out every dime you could possibly pull out on that one jaw to let you go.
I think a lot of us went to Revolution.
Mhm.
Even if you're not in uniform?
It don't matter. They looked at
Yeah,
my
you
haircut
can't go in
and said-
uniform. You get
Yeah,
in trouble
you
if you
go
go.
in uniform. They'll look
Mexico
at your
doesn't allow
haircut.
you.
They'll look at your haircut. I was trying to drive back across the border, and he said,
Right.
"What branch of the service you in?" I had a fucking high and tight.
Yeah, military uniforms aren't allowed in Mexico, so you can't.
Brother, they
go over
real
there.
strict, Richard. We had a guy on Vernon who was, he was raped in prison, but he was in the military, and he dealt with a girl. Where over there would have been legal.
Germany.
In Germany, yep. And they kicked him out. They said, "You got a choice. You can either go back home, or we're gonna put you on charges." And this was consensual. It wasn't nothing. It was just consensual.
And he was just 18, so he was still like he could technically.
And she was
date
how
someone.
old?
17.
That's statutory. Yeah.
No, but not in Germany. It was the law. The problem was she was
The law in town was legal.
Yeah.
The law on the base was
18
not.
and 17. 18 is a certain age in America. 18 is a certain age in most states in America. 17 is underage. That's what makes it statutory because it's based on a statute that a woman's not an adult until she's 18 to give consent. So even if they're like a year apart, still called statutory. And you can catch a charge in
I
that.
would dare say if you looked at most of the states in the United States right now, I would say 16 is consensual.
Damn.
They have not changed the laws, bro.
I don't know. I think Pennsylvania, I'm from Philly. I think
It
Pennsylvania is
looks
18.
bad to do it, but it's still, they leave it open for, guess what? YT, I'm saying YT, not the word, men that do that. They're going to leave loopholes for the lawmakers that like to do shit like that.
Well, I could talk about 2 hours about that, but we're not going to go there.
But also too, I think it's for as well. You do have what's called Romeo and Juliet.
Correct.
Where this person, say 18 and 17, for example, the age gap isn't really there. They were, they might have went to school. Maybe one was a senior at one time, the other was a junior, and they were still dating. Like, I mean, it's kind of.
It
As
says
a prosecutor,
the age gap is no more than 3 years.
Yeah.
So that's all it is.
And when did you hear the Romeo and Juliet law, Donnell?
That's just what it's known as.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow!
Just to give it all to you, it provides a defense to statutory R word. So the gap between the two people can be no more than 3 years. The minor is at least 14 years old. Mm-hmm. The activity is consensual, and the older person is not a offender.
And by the way, let me give you the 3 ages. 16, there's 31 states that still consider 16. 17, there's 7 states, and then 18 is 12 states.
Damn.
Yeah. So what would happen? I mean, just think about it though. Look, if you was in high school you were 16, she was 14, and then all of a sudden you turn 18 and she's 16. It seems like, oh, that's illegal, but y'all been dating 2 years. Or now you're 19 and she's 17.
You graduated, you're in junior college, she's still in high school finishing up her years. Now, is it any different? No, you just happen to be in two different schools.
I would just say that this is probably not the appropriate time to pivot to that topic, and that might be a good one to have in the future. But yeah, that's something.
I'm not going to go back on this topic at all in the future or not. It's just
I think it could be important, the running, because I want to go back to the conversation we had about the I think it was a military brother who, overseas got in trouble based on that story. But this might be a conversation that might be of value in the future. It's a brave discussion, a brave new world, but to begin to talk about
we're not willing to broach that conversation.
That's fine. Yeah.
It comes into some other things that become really illegal.
Man, it's not, and everybody's out there talking about it, the P word and the whole nine, the P. Diddy situation. It would be a program based on educating some young people to keep them out the traps, and that might be, somebody's responsibility to put that message out there. Not saying it's yours, but I was just suggesting it on that premise.
Well, I'm going to suggest that I'm not going to stay on too much longer. We've been on, but I do got one question. And I don't think we brought it up before. I tried to bring it up with that other group chat. What do you guys feel about the girl Joy? The one who said she kind of slept her way to the top. How y'all feel about her?
Oh, Lord Jesus, not her.
I don't think that's uncommon. It happens all the time.
I mean, I don't necessarily think it's, if she got hired and she can talk that talk, then that's fine. The biggest thing is the Skip Bayless thing offering her $1.5 million.
Just think about that. Skip ain't offering nobody no $1.5 million for nobody.
I don't know if he offered it in derogatory type of way, sarcasm or whatever, but that's insane kind of flex that you're going to offer somebody that kind of money.
I think it was done, when somebody writes, you ever see somebody, remember we was talking about this, Ronan, when somebody puts it down in text, it's entirely different than how you say it.
Right.
Because he could have been like, shoot, girl, she's like, I wouldn't sleep with you for $1 million. He'd be like, shit, for $1.5 million, you would. And then the lawyer writes it down and it sounds like he offered her $1.5 million.
Right.
And he said it in a funny way.
Right. People can take things out of context when you read it versus if you heard them verbally say it.
Correct.
That's what we were talking about the other night. Like when you're talking to somebody long distance, they might be in a frame of mind where you're angry and you might be having a smile on your face while you're typing it. Might not even be angry, but because they're thinking that frame of mind, everything that comes across in that text seems like you're coming with an attitude, even though it's not you. It's them.
But Richard, we said we changing the Me Too law to the Men Too law. And the reason is because, it's believe all women, but that same woman was like, if anything goes south, I'm just going to make an accusation.
Yeah. In all of the young ladies that I've had the pleasure of sharing company with, I've not once found myself in a situation, and that was even before the no means no, because I didn't have to play that hard, and I'm bragging on it like that. But as first moment I heard no, back in them days, it was 7.5 to 15 years. And I'm like, I'm not even giving up a day for my freedom to keep pressing the issue with this woman.
Yeah,
no mean no. I stopped. But yeah, so you can say that. And
but here's the thing. This was like not a no mean no. She was consensually having fun. And then she was like, shoot, I'm moving up the ladder. But if anything goes south, it didn't matter. No, she was having fun with it. It was just, if she got fired or she didn't like the way things going, she would make a false accusation. So he was, how can you protect yourself? Well, you can protect yourself by not even being in the situation, but
right.
Keep your dick in your pants. That's the answer. I remember Mike Tyson. I was in Indianapolis, Indiana a year later with an organization called the Miss Black America pageant. I went out there as a consultant. I was around those girls. I understand what it's like in the final 3 days of the pageant, and you're not winning, but you're still stuck there. And you're from, bumblefuck nowhere, Arkansas, and you just came out there because you was pretty, and they get a little desperate. I was adjacent to some of those experiences. I had a chick push me up against the wall trying to get it, and I'm like, nah, you're gonna blow your chance.
Adjacent. You were adjacent.
Adjacent.
Oh, Lord, that's one of those room words that you got.
Figure it out. Meaning that I met
the joke is every time we say something, we're something adjacent when you go in the Chris's room.
Anyway, so I understand that situation with Mike, and no, he didn't do what she said she did, but I started off by saying, keep your dick in your pants. Don't think with your evil twin. That's what I've learned over the years. And I've never gotten myself in trouble that way at all in any kind of situation.
Yeah.
And even that whole passport bro stuff or coming to Thailand or Pattaya, man, these girls in Pattaya, in these bars and soys, and I said this a couple of times, I typed it in the comments, they would have Fillmore Slim selling himself on Beach Road. You talking about pimping? Oh, these girls, and you started this show off about a Filipino pimp.
Pimp?
And
she's a pimp?
No, the girl was.
Oh, the girl you talking about, not Jay.
Yeah, I'm talking about the show you started with about that woman who rinsed that dude and took all his money. These Asian women know what they're coming over here for. Yeah, these Asian women know what these dudes are coming over here for, and they got their own social media groups, and they'll bang different dudes and show videos and pictures.
Here's the thing, Rich. This is the thing we tell you as veterans, military veterans. We know this.
Yeah,
we've seen the worst of the worst. These women have trained and taught other women for generations about Americans and foreigners when it comes to that passport and having the opportunity to get to the land of the big PX. That's what they called it back then.
Yeah, yeah.
The land of the big PX.
Yes.
That's funny. The big PX. Hey, listen, if I was over here and I promised the girl, hey, I'll take you back to Los Angeles right now, what do you think she would say?
She'd be all for it.
Considering the fires.
Yes. Oh, well, she wouldn't care. As long as she touched U.S. soil, she wouldn't care if you took her to LA.
Hey, baby, I got a fat spot in Palisades. You want to come back to America with me?
And here's the thing. She doesn't even know current events. She doesn't even know LA is torched.
I don't believe that you believe that, Ronan, because that's really
I'm actually shocked because I lived in California for 30 years. I never seen it that bad. I've seen city blocks.
That part. Yeah.
I've seen residential areas getting burnt the fuck up. I ain't never seen city blocks with commercial property getting burnt up like that. That's crazy.
Did you get a chance to go to the Palisades and hang out and eat?
Man, I've been all over California. I lived there 31 years.
They said that the Palisades, the fire that burned down the size of Miami.
Wow.
Meaning that the Palisades is gone and Malibu. If you've ever driven down PCH.
Yes.
And all those fat cribs.
All those houses are gone. Even the nice restaurants and the boutiques, all that shit's gone.
I was joking saying that. So if I told a Thai girl out here tonight, like, hey, baby, want to go back to California with me? I got a crib on PCH.
Right, but the whole thing is she's not up with current events. She would never know.
That's so racist for you to say that. What do you mean? They got cell phones.
They don't pay
faces
attention
are
to
buried in their
California.
cell phones. That's so
They don't
racist.
pay attention to California like that.
That's so racist.
Not racist. It's real.
That's it. Out here, I get asked a lot about that from the Colombian people. They're asking, because they know I live in my house in the OC. So they're asking me about it. So
Shit, you got property in Orange County?
yeah, I had a house in Orange County, a house in San Diego. I just sold the one in
shit.
San Diego.
Yeah, well, San Diego, I know it's pretty safe, but the Orange County.
Yeah, Orange County's cool because my ex-wife still lives there.
Right.
But she was saying that everything's cool. But yeah, Pacific Palisades is like a beautiful area. We used to ditch school and go out there and just hang out.
Yeah.
And whatnot. But it's but California, you kind of have to expect that, even though it's unfortunate.
Wildfire and earthquakes.
Hold up, though. But I want to reiterate. I did a video actually the other day on my channel. Nobody watched it. It's all good. But on some real talk, T-Mac, imagine Westwood. If you've ever been to Westwood, imagine like Venice Beach gone the way you last remembered it. Yeah. That's what's happened. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, so I was joking saying, hey, what if I invited a girl back to America and told her I had a beachfront property in Palisades? I disagree with you, Ronan. She might look at her phone like, nah, I'm cool. I'm staying with my mom. I'll stay with my mom and my family. Nah, LA is a mess right now. It's terrible.
And at the end of the day, like I said, a lot of these foreign women, they don't want to come back to America.
They don't. Yeah, I agree.
They don't.
Especially if you're making any kind of money overseas, you can't have a life. Food more expensive. You can't have the, it's just easy. Like when my girl was over in DR, she's like, I get my hair, my nails, my feet, all that done like $20. Here, you can't get one of those done for $20.
See, those are the economical ones you want to keep. She's a keeper. The other one say, I don't give a fuck how much it costs. You paying anyway. That's the one you don't want to keep.
If a girl goes to a nail salon or get a pedicure, and if all you tip is $20, it might be drama.
Right.
So yeah, that's how tough it is there. Hey fellas, I know y'all gotta go.
Yeah, brother. I know it's only like what? It's 7. Wait. It's 4
It's
something.
going on
Here, so
6.
it's gotta be 6 o'clock. You guys are 14 hours ahead of us.
Man, Brother American Live, man, we really appreciate you coming up. I'm glad we could squash all that. Get his men. Now you got me thinking and thinking about my time, brother. You got me. I got to go to sleep thinking about my time. That was a great, deep, philosophical message that you put in there. So,
and your daughter's going to remind you about that time too.
Yep.
Let me give you a song. You want to hear it? Here it goes.
I'm going to get it wrong. See, and it's going to show my age.
What's that song?
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh shit!
Which one?
Time is on your side.
All right.
Straight up, y'all.
I thought it was going to be that sound like that Denzel. What time is on your side?
Yeah. Not that one. That was the White Boys. That's like the Doors or somebody. I'm talking about Earth, Wind, and Fire. Time is on your side. It's a jazzy, upbeat. The lyrics are crazy. It's something you want to wake up and work out to or take a walk to, or just have some coffee to. But just go listen to that song by Earth, Wind, and Fire from the 70s. Time is on your side, Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's what I live by now. And gentlemen, somebody said earlier, life is short. I'm here to tell you, no, it's not. Ask anybody in their 80s. Ask somebody in their 70s. Ask me. Life is long. Only time is short. But all you got is time. But life's long. All you got to do is keep waking up. If you keep living, you'll understand where I'm coming from at this point in my life. I'm hitting 70 with a brick. Will I get there? I don't care. Every 24 hours is my lifetime. Is what I got left. See, when you get to my age, when you get into your 60s, when you're young, the clock goes tick tock. When you're old, it goes tick. Tick, tick. You lose that second tock. You lose that step. So it starts to stretch out. And you realize how long life is. It's not short. Now, if you die young, that's a whole nother question. Don't ask. But life's long, man.
Brother, I don't know if you making me happy with your words or sad.
Be happy. Be happy. As Ronan said earlier, the fact that he can brag about his age, that you could brag about yours, that anybody who keeps waking up, brag about it, own that age, keep living as, that's obvious. But as you get older, you realize time is limitless. You've had plenty of chances to, waste it and do away with it. And God willing, you keep waking up, you still will. But in the end, life is long. It's not short, in my opinion. In my personal opinion, 50 years is a long time for anything. 48 years is a long time for anything. 37 years, that's a long time. I don't know how y'all count. So I don't count the extra talk. I just count tick, tick, tick. Makes my days longer.
Man, But you put a lot on my mind.
I don't know if that's making sense, but I'll reiterate it the next time we talk if need be. Life is long, brothers. Ain't short. Just keep waking up. You'll find out.
Keep waking up, man. That's the theme for the day. Just keep waking up.
I appreciate y'all. I really do, man. I'm very honored to be up here with y'all. James, Knack, Darnell, and T-Mac. I apologize if I get long-winded. I'm kind of lonely over here in Thailand, so you guys give me an outlet, and I appreciate you beyond words that I can express.
Well, brother, if you're still ticking by about November, I might head over there.
God willing, if I'm still ticking, I would love to connect up with you.
I got to do a border run once I get to the Philippines in April, then I might have to take a little hop over there. Say hi.
They're giving you 60 days on arrival. No visa over here now.
That's in Thailand. I'm going to be in Philippines.
Right. Why?
You got a girl.
Okay.
You got a young lady.
All right.
Oh, by the way, just to bring up the point, mortality risk before 50. Higher mortality rates in Black males under 50 are often linked to preventable causes such as heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, violence, and substance abuse. Black males are also disproportionately affected by certain chronic conditions early in life, which can impact longevity. So again, I reiterate why I'm so happy I'm over 50.
Say that. Own that.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep living, man. Keep waking up. I promise you, life's long, man. And enjoyable. Yeah. It's enjoyable. I would never have thought in 63 years on the planet that I would just get rid of all of my worldly possessions. I didn't have that much left anyway. After spending 25 years in LA and promising I would never leave. And if I had to go back, I would go back to LA because it's the closest thing to Thailand, except the crime.
I would be in San Diego all
I'm
day.
going to help Paul out with this one, man. He is saying it right. Prostate cancer, get checked. When I talked to my doctor, he said, actually, nobody should die of prostate cancer. And I was like, why not? He's like, because the people who die are the people who never get checked.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, we can see that your PSAs are going up and we can get you way before you're in trouble. He said, the people who die, they never get tested. So, Paul, you're right, man. You can get tested. So, brother, just get your prostate tested.
And how does that work?
You get no, just like you get your yearly test. Like your blood test, and then one of the tests is your PSA.
Yep.
Don't judge me, bro. That's the answer I was looking for.
Oh, I was about to say, I hope you getting yours checked. You in that age range. I'm like, no.
You're gonna love this quick story. So I go to the doctor and get my blood work, and I'm like, he said, "Have you had a prostate check?" I'm like, "Nah." He's a young doctor. I'm like, man, I just ain't trying to deal with that finger. He looked at me like, hey, dumbass, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I ain't putting my finger in your butt.
Right.
Yeah.
Bend over.
I'm like, wow, really? I didn't know.
Actually, if I may,
doing that.
I was going to say in Thailand they have hospitals with the American certified board physicians, and they have this.
That was UCLA. That was UCLA campus.
Right. I'm talking about Thailand now, but they have about medical tourism. They swallow a pill with a camera on it, and it goes through your whole system, and it checks you like thoroughly to to see if you have any like risks from like any type of gastric or like
that's nice. It goes through all your intestines.
Any type.
And you don't even need a doc. You
don't
even need medical coverage. They got pharmacies that'll do that, right?
Well, I just was watching this on this medical tourism show in Thailand. I was pretty impressed about how sophisticated they were, how they can have this little.
It's got some really good hospitals.
Yeah, the capsule and everything.
Honestly. Best in class worldwide. You can look that up as well.
Yeah. We have that here in the States. It's just unaffordable. It's just so much. And you're paying out of pocket.
Yeah.
All I'm so scared of getting sued. I don't know about that. At least over there, they're not worried about getting sued as much.
And well, if you're a foreigner, a farang, expat, you ain't got no rights anyway, so you ain't suing nobody. So
if it goes bad, you know,
I don't know how that. I don't know how to take that. And I'm like, well, fuck it. If we fuck him up, it don't matter. He can't sue us anyway.
Take that.
You know
Take
what I
that.
mean?
Take that.
Nah,
That's how
I
you
don't know
take it.
about all
Take
that,
that.
yeah.
Take that. Take that.
No.
I'm joking, of course, because of
Yeah.
you can get health insurance and stuff like that. But nobody sues anybody, and the medical services you get over here are on par globally, and that's again researchable through research. Excellent care over here. But but that was UCLA, LA, and I didn't realize, and maybe Black men need to realize, especially as they've gotten up in age, and maybe you don't have medical benefits, they have other ways to do PSA checks on you without, invasive examination. So that's a good message to get out there as well.
That's right.
All right, brothers, we're belaboring the point that we've been on for exactly 8 hours and 3 minutes. What in the fuck? We gotta go.
That's good work.
It's a work day, yeah.
Good night and good morning, fellas.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you for everyone who's support. Well, let's thank Darnell for being the goddamn
show sponsor.
The show sponsor. God,
Yes, sir.
2 days in a row, bro. God damn. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you, Darnell.
And not a problem, gentlemen. Always glad to show my support.
Yes. Appreciate you. Oh my goodness. All right. Anybody's got final words and keep it under.
Oh man, we can't do no final word. That shit, we've been 8 hours. We don't have final words. God, if you ain't said them by now, you ain't got nothing to say.
Oh man.
We catch y'all next Friday on this one.
Yeah, we got any we got an outro or anything? What we doing? Just cut
Hey,
the damn
Richard.
thing off?
Richard, if you get a chance, not to do it, we have a Thursday night therapy, man, with a therapist that we bring on. She gonna be here on Thursday again. So if you get a chance, come to our channel Thursday.
Yep.
I've got y'all set up from this point on for all notifications.
All right, cool.
And I've been wanting to join you, and I've seen your notifications about the therapist, and I'll be glad to come up and help her out with the work.
Oh, she thinks we're insane. So,
Yeah,
I'll help explain it to her. I'd be glad to come up. I'm honored that you would invite me, because I really am, man.
We appreciate it.
But in the meantime, let me play this real quick.
Don't you listen to these funky ass niggas tell you shit.
Take his advice, okay?
All right, fellas. See you later. I'm out.
All right, brothers. Appreciate you. Love you, man. Peace.
Good morning.
Love you, brothers.
End the stream. Don't
In the stream, yeah. I'm sorry.
push